There are a lot of Pokemon that aren't as good as you'd like, but most of them are meant to be that way. Early game bugs and unevolved Pokemon are supposed to be weaker. However, a lot of Pokemon are supposed to be stronger, but end up not only being bad, but completely unusable. So today, we're going to go over Generation 1 Pokemon that were supposed to be good, but are actually terrible. And starting off at number 10, we have Wigglytuff. This is a pure normal type with an HP stat of 140. Unfortunately, all of the rest of their stats are quite bad. 70 attack means you're not hitting particularly hard, and 50 special means they take a huge chunks from special moves and deal no special damage. A terrible 45 defense and 45 speed round out Wigglytuff's stat spread in an awkward fashion. 45 speed makes Wigglytuff slower than most Pokemon of the same level, which combined with its high HP might make you think it's a strong defensive Pokemon. Unfortunately, its low defensive stats means that it's not actually good at taking hits. This is where we need to introduce Wigglytuff's counterpart Pokemon, Clefable. Both of these lines are relatively bulky normal types that you get very early on into the game and require a precious Moonstone to be able to evolve. While you do technically get Jigglypuff first, it's on Route 3, which leads to Mount Moon, where Clefairy resides. So you essentially have access to both of these lines at the same time. Wigglytuff was seemingly meant to be the slower, bulkier part of the pair to balance out Clefable's better special attack and speed stat. While Wigglytuff's HP stat is very high, its actual defensive stats are so low that it takes hits worse than Clefable does. For example, Taurus's Body Slam deals about 33% of Clefable's health at level 100, and about 35% of Wigglytuff. The story is the same on the special side of things, with Clefable taking hits marginally better. So Wigglytuff is slower than Clefable, takes hits worse, has less special attack, and they have the same attack stat. The only place where Wigglytuff could possibly be better than its counterpart is in the move department. However, for some unknown reason, Clefable also has the better move pool. They have access to basically all of the same moves in Blizzard, Sing, Thunder Wave, etc, etc. This allows both of them to work as status-based defensive Pokemon, except Clefable has access to Light Screen and Reflect, while Wigglytuff only gets Reflect, meaning it loses out of a bit of extra utility. The only upside Wigglytuff has over Clefable is that it takes less damage from moves like Seismic Toss and Nightshade, because they do a set HP value damage, and it has a higher HP pool. But that's literally 2 damaging moves in the entire game where Wigglytuff is better than Clefable, whereas Clefable is better in literally every other situation. It's honestly astonishing how few scenarios Wigglytuff is better than its counterpart Pokemon in the Gen 1 games. It feels like the developers just assumed the higher HP made it bulkier, and never actually did the math to check. And at number 9, we have Lickitung. This is another pure normal type with another underwhelming stat spread. It has a solid 90 HP, but every other stat is below average. Abysmal 55 attack and 60 special means you're not dealing much damage. It has a slightly below average defense of 75, which with the 60 special means you're not a great wall, and a terrible 30 speed. Lickitung really doesn't have much going for it, at least not anything that many other Pokemon can't do better by the time you actually obtain one. The most eye-catching attribute is it has access to Swords Dance, which boosts your attack by 2 stages in a single turn. This will effectively double its 55 attack to 110 when used the first time, and the number only gets more impressive from there. Combining this with access to moves like Earthquake and Body Slam allows it to do good damage on a lot of threats after setting up a dance. Now, there are a lot of problems with this. For one, you do have to use several TMs to make Lickitung's moveset bearable, which is bad for a playthrough. However, in both competitive and in playthrough settings, Lickitung is completely outpaced by Tauros, who you can get in the Fuchsia City Safari Zone at the exact same time as you get access to Lickitung in the in-game trade nearby. Tauros, if you don't know, is one of the best Pokemon in Gen 1 competitive on Smogon, and comparing it to Lickitung kind of shows why. Its higher defense and special means that it, once again, takes hits better than Lickitung does. However, Tauros is also a great attacker. It has a great 100 attack and a tolerable 70 special, which is not only much higher than Lickitung, but Tauros's base attack is only 10 lower than what Lickitung can reach after a single Swords Dance. This means that in the 2 turns Lickitung takes to set up an attack, Tauros can do more damage by just attacking. It also has a much higher speed of 110, letting Tauros outspeed basically everything. This also means that it deals more damage than Lickitung ever could, because, for some reason, Having a higher speed increases your rate of critting in Gen 1. Tauros has about a 21% chance to crit each time it attacks thanks to its massive speed, and critting will double its damage, basically meaning you have a 21% chance to get a free sword stance for a turn. Tauros outclasses Lickitung so completely, there's literally no reason to ever use our weird salamander friend. However, it somehow gets even worse. For some completely unknowable reason, in order to get Lickitung in red and blue, you have to trade a Slowbro. Slowbro is basically a better version of Lickitung in every way. The water psychic typing is solid, and Slowbro's stats are just higher than Lickitung's across the board. Better HP, defense, special. There's literally not a single stat that Lickitung has over Slowbro. Okay, that's rough for Lickitung, but at least Lickitung has Swords Dance, right? Well, Slowbro gets access to Amnesia, which is the special version of Swords Dance. However, since special is one stat in Gen 1, this not only doubles Slowbro's already good 80 special attack when it Amnesias, it also doubles its special defense, allowing it to wall Pokemon far more easily while also boosting its damage. In order to get Lickitung in red and blue, you're giving up an amazing Pokemon to get a ZU tier Pokemon from Smog's ranking system. ZU, for the record, doesn't even stand for anything. It's just the lowest tier because Z is the last letter of the alphabet. It's the absolute bottom of the barrel tier in Smog competitive ranking system. It is also comical that Game Freak would require Slowbro specifically for this trade. Now, you can get it in Cerulean Cave in yellow, so it no longer requires a trade, but that makes it a post-game encounter in that game, and it's even a 5% encounter rate purely to add extra time into finishing your Pokedex. Honestly, it feels like Game Freak was trying to hide one of their mistakes in yellow version with that spawn placement. And at number 8, we have Weezing, the most pathetic of the two pollution Pokemon in Gen 1. This is a pure poison type with a pretty polarizing stat spread. A below average HP stat alongside a great defensive stat of 120, and an above average special of 85 leaves it decently bulky on the physical side, but not that bulky specially. Slightly above average attack and bad speed of 60 rounds out yet another bulky but not quite bulky enough Pokemon. Weezing suffers from the curse of taking hits well, but not well enough to outdamage anything. Most decent offensive Pokemon will be able to take you out before your weak Sledges and Fire Blast can whittle them down, unless you go for broke and press Explosion to go for a 1-for-1 trade. Despite generally being a weak Pokemon, you can't get access to Weezing or Coughing yourself until the Pokemon Mansion on Cinnabar Island, around the 7th gym of the game. By this point, you've been absolutely buried in mediocre poison types, several of which are far better than Weezing or Muk. Speaking of Muk, Muk is generally just better than Weezing in Generation 1. While it was more frail on the physical side, it actually takes less damage overall from special attacks thanks to its far higher HP pool. Combine this with a much higher attack stat for better damage, and Muk has a better chance of winning a lot more fights than Weezing does. Now, we are comparing two different types of garbage here, in more ways than one. Both of these Pokemon are available far too late into the game for their power level, and it's hard to tell if Game Freak was just okay with these Pokemon being unusable, or if they really thought having decent defensive profiles and learning Explosion by level up was good enough. And at number 7, we have Parasect. This is a bug grass type with only 60 base HP, 80 defense and special, a nice above average 95 attack, and terrible speed of 30, once again. Parasect is quite an infamous Pokemon for having a number of very unique traits. For one, it's the only Pokemon that has ever had 3 separate 4x weaknesses. Because Bug was weak to Poison in Gen 1, Parasect took 4x damage from Fire, Flying, and Poison type attacks. While Parasect's defensive profile is, overall, only below average instead of completely awful, it still drops to any 4x effective hit, meaning it will almost always be outsped and killed by whatever it's battling against. Sure, it also has 5 resist that it can switch in on easily, but having 3 4x weaknesses and 3 other normal weaknesses means that Parasect's below average defense are very easy to exploit. On the other side of things, Parasect has one of the most powerful moves not only in Generation 1, but in all of Pokemon, that being Spore. This is a status move with 100% accuracy that puts your opponent to sleep. This is the only way to guarantee sleep on an opponent, and this is enough that Pokemon like Among Us in the modern day are still extremely powerful. Spore's power is often cited as the reason why, in Generation 6 onwards, grass types became immune to powdered-based status moves, so there was more counterplay to Among Us spamming Spore at everything. In Gen 1, Sleep was even more powerful. because instead of only putting an opponent to sleep for 1 to 3 turns, it could last anywhere between 1 to 7 turns. Parasect could take advantage of these sleep turns to set up a ton of Swords Dance, letting it become quite the formidable threat. However, none of this really matters. Despite Parasect being the only Pokemon in Gen 1 to get Spore, it would usually get KO'd by whatever was in front of it before it could even land the Spore, and then start to set up its Sword Dances. Even if it did begin to set up, thanks to Sleep Claws on Showdown making it so that only one Pokemon can ever be asleep on either player's team, Parasect at best would normally sleep one Pokemon, then die to whatever switched in afterwards. You could argue if Parasect belongs on this list, as Game Freak seems to recognize it would be quite bad, and gave it a signature move Spore to try and salvage it. However, they underestimated just how bad the Bug/Grass typing was. Even in later generations when Bug was no longer weak to Poison, and it only had 2 4x weaknesses, it's still too easy to hit for super effective damage. The best thing Parasect does is help you fill your Pokedex by sporing Pokemon, making them easier to catch, which is especially valuable for Pokemon like Mewtwo with a very low catch rate. Even if Parasect had stellar stats, its typing would hold it back. Having a bad typing, bad stats, and only one good move to make up for it left Parasect in a much worse position than Game Freak realized. And at number 6, we have Marowak. This is a pure ground type with overall abysmal stats. Its highest stat is a defense of 110, which would be really nice if its HP wasn't only 60. You still take lots of damage from most physical attacks because your HP pool is just too small. It doesn't get any better from here either, with an average attack stat of 80 and only 50 special and 45 speed. Marowak is a slow Pokemon with poor defenses overall, that doesn't deal enough damage to justify these weaknesses. Now, Marowak is famous for its role in the Pokemon Tower storyline, and you would think that a Pokemon that got such a big focus would at least be usable. However, Marowak is probably the weakest fully evolved ground type in all of Gen 1. For an example, compare Marowak to the also just okay Sandslash. Sandslash has far better stats than Marowak, with a higher base stat total and higher stats across the board. To balance this out, Sandslash also has a better move pool as well. Sandslash gets access to Sword Dance to make its already good 100 attack incredible, allowed to one-hit KO almost anything if you find a way to set up. Marowak, on the other hand, gets access to moves like Blizzard, Fire Blast, and Ice Beam, and while that is nice, it's coming off of its pitiful 50 special. This means that, even if Marowak hits something for super effective damage with one of these moves, it's dealing less damage than Sandslash would with Earthquake. Earthquake's base 100 power gets boosted by Stab to 150 base power off of a 100 base attack stat, which is greater than Blizzard, and Fire Blast is 120 base power off of a 50 base special attack, even after you double them due to being super effective. This will change based on what the defenses of the target are, but in almost all cases, Sandslash will just do more damage. Marowak also does get a signature move to help it out though, that being Bone Meringue. This is a ground type move which hits twice with a base power of 50 and is 90% accurate. Of course, both Pokemon get access to the 100 base power ground type move Earthquake, which can never miss, which is just better. However, you do get access to the Earthquake TM pretty late in the game, but Boomerang does a reasonable Earthquake impression for a playthrough up until you get access to Earthquake, which is the only real upside Marowak has over Sandslash. It really feels like Marowak was supposed to be the more versatile, less powerful pure ground type, but that versatility really didn't matter because all of its coverage moves hit like a wet noodle. And at number 5, we have Vileplume. This is one of the 3 separate grass poison types in the Kanto region, and by far the weakest of the bunch. It has a good special stat of 100, medium defense and attack of around 80, below average HP of 75, and is quite slow at 50 speed. It can take hits reasonably well and dish out some nice special attacks, but its low speed and bad move pool make Vileplume an overall very weak Pokemon. While 100 special is a fine main attacking stat, it can't make use of that stat because it doesn't learn any good grass moves. In Generation 1, Vileplume's most powerful grass attacks are the 40 base Mega Drain and the gimmicky Solar Beam. Remember, this is before weather was introduced, so there's no harsh sunlight to let you use Solar Beam in a single turn. It's like if you had a Magnum revolver but could only load it with Nerf bullets. You can use Swords Dance to boost your average attack and try to sweep with physical poison moves, but your strongest poison type attack is the base 40 power Acid. Vileplume has to rely on normal type attacks for its damage output, because it just doesn't learn any good moves of any other type. It does get access to some nice utility moves like Stun Spore and Sleep Powder, but so do a ton of other Pokemon you can get around the same time as Vileplume that can actually do damage, such as Butterfree. And yes, Vileplume in Generation 1 unironically does less damage than Butterfree. Vileplume's recommended moveset for the never used tier in Smog is Swords Dance, Stun Spore, Sleep Powder, and Hyper Beam, planning to come in and use status moves and maybe stack 4 Swords Dance to eventually one-shot everything with Hyper Beam in the late game. In Gen 1, Hyper Beam wouldn't recharge if it KO'd the enemy Pokemon, so this wasn't as bad, but no Pokemon should be relying on Hyper Beam as their only damaging move. Vileplume is also the counterpart to Victory Bell, which is actually quite a good Pokemon that, shocker, learns actual damaging moves of its type. Victory Bell gets access to Razor Leaf, Body Slam, and Wrap, attacking moves that can either do actual damage or stop your opponent from attacking with the right setup, which is extremely powerful. Game Freak really seems to underestimate just how bad Vileplume's learn set was. Even if it got good moves, Vileplume wouldn't be that good thanks to its low speed stat and average bulk. Having such a terrible move pool for no reason is frankly ridiculous. And at number 4, we have Seaking. Seaking is a pure water type Pokemon with very average stats. 80 HP in special, which is exactly the line for average in Gen 1, a good 92 attack, and a poor defense and speed in the mid-60s. Of course, water is a special type prior to the physical special split, so being a mostly physical pure water type basically just means that you do less damage than you're supposed to with all of your attacks. Not that it would have mattered all that much, as Seaking and Goldeen don't learn a single water type move by level up into Waterfall at level 39, at which point you can probably just teach them Surf anyway. Your best bet for using your better physical attack is Double Edge and Hyper Beam, which both require TMs to make using Seaking even more annoying. The Pokemon are also weirdly hard to find, as while they are incredibly common, you need the Good Rod or Super Rod to fish them up, which you don't get until Fuchsia City. That's quite a lot of work for a water type that's barely more useful than Magikarp. Now, some members of the audience may think that that's a bit harsh. After all, Seaking has okay stats and some good moves. Surely it can't be that bad, right? Well, being okay at almost everything doesn't really get you far in Pokemon. Other water types take hits better, deal more damage, have more utility, and sometimes do all of the above. Seaking is the worst water type in the game, not because it's completely useless at everything, but because it's never the right choice for any job. It is always worse than another water type for any role, not only on a competitive team, but from any point in a playthrough. It has a shallow move pool, stats that are worse than they look, and don't even look particularly good, and is weirdly hard to get for such a basic Pokemon. The only reason that Game Freak would have let Seaking stay in this state is probably because they didn't realize how difficult getting Seaking was. It was probably meant to be more readily available thanks to being everywhere that there's water, but they never realized that it takes quite a while before the player can actually get any Pokemon from the various bodies of water in the Kanto region that aren't Magikarp. And at number 3, we have Aerodactyl. This is a rock flying type with a pretty respectable stat spread. With a massive 105 attack and 130 speed, Aerodactyl is obviously leaning into a very aggressive direction, which is even more evident by its incredibly low defensive stats of 60 defense and special, and a decent 80 HP. This is all helped out a lot by its typing, as rock and flying are a great offensive type combination. The only Pokemon that resists both flying and rock are the rock ground types like Rhydon, which have exploitable double weaknesses to grass and water that Aerodactyl's teammates can help out with. They're also both physical types, so Aerodactyl's stab moves will be using its better attacking stat, getting around a major weakness plaguing so many Pokemon in the early gens. Everything looked like it was setting Aerodactyl up for success, and this is where the however comes in. Aerodactyl's stab moves are very good in theory, but it has one of the saddest move pools of any Pokemon in the entire franchise in Generation 1. For Flying Stab, Aerodactyl has used to Fly, Sky Attack, and Wing Attack. Fly and Sky Attack are 2-turn moves, making them incredibly easy for an opponent to play around in competitive. Even worse for competitive settings, Fly is banned in Generation 1 competitive events because of a glitch where Pokemon can become completely invulnerable if the move is interrupted by a status like Paralysis. This isn't all that relevant for playthroughs, but even in that context, having to wait a turn to attack is a weakness that can bite you against status moves. Wing Attack is a pitiful base 35 power, so not really worth considering. As for Rock Stab, Aerodactyl gets stone cold nothing, Aerodactyl literally doesn't learn a single rock type move at all in Generation 1. You have to, once again, rely on normal type moves, but even in this area, Aerodactyl gets the short end of the stick. It has to use Double Edge instead of the superior Body Slam, so it will be taking recoil damage and can't even fish for paralysis. It does get Fire Blast, but what is that doing off of a base 60 special stat? It is truly astonishing that Game Freak could take a Pokemon with such good traits and somehow give it such a bad move pool that it's all the way in the never used tier, 2 tiers below the main OU tier. You have to wonder if someone at Game Freak had a huge grudge against the poor Pterodactyl. And at number 2, we have Hitmonchan. This is a pure fighting type with a nice 105 attack. However, its bulk is quite poor with 50 HP and 35 special, with a decent defense of 80. Its speed of 76 is below average, and is the ultimate Achilles heel that stops Hitmonchan from doing anything at all. Now, this section could go to basically any fighting type in Generation 1. Despite normal types dominating the Gen 1's competitive scene, fighting types and fighting type moves are almost nowhere to be seen. This is largely because the type was mishandled at basically every turn. First off, there are basically no good fighting type attacks. Submission is the most powerful move of the type around, with one notable exception, and Submission is quite terrible. It has a base 80 power, which is average for an endgame move. However, instead of having no downsides such as moves like Surf, it for some reason only has an 80% accuracy and deals 25% of the damage back as a recoil. Both of these downsides are completely unnecessary, as all it does mean that fighting types are also bad options into the few Pokemon you would normally want to use them against. Hitmonchan can do around 80% to a Chansey with Submission, but takes nearly half of its own health in recoil damage. Again, this is the best fighting type move Hitmonchan has access to, because his brother Hitmonlee is hogging the only good fighting type move to himself. Hitmonlee is the less bulky, faster, and harder hitting Hitmon, which in Generation 1 just means it's the better one. Both Hitmons are so frail they'll get KO'd by a couple of strong physical moves, and will generally just drop to any special move thanks to their awful 35 special stat. So Hitmonlee doing more damage and outspeeding more Pokemon is just way more valuable. It also has access to High Jump Kick, which in this generation has 85 base power and 90% accuracy, and only deals 1 damage to the user if it misses, instead of the much harsher penalty later on due to a glitch in Generation 1, which is almost laughably better than the Submission that every other fighting type has to rely on. Now, to make up for this, Hitmonchan gets a few other upsides besides the quote-unquote better bulk. It has access to Agility, which sharply raises its speed stat, so you can outspeed some Pokemon if you get a turn to set up. Of course, you're still so frail you'll drop to most special moves, and even if you do set up, you can't one-shot anything because your damage just isn't that good. So you'll eat a hit and then get KO'd anyway. And even if you could KO everything in one hit, you're using Submission and taking recoil, so it wouldn't be enough to end the game anyway. Hitmonchan also gets access to the elemental punches for coverage, letting it hit more Pokemon for super effective damage. Of course, these are all special moves, so they use Hitmonchan's abysmal 35 base special stat to determine their damage. So even if they did deal super effective damage, they're still doing less damage than Submission or Body Slam. It really does feel like a joke. Hitmonchan's move pool and stat spread constantly has punchlines where you think you would find an upside it has over Hitmonlee, only to discover that no, it's also terrible in that scenario. However, despite being a completely awful Pokemon with no real niche, despite clearly having a ton of upsides it was supposed to have, it's still better than one Pokemon that was incredibly hyped by the anime. And at number 1, we have the punching bag of Generation 1, Onix. Onix is one of the 3 different rock ground types in Generation 1, and is the absolute worst of the bunch. While it has an impressive defense of 160, that's the only even remotely acceptable stat that it has. It has a pitiful HP of 35, terrible attack of 45, and a special of 30. Its speed of 70 is somewhat acceptable though, so at least it has that going for it. Onix has recently become a bit of a meme in the Pokemon community, as people have started to realize that it's much worse than they originally thought. And it's easy to understand why people thought Onix was a good Pokemon. It's the ace Pokemon of Brock, the first gym leader of the franchise, and a beloved character in the anime. Who can forget watching Ash's Pikachu struggling in its grass in Ash's first gym battle? It also appears on Bruno's team twice, a member of the Elite Four, one of the 4 strongest trainers in the region. So many things outside of the raw stats of the game sell Onix as an incredibly powerful Pokemon. However, despite all of these things telling you Onix is great, in reality, it's one of the weakest Pokemon in the entire region. Its pitiful 45 attack has become famous for being lower than many first stage evolution Pokemon, including all 3 of the starters. It's outdamaged by the pitiful Oddish and Paris for a reference. Its special is even lower, allowing basically any special move to one-shot Onix despite seeming to be bulky as a Pokemon. While its defense means it's no complete pushover, it has a hard time walling physical attackers as well because its HP pool is just so shallow. It doesn't offer much utility either. The best they can do is Screech to lower a Pokemon's defense stat, which isn't as valuable as putting a Pokemon to sleep or paralyzing it, or actually dealing damage. Onix feels like it was designed only in the context of being Brock's Pokemon, as it has a lot of strengths and weaknesses that force the player to change their playstyle. However, that doesn't explain why they gave 2 Onixes to Bruno all the way at the end of the game. It's hard to know if they realized just how bad Onix actually was or not. The best thing Onix can do is sit in front of a few specific Pokemon for a couple of turns so that you can potion up your team and have them actually do the work. Generally speaking, there's a reason as to where and when you can find Pokemon. Strong Pokemon either take a lot of grinding to get or can be found in late game areas, while weak Pokemon can be found easily on earlier routes. However, sometimes Pokemon don't follow this rule, especially in Gen 1. There are some very weak Pokemon that take a strange amount of effort to obtain in these games, or that are only available in the strangest of places. So today we're going to go over some of the weirdly rare Pokemon of Generation 1. And starting off at number 10, we have Marowak. This is a pure ground type that is overall just not that good. You have the average attack and good defense, but your other stats are awful, and your level up moves are genuinely sad. You don't get a ground type attack until level 48 if you evolve your Cubone into Marowak at the first opportunity. Overall, you're better off using just about any other ground type Pokemon, even the also not that great Sandslash. However, for some reason, despite this Pokemon being quite garbage, you can only find it in a couple of locations. Cubone can be found in the Pokemon Tower on a bit of a low chance for the encounter, but it's not all that hard to find it there if, for some reason, you really want to use Marowak. However, that's basically the only place where you can find a Marowak. The only other place a member of the Marowak line shows up is in Victory Road in Cerulean Cave. And Cerulean Cave is post-game, so that really only leaves Victory Road. Pokemon in Victory Road are basically never added to a player's team, as at that point you should have your squad of 6 ready to go already. So the only practical place where you can find Cubone is at the Pokemon Tower for a playthrough. And at first, that kind of makes sense. The story beat in the Pokemon Tower is about Team Rocket killing a Cubone's mother, and the player needing to help set its soul at ease. Obviously, you would find Cubone in the Pokemon Tower. That's where the Cubone story beat is. However, that doesn't explain the utter lack of Cubone anywhere else in the game. The Ghastly line only appeared in a graveyard makes sense because they're ghosts. They should be around spooky areas and around places of remembrance. But the only places you can see Cubone are across the map from the Pokemon Tower. Did the entire Cubone population make a pilgrimage to the Pokemon Tower just to mourn the death of one of their kind's mother? It's a bit strange when you think about it. Overall, the lack of Marowak in the wild doesn't make that much sense from a story or game balance perspective. They could have just added them in wherever the other ground types spawn, but instead, there's a strange lack of Cubone throughout the entire Kanto region that raises far more questions than it answers. And at number 9, we have Mr. Mime. This is a pretty average, pure psychic type that's mostly known for their endless meme potential. It has okay speed and special, but the rest of its stats are quite bad. And its move pool leaves a bit to be desired. In terms of just trying to get through the game, you're probably better off just using a Kadabra, even if you can't evolve it the rest of the way due to the lack of trading. This is one of the few Pokemon who will appear on this list that can only be found via trade, appearing nowhere in the wild in the game. This is a pretty available trade though, as you can get it on Route 2 right outside of Diglett's Cave. All of this would seem as if it would make it a pretty useful Pokemon to pick up, right? Well, that's before you account for the Pokemon you have to give up to get the weird little guy. The trainer asks for an Abra, which presents a couple of problems. First off, Abra is only available on Routes 24 and 25, which surround Cerulean City. So to get this trade, you'll have to catch an Abra, and then backtrack to get Mr. Mime. This is an even bigger problem because you can't actually do that backtracking until you either get Fly or have access to Diglett's Cave next to Vermilion City, which is a huge way after you get your first Abra. By that time, you can probably have your Abra evolve into a Kadabra, which is what we said earlier is a far better Pokemon than Mr. Mime. From a game balance perspective, this trait doesn't serve much of a purpose. It lets you trade a Pokemon that evolves into a far stronger Pokemon way later in the game than when you first get access to that Pokemon, and it doesn't even match up well into many of the gyms or anything. Story-wise, the trade is also a bit strange. It's not like Mr. Mime is an exotic animal that you're getting from someone who's been traveling, or a common Pokemon that you're trading for another common Pokemon. It's a bit hard to imagine what the story is here, but then again, that may be because it's hard to imagine how Mr. Mime fits into the world at all, given that it's, well, Mr. Mime. Still, this trade is very strange. It takes a lot of extra effort to get Mr. Mime, and you can only get one in the game thanks to the lack of breeding in Gen 1, making it quite rare despite being an awful Pokemon. And at number 8, we have Scyther and Pinsir, a pair of Pokemon that are both version exclusive. Both of these Pokemon are only found in the Safari Zone. Scyther in red and Pinsir in blue. Scyther is a flying/bug type with great attack and speed, and Pinsir is a pure bug type with great attack and defense and average speed. These are the premium bugs of Gen 1, and they're obviously supposed to be quite powerful. However, they kind of have a big problem, and that's that they basically don't get any good moves. Good bug-type moves were a myth until around Gen 5, when we finally started getting attacks like Bug Buzz and Skitter Smack. Before then, you had to use garbage like Twin Needle for your Bug Stab, or else you gave up that juicy 50% damage boost. Though neither of these bugs gave you much of a choice, as they just don't get Bug Stabs at all in Gen 1, because the devs were very overworked and had a lot on their minds at the time. While you do have some attacks like Slash and Swords Dance, which are pretty good, it's hard to make up for the lack of coverage and no stab. The end result is that these big, bad bugs are a bit of a bust. Even worse is that these Pokemon are only in the Safari Zone, which is famous for being a fun and easy to interact with mechanic in Gen 1. I'm being sarcastic, of course. The Safari Zone is extremely frustrating, and these Pokemon are quite rare in it, with encounter rates of 1 to 4%. Finding your Scyther or Pinsir will be a huge pain, and that's not even accounting for getting lucky and actually catching those things. These bugs may be tough, but they don't bite as hard as they should, and are frustrating to get a hold of, to put things mildly. If you really want to use a Pinsir or a Scyther, just wait a couple of gems for them to actually get good move pulls. You'll have a lot more fun then. And at number 7, we have Lickitung. This is a pure normal type with slightly above average HP and awful literally everything else in stats. It's another Pokemon you can only get from an in-game trade, and it makes this list in part just because of how awful of an idea actually going through with this trade is. We've discussed this Pokemon before, but this really might be one of the worst trades in the history of Pokemon. The Pokemon you have to trade for Lickitung is Slowbro, an amazing water psychic type that will only reach that stage at level 37. This means that you either have to get one at one of the few locations you can get a fully evolved Slowbro, or catch a wild Slowbro and go through the rigorous process of training it up to nearly level 40. Slowpoke is not a good Pokemon, but once you finally do the work to get a Slowbro, it's one of the better Pokemon in the game. It has great bulk, access to the stupidly good amnesia, and has great typing. You can absolutely rock a Slowbro into the late game, whereas Lickitung would have a hard time in the first gym of the game. Granted, that's partially because it's a rock gym, which is a rough type matchup, but it's not good for any other important battles either. The only reason to get Lickitung is to fill your Pokedex, which is a completely optional goal. The only reason I can think of to use Lickitung is if you think that Generation 1 is too easy and you want to give yourself a self-imposed challenge. The Pokemon is dead weight, and it feels like it was just shoved into the game last minute to round out the cast to an even 150 Pokemon. And at number 6, we have Raichu. This is a pretty middling pure electric type with high speed, a pretty solid attack and special, but below average everything else, leaving it as a bit of a frail and fast electric type. It of course evolves from Pikachu, the easily available mascot of the franchise. Pikachu can be found very early on in a playthrough, popping up in Viridian Forest, one of the earliest areas in the game. It also does show up in the power plant, but that's pretty late into the game, so it's not all that important. However, Raichu has a very strange property, in that there's no way to get one in Pokemon Yellow without trading. That may sound strange at first, but once you start to think about it, you figure out pretty quickly why this is. As we all know, you start Yellow version with a Pikachu as your partner instead of one of the 3 iconic starters. And you probably remember that your partner Pikachu was unable to evolve in those games. That's pretty obvious, but one thing you may have overlooked is that Wild Pikachu have been completely removed from the game as well. This is probably to keep it in line with the other starters, as all of them cannot be found in the wild either. It would be weird to start the game with a Pokemon that's supposed to be special, only to find more in the wild, after all. So, Wild Pikachu were removed from Viridian Forest and the power plant. This is all pretty well known, but the implications of these changes are kind of surprising. Without being able to evolve your partner Pikachu or find more Pikachu in the wild, where are you supposed to find a Raichu? Well, the simple answer is you don't. The lack of Raichu in Pokemon Yellow version is something that should be more obvious than it is. It's very easy to forget the small changes that result in this electric mouse disappearing from the game entirely. And once you realize that it's just not there, it feels very strange. And at number 5, we have Magmar and Electabuzz. These are another pair of version exclusives, and they're generally alright. Magmar is a bit weaker than it should be thanks to investing some stats in its physical attack, despite being fire type that wants to spam fire type moves, but they're more than usable. They are still quite rare. Magmar can only be found in the Pokemon Mansion in Blue version, and Electabuzz can only be found in the Power Plant in Red version, and both of them are found at pretty low encounter rates. If you want to use either of these Pokemon on your team, you're gonna have to do a bit of searching. But it's not that bad when compared to how frustrating getting a Pinsir from the Safari Zone is. Now, what gets this pair onto this list is how you get them in Yellow version, or more accurately, how you can't. For some reason, these Pokemon were removed from their homes in the improved Yellow version, meaning that they can each only be obtained in one of the 3 games in Generation 1. This is just one of the weirdest moves Game Freak could have pulled. At least throw them into Cerulean Cave so that there's some place Yellow players can finish more of their Pokedex. That's what you did with garbage like Lickitung in Yellow version. I'm sure people would have appreciated getting Magmar or Electabuzz a lot more than the Tongue Salamander. Overall, this is just a strange gap in the Pokemon's availability that it's hard to ignore. And at number 4, we have Hitmonchan and Hitmonlee. These are a pair of fighting types that each have sky-high attack and decent speed, but the rest of their stats are pretty bad. Now, these are a pair of gift Pokemon found in the Saffron City Fighting Dojo. Once you make your way through all the trainers in the dojo, you'll receive one of the 2 as a gift, though your choice here doesn't really matter, as they're both quite bad. It seems like Hitmons were supposed to be strong Pokemon, but in practice they're extremely mediocre. Fighting was actually kind of a trash type in Gen 1, as the best fighting type move is Submission, which is inaccurate, does recoil damage, and doesn't even have that high base power. Hitmonlee at least gets high jump kick, but even with this better fighting type move, the Pokemon just aren't all that strong. Worst of all is their miserable special stat. Not only does this mean that just about any special move will deal massive damage to them, thanks to them both having quite bad HP, this also means that their special moves do basically nothing. This is really bad for Hitmonchan, whose main upside is supposed to be having the elemental punches. But its special is so low that even these coverage moves hitting for super effective damage often does less damage than just using Submission. And Submission is awful. So that really shows you how bad the Chance special punches are. They're too frail, and their attack stats aren't high enough to really put in that much work. This miscalculation of the Hitmon's power levels is what leads to them landing on this list, and they're treated like powerful rare Pokemon that you have to put in effort to obtain, but in fact are pretty much useless in this generation. The end result are Pokemon that are extremely rare that simply shouldn't be. And at number 3, we have Muck and Weezing. These are a pair of pure poison types with very defensive spreads. Muck has sky-high HP and attack stats, while Weezing has huge defense stats. Outside of these stats, the other stats are below average, and they're both very slow. Overall, they're pretty mediocre Pokemon, which makes a lot of sense as Team Rocket grunts love to throw these guys at you in battle. You'll see a ton of Muck and Weezings throughout your journey through Kanto, to the point that you really get tired of the pollution duo. You'd assume from how many Rocket grunts toss these guys out that they're pretty common Pokemon. Most of the Pokemon that the Rock grunts use are pretty common Pokemon after all. However, for some reason, you can't get Muck and Weezing anywhere except for one location, the Pokemon Mansion. This is located on Cinnabar Island, meaning that by the time you have access to these incredibly middling poison types, you'll have to have gone through most of the game and be ready for the 7th gym. Even worse, Kanto is absolutely crawling with poison types. Vileplume and Victory Bell, Gengar, Golbat, Venomoth, you can get poison types all over the place. You can hardly go 3 steps without literally running into a poison type Pokemon in this region. And even more important, basically all of these poison types are better than Muk and Weezing. Most of them will at least have a secondary type to give you more offensive pressure. The only claim to fame these guys have is that Weezing naturally learns how to turn itself into a bomb by level up. And outside of that, they're pretty much useless. You really have to wonder why they didn't put them in at least a couple of extra places early on where the Pokemon might actually be useful, instead of hiding them basically at the end of the game. It's a puzzling decision no matter how you look at it. And at number 2, we have Porygon. This is a pure normal type that doesn't even pretend to be good. All of its stats are below average to straight up bad. Its move pool is fine, but nothing worth writing home about, leaving it as nothing but early game fodder that's honestly less useful than something like Beedrill. Now, famously, Porygon has a very strange obtainment method. Rather than being able to be found in the wild, you have to win a Porygon from the game corner in Celadon City. This makes it an extremely rare Pokemon, as every other Pokemon you can get from the game corner is able to obtain more easily somewhere else. Getting these Pokemon at all is also quite the challenge, as getting the Pokecoins you need isn't even close to consistent. You can buy them at a rate of 50 Pokecoins for 1,000 Pokedollars, and while getting money isn't all that hard, even in Gen 1 where money grinding methods are extremely non-existent, the conversion rate here is awful. The only other way to get these coins is by gambling on the slot machines, and that's the definition of inconsistent. Still, it can't be that bad, right? How many coins do you need for a Porygon? Oh, only 6,500 coins. The most of any Pokemon at the game corner. And Arceus forbid you want to get a Porygon in red version. There, it's a laughable 9,999 coins for some reason. This means that Porygon cost an insane 130,000 Pokédollars, or nearly 200,000 Pokédollars to get. This is an insane amount of money. So you're essentially required to go and gamble for hours on end to get yourself a Porygon. The end result is that Porygon is one of the most frustrating Pokemon to obtain in the game, and for basically no reason. Now, there is an explanation. Porygon is, in lore, an artificial Pokemon. It's quite rare in the world of Pokemon, so it being so expensive makes some amount of sense. Still, it being so hard to get this Pokemon, only having an in-universe explanation remains a huge head-scratcher. And at number 1, we have Farfetch'd. This is yet another normal flying type, except it has all around bad stats. Everything is around 60, quite low for a fully evolved Pokemon. There is exactly 1 Farfetch'd in all of Kanto, with the exception of Yellow version, and it's found in a trade in Vermilion City. The trainer asks for a Spearow, another normal/flying type that is, all around, weaker than Farfetch'd. So it kind of looks like this is a good trade, right? Well, that's only if you ignore the fact that Spearow can evolve into Fearow, a Pokemon that is far better than Farfetch'd in Gen 1, and it does so at level 20. Level 20 is around the level of the Vermilion City Gym. So if you're using your Spearow at all, it should become a better bird than Farfetch'd would ever be before you even find the trainer to trade for the Farfetch'd. This has basically all the traits of a weirdly rare Pokemon we've discussed so far. It's an awful Pokemon that you have to trade a far better Pokemon to get, and it shows up too late in the game to really be worth it anyways. However, the thing about Farfetch'd that gets it so high on this list is that it has a story. You may know this story already, but for the uninitiated, Farfetch'd has a very specific origin. There's an old saying in Japan about a duck that comes bearing onions. Essentially, a duck coming with all the ingredients you'd want to cook. The idea is that it's something so convenient that it would never happen. Or in other words, it's something that's far-fetched, hence the translated name. This is a common bit of trivia nowadays, and it kind of explains why Farfetch'd exists. It's a joke, a pun of an old Japanese saying. However, that doesn't help explain its existence to anyone who's played these games back in the day. While the internet makes these kinds of things easy to find, back in the 90s when the games came out, almost no one would have understood why Farfetch'd was named that or what it was even doing here. To an American audience at the time, this is one of the weirdest Pokemon in the game, period. Not to mention how weird it was that you could only get one of them. Farfetch'd isn't the strangest decision ever once you get all the context. but the fact that Game Freak puts in this one-off joke Pokemon into their games must have been one of the most puzzling things about this series for a lot of early fans. Poison types are the most abundant type of Pokemon in the Kanto region, for whatever reason. This means that poison types in the region have a lot of competition for what you want to use on your team, both in the context of a playthrough and in the competitive scene. With so many options available, it's only natural to ask the question, which are the worst poison types in Gen 1? And starting us off at number 10, we have the Bulbasaur line. Venusaur, the final member of this line, is a poison grass type Pokemon with pretty okay stats all around. It has 80 in each of its stats besides special, which is a nice solid 100. Remember, in Generation 1, special defense and special attack were one stat, so this helped Venusaur deal special damage and prevented damage from the opponent. It has a good moveset overall, learning good moves like Leech Seed, Razor Leaf, and Sleep Powder at reasonable levels. With decent bulk, speed, and attacking stats, Venusaur is a fine Pokemon at every point in the game, like basically every starter. And as a starter, it's easy to get, so rarity isn't the thing holding the Bulbasaur line back. So if there's nothing quite wrong with the Venusaur line, then why would we be bullying everyone's favorite little grass dinosaur? Well, there aren't that many Pokemon in Gen 1 specifically. And the main reason why Bulbasaur is at number 10 is because every other poison type that is not on this list is noticeably better. Venusaur is by no means a bad Pokemon, but it is worse than things like Gengar, as an example. However, the main reason why Venusaur and its pals land on this list is because of the version-exclusive Pokemon Victory Bell. Victory Bell, alongside Venusaur, is one of the 3 grass poison types in Generation 1, and is the best by quite a large margin. Victory Bell has worse bulk than Venusaur and is slower, but has a much higher attack stat, making it a better offensive mon. However, the main place Victory Bell distinguishes itself from the other 2 Pokemon sharing its typing is with its move pool. Not only does Victory Bell get access to a lot of the same great moves as Venusaur that we mentioned earlier, but it also gets the incredibly messed up move Wrap. In later generations, Wrap just stops your opponent from switching and deals damage over time for the next few turns. However, in Generation 1, Wrap didn't prevent switching. Instead, for the next 2 to 5 turns that Wrap was being used, the target wouldn't be allowed to attack at all. So, if Victory Bell is on a slower Pokemon and is able to hit through its 85% accuracy, for the next 2 to 5 turns, your opponent wouldn't be able to do anything but take damage or switch to a new Pokemon. This interaction is so powerful that it gives Victory Bell a niche in Smog's competitive format, the main way people play competitive singles for Pokemon. Victory Bell is used to come in during the late game after you spread paralysis all over your opponent's team, which cuts the speed of the paralyzed Pokemon to a quarter of its usual value. At that point, it can probably just take out every remaining Pokemon your opponent has. Victory Bell's pre-evolution, Bellsprout, can also be found early in the game, on Route 5 in Green/Blue version, which you can access before Misty's Gym. So, for playthroughs, Victory Bell is essentially just a more frail, harder hitting Venusaur, and in competitive, it has a use case that Venusaur simply doesn't. While this wouldn't last into later generations, Victory Bell was a much stronger Pokemon than Venusaur in Generation 1. With all that said, it bears repeating that Venusaur is not a bad Pokemon. It's quite good on playthroughs, and while not in competitive, that's only one axis we're examining Pokemon on this list. This leaves it squarely at the number 10 spot, mostly on the list through a technicality. And at number 9, we have the Nidoran female line. Nidoqueen is a ground poison type with very average stats overall. Its highest stat is its HP at 90, with everything else hovering around 80, which is decent but not amazing because 80 is pretty much the standard. For a fully evolved Pokemon, a base stat of 75 is average for every stat besides speed, where it's a bit higher, at least in Generation 1. Nidoqueen is slightly above average across the board, but it won't be exceptional at taking hits or dealing damage, and you usually want your Pokemon to be exceptionally good at doing at least one thing. Its level up moveset also leaves quite a lot to be desired. The only ground type or poison attack that it learns by level up is Poison Sting, which has a pitiful base power of 15. This means that you won't be able to get the same type attack boost or stab unless you use a limited use TM on it. Stab increases the power of any attack on the same type as its user by 50%, a great source of extra damage. Of course, basically none of this matters in the context of a playthrough. As anyone who's ever seen a Gen 1 speedrun knows, one-hit KO moves have a very weird interaction in Gen 1. Moves like Horn Drill normally have a 30% chance to hit, but when they do, they instantly knock out the Pokemon. This has a neat interaction with the X accuracy item, which in Gen 1 allows you to bypass accuracy checks completely. So every time you click Horn Drill after using an X accuracy on your Nidoqueen, you'll instantly KO your opponent's Pokemon. Sounds broken, right? Well, yeah, and that's a big part of why Nidoking is a very hard carry of choice for Gen 1 speedruns. That and the fact that you can evolve a Nidorino into one as soon as you have a Moonstone, which you can get in Mount Moon right after the first gym. This allows you to get a Pokemon way above the power level it should be for that point in the game, which along with the Horn Drill trick can let you destroy the game. So if Nidoking is so good and Nidoqueen can learn Horn Drill as well, why is Nidoqueen on this list? Well, because of what we mentioned earlier, Nidoqueen's move pool. Nidoking learns Thrash at level 23, a 90 base power normal move, which while usually not amazing, does still do a lot of damage. 80 to 85 base power is the going rate for most moves that don't have a downside, and Thrash's only downside is forcing you to use Thrash for 2 to 3 turns in a row and confusing the user when it ends, which is very manageable and can even be an upside in a speedrun. In speedruns, you want to visit the Pokemon Center as few times as possible, so moves that last multiple turns and can KO multiple Pokemon can let you forego healing for longer. Thrash and Horn Drill combined are used to let Nidoking run through basically the entire game. As Nidoqueen doesn't have access to this Thrash, it can't be used for speedrunning, taking away the Nido's main claim to fame in Gen 1. However, outside of speedrunning, Nidoking still outpaces Queen in almost every way. Outside of the Thrash situation, their movesets are almost identical. The main differences between the two are their stats. Nidoking is faster and hits slightly harder, but for the most part their stats are very similar. They take hits about as well, but since Nidoking is more likely to outspeed an opponent and kill them in one hit, most of the time, it's a better Pokemon in a playthrough. While neither are amazing in Gen 1 competitive, Nidoking is considered an entire tier higher on Smog. All in all, in every place you could use Nidoqueen, Nidoking is just better, and you get access to them at the exact same time and place in every Gen 1 game. If Venusaur is living in Victory Bell Shadow, then Nidoking has all but deleted Nidoqueen from the game. And at number 8, we have the Venonat line. Venomoth is a bug poison type with quite bad HP, attack, and defense. However, with a special and speed stat of 90, Venomoth can outspeed and deal big damage to a lot of Pokemon. It also has a quite good move pool, learning Sleep Powder and Psychic by level up. This was back in the day when Sleep lasted between 1 to 7 turns, which was absolutely backbreaking. Nowadays, Sleep only lasts 1 to 3 turns, and it's still one of the most powerful statuses in the game. Now, Venomoth does have a huge weakness, namely that it doesn't learn any worthwhile poison or bug type moves, in part because of how good bug type attacks just don't exist in Gen 1. This again means you lose out on the 50% boost from Stab, which does hurt it a lot. However, considering how limited poison and bugs are in terms of offensive coverage, this isn't the biggest deal. Psychic coming off of Venomoth's base 90 special still did good damage, and the 1 out of 4 chance to lower an opponent's special makes it one of the best overall attacking moves in the game. Venomoth is, essentially, a much more powerful version of Butterfree. Its main job is to try and outspeed your opponent and sleep them, then let you switch out into another Mon for a free kill, and hit something with its OK special in a pinch. With all that said, Venomoth has a few issues. Venonat is pitifully weak and doesn't evolve until level 31, which is a bit later than you'd want to be for using such a bad Pokemon. You also don't get access to Venonat until route 12 at the earliest, at which point you'll probably already have gone through the first 4 gyms. Venomoth's typing becomes a hindrance here, as it's weakened to both Sabrina and Blaine, and not great into Giovanni or Koga, unless you do some grinding to get its Psybeam for Koga. Even in fights where it's not being hit for super effective damage, Venomoth's poor physical bulk can be a real hindrance as well. Essentially, Venomoth is a Pokemon you'll get access to a bit late into a playthrough that underperforms against several of the major battles you'll be going up against. Its lack of outstanding traits have also left it without too much to do in competitive, being in Smog's Inu or never used here, as it's much worse at pressing Psychic and spamming sleep moves in Pokemon like Exeggutor. Despite having a few good stats and moves, its poor typing and frailty mean that using Venomoth is basically never optimal, though you can definitely get away with it here and there. And at number 7, we have Haunter. Not Gengar to be clear, just Haunter. The Gengar line is a trait evolution, meaning that unlike most Pokemon that evolve by hitting a certain level or using a certain item, you have to trade Haunter to another player and back to evolve it. This poses an issue for many players, as you need a trading partner to do so. Many players won't be able to evolve their Haunter for one reason or another, especially if this is on original hardware where you need to have a link cable to even be able to trade. Considering the special circumstances, the Haunter is being considered for this list despite the existence of Gengar, as many players will be stuck with the middle stage Ghost. Haunter is a Ghost Poison type with abysmal HP, attack, and defense, but a superb special and speed. A speed of 95 makes it one of the faster Pokemons in the generation, and 115 special lets it hit things for big damage. Unfortunately for Haunter, that's about where its good traits end. Its level up moveset is abysmal, learning Lick, Confuse Ray, Nightshade, and Dream Eater, all of which are mostly useless. Nightshade deals set damage, which is awful for a frail Pokemon like Haunter. Dream Eater only works on sleeping Pokemon, which makes it difficult to use. Lick is a weak physical attack, which uses Haunter's paltry 50 attack, and Confuse Ray is just too random to rely on. The only good move it learns by level up is Hypnosis, which has a 60% chance to sleep your opponent. Now, a lot of Pokemon mentioned so far have sleep-inducing moves, so having a fast Pokemon with sleep just isn't good enough. For Haunter to be usable in a playthrough, you'll have to feed it TMs to teach it usable moves. It can learn Psychic and Thunderbolt if you give it those TMs, which will deal decent damage, but any Pokemon that requires TMs to be at all usable in a playthrough is automatically at a big disadvantage. In Generation 1, you can only get these TMs once, so using them on Haunter is a huge cost. Even with these moves, Haunter is going to have a hard time in a lot of fights. Combine its terrible physical bulk with its weakness to ground, and any ground type move has a good chance to one-shot it. So in a playthrough, you have a Pokemon that does good damage, but not amazing damage, is terribly frail, and requires valuable resources to accomplish anything. While not a terrible Pokemon, the cost of using Haunter in your team in Gen 1 isn't worth it if you can't evolve them. Now, Haunter isn't awful and competitive. It's in the underused tier in Smog in Gen 1, which is just below the main tier OU, or Overuse. This is thanks to its, for that tier, great damage output, and its always defensively useful Ghost type, among many other things that make a long story short. This is the best showing of any Pokemon so far, but that notable role in competitive doesn't quite overshadow how difficult it is to use in a playthrough. Overall, you really should skip over getting a Ghost type in Kanto unless you can trade for a Gengar. And at number 6, we have the Ekans line. Arbok is a pure poison type with average to below average stats all around. It has an attack and speed stat of around 80, 69 defense, insert low hanging fruit here, 65 special, and 60 HP. All around, Arbok has bad bulk and completely average attack and speed, which would usually make it quite a bad Pokemon. However, Arbok has a few unique traits that at least save it from being as bad as its stats would imply. Arbok has access to a few moves that other Pokemon did not that gave it a very unique niche. Arbok was the only Pokemon given the move Glare, which would paralyze your opponent and had a 75% accuracy. It also had access to Wrap, just like our friend Victory Bell. This means it could paralyze your opponent and put them into the Wrap Blender, stopping them from ever attacking. This allowed Arbok to work in exactly the same way as Victory Bell, being a late game sweeper in competition, or being used to trap and kill an enemy Pokemon during a playthrough. With all that said, this doesn't completely overcome its other issues. Outside of this powerful synergy, Arbok's stats are so low that it struggles to do meaningful damage in a single turn. Your best level up moves are Bite and Acid, which only have 60 and 40 base power respectively, which isn't hurting much of anything. You need to give it TMs like Earthquake, Hyper Beam, and Body Slam to get anything meaningful done. Coverage options that many Pokemon with far better stat lines and even the same typing have access to. The main upside of the Arbok line is that they're quite easy to get, appearing as early as Route 4, though they are Red exclusive. However, they aren't exactly exceptional stat-wise from this point in the game. They'll be quite average against the main fights at this point in the game, and fall off quickly over time. The utter mediocrity of Arbok is probably best summed up by its placement in Smog's tier system, where it's on the ZU ban list. ZU is the absolute lowest tier for Gen 1, where Pokemon too weak for any other format see play. Arbok is too strong to compete with Pokemon like Tentacool, a not fully evolved poison type, and Parasect, a Pokemon that had 3-4 times weaknesses in this gen, but not good enough to see play in the PU tier, which was named as a joke about how bad the Pokemon in it were. Arbok does have access to some powerful moves alongside a good speed stat to abuse them, but it's so frail and weak that this strategy will only work in extremely specific scenarios. And at number 5, we have the Grimer line. Muck is a pure poison type with a good base 105 HP in attack, below average defense of 75, and poor special and speed of 60 and 50 respectively. This may make Muck seem like quite the bulky Pokemon with its higher than average HP and poison's multiple resistances, but Muck has routinely come up short in this regard. Its defensive spread is deceptively poor, taking big damage from any special attack and decent damage from most physical attacks. This wouldn't be an issue if Muck could do anything back to its foes, but its horrid speed and 105 attack combined to make Muck just not quite do enough to most good Pokemon. Poison types had very few good attack options in Gen 1, so its best stab option is the underwhelming Sludge with only 65 base power. The 40% chance to poison its target isn't enough to offset the math. Muck's Sludge will do so little damage that it will lose the 1v1 in most situations. The sad thing is, Muck does get access to quite a few good coverage moves such as Fire Blast and Thunderbolt, but even with their better base power, Muck's special is so poor that they also underperform in terms of damage. They're worth it for the type coverage, but honestly your Fire Blast and Thunderbolt TMs are better used on other Pokemon in a standard playthrough. The main way it has to take KOs on the physical side are the old reliable Hyper Beam and Explosion, which have their own issues. Sure, Hyper Beam doesn't have to recharge in Gen 1 if it KOs a target, but you're not one-shotting a lot of enemies, so you need to soften them up before going for Hyper Beam. Explosion will often take a one-hit KO, but not always, even with 170 base power and having your opponent's defense. You also only get one Explosion TM per save file, though you can get any number of Hyper Beam TMs from the game corner. The final nail in Muck's coffin is where it and Grimer are found. You can only find them in the Pokemon Mansion all the way on Cinnabar Island, around the time of the 7th gym badge. You've already had the opportunity to get way better poison types by this point, such as every other poison type we've talked about so far. Genuinely, you're better off using any previous spot on this list of a Muck in a playthrough. In competitive, it's also outclassed by every other Pokemon on this list. It's in the ZU tier in Smog, firmly below every other Pokemon we've discussed so far. That's right, it's in the tier that Arbok had to get banned from, and you remember how good of a Pokemon Arbok was in Gen 1. Muck really doesn't have anything to do in Gen 1 besides be fodder for the rocket grunts to use every now and then. And at number 4, we have the Oddish line. Vileplume is a grass poison type with a solid special of 100, average HP, attack and defense of around 80, and a terrible speed stat of 50, just like Muck. It's the version exclusive equivalent of Victory Bell, but while Victory Bell had the decently deadly combination of Wrap and Stun Spore, Vileplume's Learn set leaves a lot to be desired. Its best stab options are Acid and Mega Drain, which both of only have a base power of 40. Not to mention that its Acid would be coming off its lower attack stat, meaning it does even less damage. That's also where most of its options for level up moves end. You get access to the status-inducing powder moves, so you can sleep things with Sleep Powder, but so can half of the other Pokemon on this list, so that's not saving it. You eventually learn Petal Dance and Solar Beam at level 38 and 52, but only if you don't use a stone to evolve it into Vileplume by then, meaning you're stuck with Gloom for most of the game, which is pretty much instantly a no-go. Okay, so the level up moveset isn't a great place, but surely it gets good moves by TMs, right? No. You get a lot of utility moves that other Pokemon do, like Reflect, but you really don't get any useful attacking moves. This combined with its average bulk means that Vileplume can't really do much of anything. This is made even worse by where you get access to the Oddish line. Unlike Bellsprout, which can be found on Route 5, letting you access it before Misty's gym, Oddish isn't found until Route 12 in Red version. This means that you won't have access to it for the Water or Rock gyms, cutting off the 2 gyms where it has an advantage type. Its typing is then bad for most of the later gyms, such as Sabrina and Blaine, with the only good matchup it has left in the game being some of Giovanni's gym team. All of this makes Vileplume a terrible choice for a Gen 1 playthrough. It deals awful damage and will almost always attack second, leaving it take big damage from most opponents and without much unique in terms of a move pool. Its competitive prospects are equally dire. While it is in the PU tier in Smog, over Muck and ZU, a big part of that is its ability to spread statuses, something not at all unique to it in the grand scheme of the game. For a good sense of how weak Vileplume is in competitive, Smog's analysis article talks about how it gets completely walled by Ghastly. Yes, Ghastly, the first member of the Gengar line. This less than stellar competitive performance and its utter uselessness in playthroughs easily puts it at this spot on this list. And at number 3, we have the Coughing line. Wheezing is a pure poison type with around 60 HP and speed, around 90 attack and special, and a stellar 120 defense. Wheezing and Muck are almost the same Pokemon, with access to very similar moves and an identical typing. You also get access to them at the same place, with both of them showing up in the Pokemon Mansion. Now, in most generations, Wheezing is considered the stronger Pokemon, but that's flipped on its head in Generation 1. While Wheezing has better defense, its low HP stat means that it takes special hits generally worse than Muck does. Its better defensive spread only really applies against physical attacks, and unfortunately, it doesn't do a lot in return. Both have to rely on moves like Sludge, Hyper Beam, and Explosion for most of their damage output, which Muck outclasses Wheezing in thanks to its much better attack stat. For a good example of this, Wheezing takes more damage from Starmie's Psychic and Blizzard, and its Explosion can never one-hit KO it in return, which is not true of Muck. This is only one example, of course, but it doesn't bode well for Wheezing. The story goes the same way for a lot of places you'd want to use Wheezing. Sludge does poor damage, so you have to rely on coverage like Fire Blast and Thunderbolt that other Pokemon can use much better, as these are both scarce TMs, teaching them to such a weak Pokemon is inadvisable. Its counterpart, Muck, also has much more reliable sources of damage and moves like Body Slam coming off of its decent attack stat. Combine this with its ability to use Acid Armor to shore up its lower physical defense, and Muck can do basically anything Coughing can do in a playthrough. Coughing's competitive prospects are also quite bad, landing once again in Smog's ZU tier. Overall, Coughing and Wheezing are basically just worse versions of already weak Pokemon. And at number 2, we have the Zubat line. Golbat is a poison flying type with a very average stat spread. 75 base HP, 80 attack, 70 defense, 75 special, and 90 speed. While you may say this is fine, being average at everything in Pokemon is usually a very bad spot to be in. In Pokemon, it's usually okay to have 1 or 2 bad stats as long as you can either take hits well, or do something worthwhile while you're on the field, or can do big damage. Being average at everything usually just means you take hits poorly and don't do enough damage in return. This stat spread would make Golbat a pretty weak Pokemon all on its own, but it's made so much worse by its move pool. Golbat does not get a single poison type damaging move in Generation 1. And its only flying type damaging move is Wing Attack at only 35 base power. Essentially, your stab options are non-existent. Okay, that's bad, but other Pokemon on this list are able to make up for that with their coverage moves. Surely Golbat can as well, right? Unfortunately, Golbat basically doesn't get coverage moves either. Its only other damaging moves are Leech Life, which is a terrible base 20 power until the buff in Generation 7 2 decades later, and a variety of middling normal type moves. You're stuck spamming Hyper Beam, which basically every Pokemon gets access to, and Double Edge for damage. Double Edge is only learned by a one-time use TM as well, so you better make sure you really want to use Golbat before teaching it this move. Okay, that's all really bad, but maybe Golbat makes up for it in its utility. Well, not at all. Golbat's best status-inducing moves are Toxic and Confuse Ray, neither of which are worth using. Betting on your opponent to choose to not click damaging moves until they faint due to poison, or hoping they hit themselves in confusion 4 turns in a row, really isn't a winning strategy. This utter uselessness translates into competitive as well, where it's in the ZU tier alongside all the rest of the weak Pokemon we've talked about on this list. Looking at this poor performance, it kind of makes sense why Game Freak introduced the fan favorite Crobat to the line in Generation 2, which basically fixed all the line's problems. Crobat's crazy speed of 130 and overall improved stats allowed to take advantage of the good traits of the line by just always moving first. This, alongside the line getting a much better move pool in Gen 2, allows it to be a pretty good pick for playthroughs from that gen forward. Not to mention Crobat going into the underused tier on Smog in Gen 2, the tier just below the main tier OU. Now, while the Golbat line in Gen 1 feels like some kind of sick joke, there's one poison type with even less going for it in Generation 1. And at number 1, we have the Weedle line. Beedrill is a bug poison type with some really bad stats. It has 65 HP, 80 attack, 40 defense, 45 special, and 75 speed. Essentially, you're only okay doing damage, and you're probably dropping to strong neutral hits. Anything super effective is basically one-hit KOing you no matter what. Now, we do have to acknowledge something about Beedrill here. It reaches its final evolution at level 10, and it's available pretty much immediately. Sure, it can only really compete with not fully evolved Pokemon, but for the most part, in a playthrough, it is competing with not fully evolved Pokemon. At the time you get Beedrill before the gym battle with Brock, its stats are honestly pretty good. Normally this would be enough to keep Beedrill from the number 1 spot on this list. Unfortunately, Beedrill's uses in Generation 1 are extremely limited. It has to rely on terrible attacks like Poison Sting and Fury Attack at low level, which are unfortunately resisted by all of Brock's ground rock-type Pokemon. Against Misty, it does have some uses as it learns Twin Needle at level 20 right in time for the gym, giving it super effective damage against her Starmie. While its special is really bad and takes a good chunk from Bubble Beam, Twin Needle gives it a good chance to take down Starmie with it in that gym battle. However, after Misty, Beedrill's uses drop off a cliff. It doesn't really do much against Lieutenant Surge or Koga, and while it does do good damage against Erica's poison grass types, it's weak to poison itself, and can take big damage in that gym. It's at an active disadvantage against Sabrina, Blaine, and Giovanni as well. Beedrill is really only good for maybe 2 fights in the entire game, and those are fights that other Pokemon do a much better job with. Golbat, for as terrible as it is, also does a good job against Erica, and has immunity to ground that's helpful for Giovanni. Overall, Beedrill has a very bad move pool and bad stats that make it drop off a cliff almost immediately, and honestly, it's not even that good for the fights where it is useful. However, with all that said, Beedrill has one big advantage over Golbat in Gen 1. It has access to the moves Agility and Swords Dance by TM. These boost the speed and attack of a Pokemon by 2 stages, allowing Beedrill to set up against a very weak Pokemon and sweep if it has enough turns. This was almost enough to make me consider if Golbat was worse than Beedrill in Generation 1, even with its far better stats. However, after looking into it, Golbat's use cases are still superior to Beedrill's. Beedrill's terrible defense means that it will never get the chance to set up on anything. After running a few calculations, Golbat still does better against fights like Bruno in the Elite Four that you would consider using either of them for, and its flying type gives it a ground immunity that makes it a lot better into bosses like Giovanni. Overall, Beedrill's uses are so limited and it needs to be replaced on your team so quickly that it's not really worth catching outside of a Dex entry. Gen 1 is famous for being the glitchiest game in the franchise. The games were made by a very small team, so it's not all that surprising, but it leads to games where you can do some really ridiculous stuff. These glitches ended up having some pretty big impacts on the game, especially on the Pokemon themselves. Lots of strange things would happen to your Pokemon or in a battle in the right circumstances, and today we're going to go over some of the weirdest and most interesting glitches that can happen to your Pokemon. And starting us off at number 10, we have the Focus Energy glitch. This is a pretty famous glitch and one that you don't have to do much work to accomplish. In fact, you basically don't have to do any work because the glitch is that the move just doesn't work. Focus Energy is a status move that's supposed to raise your crit stat. However, rather famously, due to a coding error, instead of making crits happen 4 times as often, it makes them 4 times as rare because someone accidentally divided a number when they were supposed to multiply it. Essentially, Focus Energy just debuffs your Pokemon when you use it. Somehow, this isn't the only move in Gen 1 that essentially just doesn't work, with a couple of other moves just not functioning as intended. Hitmonlee's signature moves are Jump Kick and High Jump Kick. Strong fighting type moves with the downside, where if they miss, you take 1/8 of the damage they would have dealt as recoil damage. However, instead of doing that, they just deal 1 damage as recoil. For some reason, these glitches also persist in Pokemon Stadium, which fixed a lot of other glitches in Gen 1's battle system. Now, these 2 glitches, especially the Focus Energy glitch, are pretty famous. So well known in fact that in some circumstances they would have been excluded from this list, so we can talk about some more niche and interesting topics. But we couldn't do that for this list. The thing is, these glitches are so egregious and basic, it's kind of hard to believe they made it into the final version of the game. These are the games that spawned the largest media franchise in the world, and the fact that they feature several moves that literally don't do what they're supposed to is pretty hard to ignore. While they're not the most in-depth glitches in the game, they're so blatant and easy to accomplish that they've probably actually affected more people's playthroughs than any other glitch. And at number 9, we have skipping the Marowak encounter in the Pokemon Tower. Now, normally to proceed through the game, you have to go to the top of the Pokemon Tower to get the Pokeflute, which allows you to wake the Snorlaxes and proceed through Kanto. However, before you can do that, you have to get the Slipscope from Slipco so that you can see Ghost properly, which will then allow you to complete the quest and encounter the Ghost Marowak properly. All of this together leads to quite the adventure that takes up quite a bit of the player's time, but it turns out you don't have to deal with any of this. All you technically have to do to get the Pokeflute is just to get past the Ghost Marowak and then talk to Mr. Fuji. Fortunately for anyone wanting to get through the game more quickly, there's a small glitch that allows us to skip all these steps. You see, while you normally can't do much to the Ghost in Pokemon Tower without the Sliff Scope, thanks to what was most likely an oversight, you can still use a Pokédoll against Marowak to successfully flee the battle. Normally, this wouldn't do all that much for us, as escaping a battle rarely allows us to progress the story. However, since this is a wild Pokemon battle as opposed to a trainer battle, when you flee with a Pokédoll, the Ghost Marowak will disappear and allow you to complete the quest. Essentially, you can skip over the entirety of the Sliff Coast section of the game with a random, easily accessible item. This is another glitch where it's almost impressive how easy it is to pull off. There's no complicated setup or weird series of instructions to follow. You just use an item in a certain battle and it completely bypasses a major chunk of the game. It almost makes you wonder why this isn't a more well-known glitch. But that's probably because most people never use Pokédolls and don't experiment much with the item. Either way, if you're playing through the OG Red and Blue at some point and you don't feel like going through Slivco, you have another option for how to approach your gameplay. And at number 8, we have teaching Charizard Fly. Now, rather famously in the original Pokemon Red and Blue, Charizard could not learn the move Fly. This is weird for a number of reasons. For one, starting in Gen 2 onwards, Charizard can always learn Fly. It's only in Red and Blue that it can't learn the move. This is a bit silly, as Charizard is a flying type and clearly has the ability to fly as well. You may think, well, maybe they just didn't want the player to use their starters for HMs, so they didn't give them an HM move. Which is about the only variable that could explain this decision, but it also decidedly is not the reason why this choice was made. Not only can Blastoise learn Surf, but Venusaur and Charizard can also learn Cut. So giving the starters HMs wasn't the problem. It seems like mostly an oversight. In fact, it seems that Game Freak agreed because in Yellow version, you actually can teach Charizard Fly. Now, this isn't a glitch, of course, but because of how the game handled trading Pokemon between not only Red and Blue, but also between the Yellow version, unlike games in the current generation that will overwrite moves that a Pokemon can't learn in that specific game with ones that they can, if you successfully transfer a Pokemon with a move from Yellow to the older games, they'll keep that move. This almost never matters, as the learn sets for most moves remains the exact same from Red and Blue to Yellow with minor adjustments, such as the exact level that a Pokemon learns a new move and the like. This is one of the most famous and frustrating examples of these updates, and it's frustrating simply because allowing Charizard to learn Fly in Red and Blue would have seriously helped out a lot of players. In Pokemon Yellow, when you're forced to use Pikachu as your starter, letting the other starters get access to HMs isn't quite as relevant. At the very least, you can still get Charmander pretty early into the game if you really want to. Now, while learning that a lot of Pokemon in Gen 1 had access to new moves in the most roundabout way possible is interesting, there is one Pokemon whose moveset is so baffling that it needs its own spot on this list to explain. And at number 7, we have Kinesis not being included in Kadabra's Learn set. Now, there's a good chance you don't know what this move is, mainly because it's terrible, but Kinesis is Alakazam's line's signature move. It's a Psychic-type move with 80% accuracy, which lowers your opponent's accuracy by 1 stage. This means that it's literally just a worse sand attack, which has the same effect but can't miss in Gen 1 outside of the 1 in 256 glitch. Just as an aside, every move besides Swift has a 1 in 256 chance to miss thanks to a coding error. Anyway, the point is that Kinesis is a terrible move that only Kadabra and Alakazam can learn. Or at least, it's a terrible move that they were supposed to learn. You see, for some reason in Red and Blue, Kadabra didn't learn Kinesis by level up. However, the move was still in the game. The move Metronome, which simply calls another random move in the game, can still call Kinesis and use the move, despite the fact that you can't actually learn it on any Pokemon. This was fixed in Yellow version, but in a bit of a roundabout way. Kadabra was programmed to learn the move at level 0, which means that a wild Kadabra would have the move as long as they weren't high enough level to have learned 4 other moves. However, they won't learn the move upon evolving. So, to get a Kadabra or Alakazam with the move, the only way to do so is to find a Kadabra on Route 8 that already knows the move and catch it, only available in Yellow version. You can then transfer it into Red and Blue and it will keep the move, not that it's going to help you much. Overall, this is one of the strangest blunders in Gen 1. It's a pretty simple mistake, but the fact that a Pokemon's signature move was just unobtainable and required a ton of extra work to get it and it's one of the worst signature moves ever put into the game, is just hilarious. And at number 6, we have paralysis and burn stat glitches. Now, if you don't know, the statuses of paralysis and burn don't just have their more visible effects of preventing you from moving or dealing damage at the end of the turn. In addition to these effects, paralysis will also lower your speed to a quarter of what it is normally, and burn will have a Pokemon's physical attack. Now, in most generations, this stat modifier works the way you think it does. No matter what other stat modifiers are applied, at the end of the day, the status would apply the same modification. So, even if you would have doubled your attack with a stat boosting move, if you're burned, it would still get halved again, meaning that your effective stat would just be whatever your original attack stat was, thanks to doubling and then halving it. However, due to another oversight in the code of Gen 1, the stats weren't calculated this way. For some reason, if you were burnt or paralyzed and then used a move like Swords Dance or Agility to boost your speed or attack, your stats wouldn't go to what you think. Instead of just doubling your stat, which is then halved or quartered by the status, the game would first reset your stats to normal, getting rid of the stat drop from the status, and then boost that stat. So if you use Agility or Swords Dance with one of these statuses, your stat would go to what it would be if you were healthy and had used the move, which is not at all how it works in future gens, or how most people would assume it would work. However, that's not where this ends. If your opponent uses a stat-changing move, then the stat drop from the status will be reapplied, even if it's already applying properly. This means that if you've burned your opponent, you can have their attack again by using a move like Agility, which is one of the weirdest exploits in the game. While not completely game-breaking, this is one of the most obvious examples of Gen 1 battle mechanics just not doing what they're supposed to, and being exploitable as a result. And at number 5, we have the Toxic plus Leech Seed glitch. Before we can explain what went wrong here, let's go over what these moves do. Leech Seed is a grass-type move with 90% accuracy. When it hits, it gives your opponent the seeded status until they switch out. At the end of each turn, this seeded opponent will lose 1/8 of their HP, and you will gain that much HP. Toxic is a poison-type move with 85% accuracy that badly poisons the target. Badly Poison, for the unaware, is a more severe version of poison. At the end of each turn, they lose 1/16 of their total HP. However, every turn, it will increase the damage it deals by 1/16 of their HP. So on the first turn, it will deal 1/16 damage, then 2/16, then 3/16, and so on and so on. The glitch occurs when an opponent is inflicted with both of these statuses. For some reason, both of these statuses use the exact same damage formula to calculate their damage. Rather than write a new damage formula for Leech Seed, they copied the Toxic formula and simply made it so that one variable in the equation would never increase. However, if Toxic is active, then the damage formula will go ahead and increment anyway, leading Leech Seed to do more and more damage every single turn. This can lead to the status doing a ton of damage fast, being able to KO a fully healthy Pokemon in 4 turns if both statuses are left unchecked. Now, this isn't actually all that useful, as in a real battle, your opponent can just switch out and the counter will be reset. But against the trainers in battle, you can just land both of these moves on them and let their HP drop without you ever needing to use any more attacks. This is a glitch that's surprisingly easy to perform, but really easy to miss given that most players won't see the need for 2 separate damage over time moves on the same Pokemon. And at number 4, we have the Dig/Fly glitch. Both of these moves are 2-turn charge moves. However, unlike moves like Solar Beam and the like, the first turn they charge, you can't be hit by any moves with the sole exception of Swift, because that move never misses. This is pretty standard for moves, even in the modern day. However, there is a peculiar glitch where you can get your Pokemon stuck into the semi-invulnerable state for the rest of the game. If your Pokemon is paralyzed and you use Dig or Fly, and on the turn the attack would hit, you get fully paralyzed, your Pokemon will not return to their normal state. Instead, they will get stuck in their flying or digging state even after the turn they're supposed to attack. However, the game thinks that you've completed using the move, so you're free to select a different attack on your next turn. Essentially, you're just stuck in the digging or flying state without any of the downsides. Even better, the game won't force you out of the state until you either switch out or use Dig or Fly again. This means that if you can trigger this state, you can stay in it and attack your opponent until you win the battle, which is pretty broken. This is why the moves are banned in Smog's Gen 1 competitive scene. Not only is it not competitive, but to my knowledge, the glitch isn't implemented into the simulator, and they're not going to go through the effort of programming the glitch back in when the glitch would likely get the moves banned anyway. This is also a glitch that would kind of happen a lot were you to use the moves in Gen 1 competitive. Body Slam is absolutely everywhere, and often players will rely on it to paralyze your opponent's Pokemon because paralysis is a very powerful status in the competitive scene. While these moves are quite bad, If they're allowed, people would try and abuse it on Pokemon that could spare the slot, so banning the moves is pretty necessary. While not the most game-breaking glitch ever, these are one of the few really out there glitches that ended up having a big impact on competitive. So it's hard to not give it a high spot on this list. And at number 3 on this list, we have the No Evolution Stone Evolutions. Now, as you know, Pokemon like Eevee require a certain evolution stone to evolve. However, this entire process can actually be skipped with the right setup. You see, the game actually uses the same bit of its memory to check if an item has been used on a Pokemon as it does to see if a Pokemon is in a battle. So, with the right set of steps, you can actually trick the game into thinking you've used an evolution stone without needing to use one. Every evolution stone corresponds to a specific Pokemon, so you'll need to track them down if you want to do this glitch. Executor corresponds to the Moonstone, Psyduck corresponds to the Leaf Stone, Growlithe the Thunderstone, and Onix the Water Stone. Once you obtain the Pokemon you want to evolve and the right Pokemon for the stone you need, you'll need to get into a trainer battle. You'll use the Pokemon you want to evolve and make sure it gains enough experience to level up. After it does, switch it out for the evolution stone Pokemon you brought with you. Then finish the battle with it. This will cause the game to get confused about what actually happened during the battle, and it will think that you've used an evolution stone thanks to the aforementioned memory issue. And with that, you have a fully evolved Pokemon without needing to go track down another evolution stone. Now, while this is cool, it's really not all that useful. The Thunder, Water, and Leaf Stones can all be bought from Celadon City Store, and while the Moonstone is in limited quantity, there are only 4 lines that evolve with the Moonstone in Gen 1, and 2 of those are basically the same Pokemon. The only time this glitch will really be useful is maybe saving you some time while trying to complete your Pokédex, if that's something you want to do. Still, the fact that you can do this at all is one of the weirdest things about Gen 1. And at number 2, we have the level rollback glitch. This glitch requires you to have a level 1 Pokemon, something that is normally not possible within the game. In order to get a level 1 Pokemon, you're gonna have to do some other glitches first. There are a lot of similar ways to make this happen, but we'll stick with a simple one to get a level 100 Nidoking in Pokemon Yellow version specifically. To do this glitch, we'll need an escape rope. You head into Viridian Forest and walk to the specific portion of the map, then step to the left and open your menu. This will let you walk in front of a trainer and open your menu at the same time. We use our escape rope to teleport away right as this trainer tries to battle us. We go from the Pokemon Center back to the Viridian Forest and continue finding random Pokemon until we find specifically a level 4 Caterpie. Then we use Growl 6 times on it to lower its attack as much as you can, then knock it out. Then we'll head back up to Pewtered City and try to leave before defeating Brock. This will prompt the game to lead us back to the gym, which also triggers a few important lines of code for this glitch. If you head back to Viridian Forest after this, the game will get very confused and place you into a battle with a wild Nidoking. To explain what's going on here, we essentially confuse the game as to what even should be happening here by triggering and canceling a trainer battle with the escape rope. Then setting an arbitrary value by messing with the Caterpie's attack stat before re-triggering the trainer battle from earlier. This allows you to, with the right setup, forcibly spawn in almost any Pokemon you want, including the elusive Mew. However, this Nidoking will only be level 1, which isn't that amazing. Thankfully, there's another glitch we can exploit to get him into fighting shape. Since the game isn't programmed to deal with Pokemon below a certain level, it kind of bugs out when we spawn in a Pokemon this way at level 1 or 2. If we then level up by giving it less than 50 EXP, usually by using it at another Pokemon in that battle, the game will mess up calculating the amount of EXP we have, and we'll just assume we have a ton of it, instantly putting the Pokemon at level 100. There's a ton of uses for this glitch if you have enough time to mess around with escape ropes, random trainers, and re-triggering the correct lines of code. But with all of this power comes a lot of danger as well. This glitch, known as the Mew glitch or the Trainer Fly glitch, can potentially corrupt game files or even entire cartridges if done improperly. And this can spread to other games via link cables if you try to trade or battle with these glitch Pokemon. Still, it's such a famous glitch that we had to mention it, though there is another Pokemon related glitch that's somehow even more well known. And finally, at number 1, we have the Missing No glitch. This is, of course, one of the most famous glitches, not only in Pokemon, but maybe in all of gaming. The method of triggering this glitch is pretty simple, though we should warn that this is another glitch that could potentially be hazardous to your game depending on what you find. In order to perform the glitch, you need to talk to the old man in Viridian City and go through his tutorial. Then you fly to Cinnabar Island and surf on the east coast of the island. Unless you get a bit unlucky with what your trainer name is, you'll eventually find the glitch Pokemon Missing No and be allowed to catch it. This also has the same side effect of setting the quantity of the 6th item in your bag to 128, which the game isn't really built for, so this also glitches out a bit in terms of UI. This can be used to get a ton of rare candies if you want to get a lot of free level 100s, if you're feeling up to it. Now, this glitch has been talked about to death, appearing as a reference in a ton of Pokemon games and media. However, the glitch has a bit more to it than a lot of people remember. Not only does the red and blue version have the bird type, which doesn't appear anywhere else in the game, but the yellow version of the glitch gives you Pokemon that's dual normal and a random glitch type. These glitch types are identical to the normal type in how they interact, though it's not the same technically, so you won't get any extra same type attack boost when you use a normal type attack or anything. Missing no stats are also really weird, as it has a defense stat of 0, yes, literally 0, and a special of 6. Oh, and it also has 136 attack, which would be pretty useful if you could actually use it. Now, while Missing No is the most famous glitched Pokemon, there are actually a ton of glitched Pokemon in the game. They're just the result of random code being spliced together, and while Missing No is the one that's probably easiest to encounter and the most famous, there are a ton of other glitched Pokemon you can find. Some of them require doing the trainer fly glitch mentioned in the previous section, but with a Pokemon with a different special stat, and others require using another glitch called the time capsule exploit. We could spend an entire video just going over all of the glitch Pokemon in the game, as they are pretty silly, but that's a hair too far for this video. Missing No kind of had to be the number 1 spot on this list, considering how famous it is. But it's also the glitch that has the biggest implications on what you can do in the game if you actually do perform it. With all that in mind, there's really no reason it wouldn't take the top spot on this list. The defense stat is one of the most important stats in Generation 1, as many of the strongest attacking types in the game are physical attacks. So today, we're going to be going over which Pokemon have the highest defense in the game, and if it's enough to carry them into relevance. And starting us off at number 10, we have Sandslash. This is a pure ground type with a rather meager special stat of 55, a speed stat of 65, and its HP being a decent 75, along with its true calling being its 100 attack and 110 defense. Sandslash at first glance looks like an incredibly forgettable Pokemon, due to its lack of a secondary typing and meager special stat. However, Sandslash has an incredibly dangerous niche thanks to its access to the incredible Swords Dance. Swords Dance is a stat boosting move which raises the user's attack stat by 2 stages, which effectively doubles the user's attacks after one use. Thanks to Sandslash's massive 100 attack, it's able to 2-hit KO nearly every single Pokemon in the game with a mixture of Earthquake and Hyper Beam. Sandslash is also very accessible due to being in Route 4 directly after the Cerulean Gym, so you can have a strong ground type for the Electric Gym immediately after, and the Poison Gym much later. Sandslash is quite a unique Pokemon competitively, as it resides in the lowest tier in the entire game, being ZU. But its unique trait of having Stab Earthquake and access to Swords Dance means it has seen sparse play in the overused tier, aka the most common tier of play at Smog. Most other ground types, such as Rhydon and Golem, have a 4 times weakness to the common water type, and even Pokemon such as Nidoqueen and King have a much more diverse move pool, but lack Swords Dance, or are weak to the broken Psychic type. Sandslash may be generally worse than the other ground types due to its much lower stat spread, but its access to Swords Dance and a lack of excessive weaknesses lets it call out a niche most other ground types can't replicate. And at number 9, we have Slowbro. This is a Psychic and Water type with an awful speed stat of 30, and an attack and special of 75 and 80 respectively. However, Slowbro has a wonderful 95 HP, and a defense of 110 similar to Sandslash. Slowbro is known in Generation 1 as one of the most all-or-nothing Pokemon in the franchise, as its game plan is centered around the move Amnesia. For those of you who are unaware, Amnesia in Generation 1 worked a little differently to how it does today. Amnesia currently gives your Pokemon a +2 boost to special defense. However, due to Generation 1 not having special defense, it simply gives you a +2 in your special stat, meaning you get double special attack and defense for the price of one move. Slowbro was by far the best non-legendary user of Amnesia due to its powerful move pool with access to coverage like Fire Blast and Ice Beam, but also its Psychic typing giving it an edge over every other Amnesia user in the game. However, as we previously mentioned, Slowbro is known as the all-or-nothing Pokemon, which is mainly due to the fact that beyond its defense and HP, Slowbro has rather middling stats, especially its 30 speed, making it the slowest fully evolved Pokemon in the game. If you cannot begin the Amnesia sweep, it is very difficult for Slowbro to actually make dents in teams, especially against its main Psychic and Water-type competition Starmie, as it can soak every move Slowbro learns and fire back with a powerful Thunderbolt. Slowbro is rather easy to obtain in a playthrough, as you can catch one immediately after the 4th gym, giving you a powerful Psychic and Water type for the Poison and Fire gyms. Slowbro is an incredible Pokemon, but is very risky to use. But if you're willing to take the risk for an Amnesia boost, you can run through entire teams with it with ease. And at number 8, we have Kingler. This is a pure water type with an awful HP of 55 and an even worse special of 50. It also has a mediocre 75 speed. However, Kingler has an amazing 115 defense and an even better 130 attack, making it tied for the second highest attack in the game. Kingler is a monster due to having the highest attack in combination with access to Swords Dance and Hyper Beam, which in tandem with being 10 speed faster than Sandslash means Kingler has the highest attack of any Swords Dance user in the game, but is also faster than a large number of other powerful options. Kingler's water typing is a bit of a burden, however, as water is a special type in Generation 1, meaning that Kingler uses its pitiful 50 special to determine all damage from water type attacks. Kingler does have a slight edge over fellow physical water types like Poliwrath, in the fact that Kingler was blessed with an amazing signature move in Crabhammer. Crabhammer is a base 90 water move with a high critical hit ratio, which in Generation 1 is effectively a guaranteed critical hit dealing double damage. Kingler does struggle a lot from Pokemon such as Starmie and Zapdos, which can fire off powerful electric type moves, and who can switch in on a Hyper Beam or a Crabhammer without taking too much damage. In a playthrough, Kingler can be rather frustrating to use as you need the Super Rod to catch one after the 4th gym. And at that point of the game, there is a myriad of other water types available to you. In competitive play, Kingler really relies on his teammates, as it really wants to clean up fully paralyzed teams, and loves being paired with Zapdos to deal with powerful walls, such as the previously mentioned Starmie. All of this leaves Kingler down in the never used tier, just barely avoiding the lowest tier in the game. But that doesn't mean Kingler is worthless. It just requires far more setup than the other more consistent Pokemon. And at number 7, we have Tangela. This is a pure grass type with 55 attack, 60 speed, and 65 HP, along with its first good stats being 100 special and 115 defense. At first glance, Tangela seems like a very weak Pokemon, as even with extremely high defenses, it's extremely slow, and its HP stat is just not enough to take repeated hits throughout the game. However, Tangela has a few tricks up its sleeve. First off, Tangela has access to the absurd Sleep Powder, which is a 75% accurate status move which puts your opponent to sleep for 1 to 7 turns, including a turn to wake up. Sleep in Generation 1 is absurdly strong, especially down in the underused tier where most Pokemon rely on the far less accurate Hypnosis for the same results. Tangela also has access to Bind, which is effectively the same move as Wrap, which stuns your opponent in place for 2 to 5 turns as long as Tangela doesn't miss the attack. Bind is a worse move than Wrap due to having 10 less accuracy, which in tandem with Tangela's awful speed means it's usually not a wonderful option, unless the target is already paralyzed thanks to Tangela's Stun Spore. Tangela is rather frustrating to obtain in a playthrough, as you can catch one directly under Pallet Town once you're able to surf. However, at that point in the game, you have a myriad of similar powerful grass types such as the starter Pokemon Venusaur or the incredible Victreebel, who can be found on one of the first routes in the game. However, Victreebel is exclusive to Pokemon Blue, and in Red, your only other grass type options beyond your starter are the unusable Vileplume or hunting in the Safari Zone for Executor. So Tangela is the most accessible option for a usable grass type. Tangela is rather weird in competitive play, as it's effectively lacking in any way to deal damage, but its incredible support move pool and great bulk manages to allow Tangela to just barely hold a niche. And at number 6, we have Weezing. This is a pure poison type with extremely mediocre stats, from its laughable 60 speed, 65 HP, to its 85 special and bizarre 90 attack. Weezing's only real claim to fame is its weirdly high 120 defense stat. Weezing is an anomaly in Generation 1, as it doesn't really do anything, and can only be found in a playthrough at the end of the game, directly before the ground type gym where it's at its weakest. Wheezing does have a few slightly positive traits, as it's fairly bulky, and it has a very decent move pool with moves like Fire Blast, Thunderbolt, and Explosion. Explosion especially is an incredible move for any Pokemon to have, as it halves your opponent's defense stat before firing off an incredible base 170 normal attack, which can one-hit KO nearly anything in the game. However, even with those niche attributes, Wheezing just can't find any competitive niche even all the way at the lowest tier of the game, due to its absolutely miserable poison typing. The poison type at first glance may seem okay, as it only has 2 weaknesses. But those 2 weaknesses are 2 of the best types in the entire game, in Ground and Psychic. The poison typing is so debilitating that even Pokemon like the not fully evolved Graveler and Drowsy can destroy the fully evolved duo of Muck and Wheezing in 2 attacks, while the only way the duo can defeat those 2 Pokemon before fainting is to sacrifice themselves with Explosion. Even the not fully evolved Ghastly is a better poison type in the lowest tier of competitive, due to being immune to the normal typing, which is such a benefit that Muck and Wheezing are effectively unusable. Wheezing is an awful Pokemon, and is a perfect example as to how unviable any poison type in Generation 1 is without the blessing of a secondary typing. And at number 5, we have Rhydon. This is a rock and ground type with 40 speed, 45 special, along with an insane 105 HP, 120 defense, and a 130 attack stat. Rhydon is a beast in competitive play, as it's undoubtedly the best ground type in the entire game, due to not only its incredible stats, but also its extremely deep move pool. Rhydon has access to the standard Earthquake, Rock Slide, and Body Slam that you'd expect, but also moves like Surf, Thunderbolt, Fire Blast, and Blizzard, which gives Rhydon coverage on nearly every Pokemon in the game. Rhydon initially had competition from other rock and ground types in Golem, as Golem had access to Explosion in place of its 20 less attack than Rhydon. But as time passed, most people accepted Rhydon as the superior Pokemon competitively. Rhydon unfortunately shares the same fate as other powerful Pokemon in that it's stuck in the Safari Zone, which means Rhydon is effectively unusable in a playthrough unless you're unimaginably patient or you get extremely lucky. Rhydon's status as the best ground type is also helped by its Earthquake being the strongest move in the entire game without a drawback, such as Recoil. Rhydon does have a rather difficult type with Pokemon such as Exeggutor and Cloyster, as they resist Earthquake and can reliably take 3 to 4 Rock Slides before going down, which gives them ample time to fight back. The only real downside of Rhydon's typing is its debilitating 4-time weakness to grass and water, which leaves it vulnerable to 2 of the most common types in the game. While this can be detrimental to other Pokemon with 2 4-time weaknesses, Rhydon is so incredible that it can somewhat power through its weaknesses. Rhydon is such an influential Pokemon that it basically defies any team whose goal is to spread paralysis over the course of a game to set up a slow sweeper, due to Rhydon's awful speed being its main flaw. Rhydon is an incredible force in the metagame, along with being an auto-win for a playthrough if you manage to find one in the Safari Zone. And at number 4, we have Amistar. This is a rock and water type with a quite awful 55 speed, 60 attack, along with a mediocre 70 HP. However, Amistar's 115 special and 125 defense is what really sets it apart from the other rock and water type Kabutops. Amistar is a fairly solid Pokemon, really only hurt by its lackluster coverage, as it's stuck without any rock type coverage at all, meaning anything with a high special stat or a water type in can make it useless in a battle. Amistar is one of the 3 fossil Pokemon in Generation 1, alongside Kabutops and Aerodactyl, which means that you cannot revive them until the 7th gym in the game, where they're 20 levels below the gym leader's Pokemon. This means it's extremely frustrating to use an Amistar in a casual playthrough. In the competitive scene, Amistar is the best of its trio due to having the highest special stat, which means it can actually deal good damage with its Hydro Pump and Ice Beam. Amistar resides in the underused tier in Smog. However, there have been attempts to make it work in the overused tier due to its unique typing and bulk. Amistar is one of the most effective normal type walls in the game, as most Tauros and Snorlax cannot even deal 50% with Earthquake or Explosion, which can be devastating as those are 2 of the best Pokemon in the entire game. Amistar does have 2 debilitating flaws, being its typing and aforementioned move pool, Amistar's water and rock typing leaves it in a perfect position against any fire flying or normal type. However, any electric, water, or especially grass types tear it to pieces in a single attack. Amistar's lack of rock coverage really ruins its chances in the OU tier, as the tier's best electric type Zapdos can wall it entirely without fear of taking a rock slide boosted by the 1.5 times stat boost. Amistar is also somewhat outclassed in the underused tier as well, due to the other water bulky types such as Tentacruel and Vaporeon doing its job but far more effectively. Amistar isn't a terrible Pokemon, however it just lacks a solid place in either metagame, which leaves it languishing as a rather forgettable Pokemon in the first generation. And at number 3 we have Golem. This is another rock and ground type with an abysmal 45 speed, 55 special, alongside a wonderful 80 HP, 110 attack, and an absurd 130 defense stat. Golem is an icon of the generation, as for decades it and Rhydon battled for dominance in the overused tier due to the similarities and incredible power. Golem has a slightly worse overall stat spread, however it was faster, which meant Rhydon had a difficult time dealing with it. But what really let Golem hold its own in OU placement was its access to Explosion. Explosion was the only move that really kept Golem in the OU tier. However, that was really the only positive Golem had. Eventually, most people moved to Rhydon for the rock and ground type, as its better all-around stat spread was far more valuable. Golem surprisingly fared much worse in the UU tier, as its usual targets of Zapdos and Jolteon were still in OU, and the lower tier had far more water types to exploit Golem's 4-time weakness. Golem's typing is extremely easy to exploit in the UU tier, thanks to how common Pokemon like Vaporeon, Tangela, and Venusaur are. Golem also struggles with certain Pokemon it was supposed to check, such as Raichu and Articuno, due to its pitiful 55 special, as if they can switch in safely on Golem, a single Surf or Ice Beam could knock it out instantly. However, Golem does have one insanely useful benefit over Rhydon, and that's in a playthrough. Golem is obtainable in Mount Moon after the first gym if you're able to access trait evolutions, and it learns Earthquake at level 31, so it's incredibly useful in a playthrough, as it can deal with most of the gyms in the game and a large chunk of the Elite Four on its own, with a combination of Rock Slide and Earthquake. While it has fallen off in recent years, Golem is still a solid rock type with good stats and a great move pool. And at number 2, we have our third and final rock and ground type with awful stats, Onix. This Pokemon has one of the worst stats in the game with 30 special, 35 HP, and 45 attack, with a barely passable 70 speed. However, Onix for some reason has an utterly appalling 160 defense stat. Onix is a really bizarre Pokemon in Generation 1, as it's one of the worst fully evolved Pokemon, not just in the game, but of all time. Onix is one of the 3 ground and rock types in Generation 1, and is so much worse than the other 2 that their pre-evolved forms Rhyhorn and Geodude have higher stats beyond defense exactly. Onix can be obtained after the second gym, which means that at that point you'd have access to Sandshrew and Geodude, who are substantially better than Onix. Onix does have a good move pool, surprisingly. It has access to Rock Slide, Earthquake, Explosion, and Bind, which means it isn't completely useless. However, its attack and speed are so pitiful that it can't even use them to decent effect. Onix is a joke in Generation 1, as it's so well known as being weak that most people who've never played competitive Pokemon have likely heard the joke that Onix has less attack than an Oddish, which isn't even the only stat Oddish is better in, as it has more HP and special than Onix as well. Onix is so underpowered that there is not a single fully evolved Pokemon in the game that gets KO'd from full health by its explosion. Even the miserably bad Beedrill takes only 90% of its HP. Onix is one of the worst Pokemon in the game, which makes its incredible defense stat even more astonishing, as it feels like an afterthought to give it one good stat as an apology for everything else. And finally, at number 1, we have Cloyster. This is a water and ice type with 50 HP, 70 speed, along with 85 special, 95 attack, and an absurd 180 defense stat, which is not only the best defensive stat in Generation 1, but also the 4th best defensive stat all the way through Generation 9. Cloyster is not only a defensive juggernaut, but also one of the most unique Pokemon in Generation 1. Cloyster has access to its own signature move in Clamp, which is the water-type version of Bind, which does 35 damage to lock your opponent's Pokemon in place for 2 to 5 turns. This, along with Cloyster's decent speed and access to Explosion and Stab Blizzard, means it's one of the hardest hitting Pokemon in the OU tier. Cloyster is also incredible in a playthrough, as you can obtain one right after the 4th gym, and it learns Ice Beam on its own, so no need to use your limited TMs. Cloyster does have a few flaws holding it back in OU, as the myriad of electric type attacks can stop almost anything Cloyster tries to do with ease. Cloyster also struggles from being paralyzed, as Clamp isn't as effective, and Cloyster can be easily taken out by a grass or electric type attack while being unable to fight back. Cloyster's ice typing is both a blessing and a curse, as it allows Cloyster immunity from being frozen by opposing blizzards. However, it does give Cloyster a weakness to Rock Slide from the common Rhydon. Cloyster is an excellent Pokemon in the OU tier, and even with its weaknesses, it's still a menace in the tier to this day. Hit points are one of the stranger stats in Pokemon. While having a larger health pool can allow you to tank hits more easily, if you don't have at least okay defensive stats to back it up, you'll end up far less bulky than your HP stat would imply. It's one of the few stats that really only means something in conjunction with the Pokemon's other stats. So today, we're going to go over some of the highest HP stats Gen 1, and talk about how that translates into their defensive profile. And starting off at number 10, we have Exeggutor with an HP stat of 95. Now, there are actually quite a few Pokemon that tie with Exeggutor for 95 base HP, namely Slowbro and Clefable, but they were left off this list thanks to having a lower base stat total. Exeggutor is a grass/psychic type with overall solid stats, with an equal attack and HP of 95, a solid if not impressive 85 defense, and a stellar 125 special. The only bad stat it has is its quite poor 55 speed, which, while a weakness, is at least it outspeeds the truly slow Pokemon, and Exeggutor's bulk does compensate for having to go second a lot. Exeggutor's ability to tank hits is somewhat undercut by its typing, which has a grand total of 7 weaknesses, one of them being a 4 times weakness to Bug. However, a lot of those weaknesses didn't either exist in Gen 1 or didn't matter in the generation. Ghost was infamously bugged and didn't deal super effective damage to psychic types, and Dark didn't exist yet. Bug and Poison didn't have any good moves in Gen 1, with a single exception being Jolteon's Pin Missile. So you have to really worry about Flying, Fire, and Ice type attacks having an advantage over your weakness Riddle typing, which is far more manageable. All of this allows Exeggutor to work as a powerful, tanky Pokemon in Gen 1's competitive scene, maintaining a reputation for being a beast in the OU tier and Smog, the most popular tier for competitive. Combining its powerful psychic attack with moves like Sleep Powder, the most consistent way to spread sleep in the game, it can threaten almost any Pokemon in the generation. Sleep is even more broken in Gen 1, so having a Pokemon that can both sleep your opponent and deal consistent damage while being able to tank hits versus a lot of the tier's Pokemon is a great asset to any team. While all of this is great, it's not without its flaws. Certain Pokemon can bully Exeggutor if they get a clean swap thanks to how many weaknesses it does have, and in playthroughs, it's quite the pain to get a hold of. You can only get it in the Safari Zone, which is a huge pain to catch Pokemon in. Still, Exeggutor does a good job of showing off what a good HP stat can do. Exeggutor's defensive stat is only okay, but thanks to its above average HP, it can tank hits a lot better than most other Pokemon, which allows it to be a great Pokemon despite having such a low speed stat, which is usually enough to hold a Pokemon back all on its own. And at number 9, we have Gyarados. This water flying type is tied with Exeggutor at 95 HP. However, it has a much higher base stat total. It has great offensive stats with 125 attack and 100 special, letting it deal massive damage to a ton of different Pokemon. The rest of its stats are just average, with 81 speed and 79 defensive, allowing it to outspeed most and tank hits far better than you may remember. Gyarados is mostly thought of as an offensive Pokemon. The main attraction of using it is its massive power and wide coverage. Still, Gyarados isn't generally considered a tank. Its 4 times weakness to electric is extremely easy to exploit, and something that you have to keep in mind while using the Pokemon, as even with its above average bulk, it will drop to most decently powerful electric types. Despite this weakness, Gyarados threatens massive damage on a ton of Pokemon, completely outpacing a lot of the gen's common Pokemon. All of this lets Gyarados just barely carve out a niche in the OU tier in competitive, though it is considered an underused Pokemon, the tier right below OU, as it's not quite able to hang out in the OU tier. A large part of this is thanks to its excellent coverage. getting best-in-class moves for a majority of the game's best offensive types. However, Gyarados really shines in playthroughs. It's very easy to get, as Magikarp is easily available both with the Old Rod and from the Con Man outside Mount Moon. You can easily grind the fish up to level 20, and get one of the stronger Pokemon of the game extremely early. It is a bit of a TM hog, but considering the Pokemon is usable all the way into the league, it's a worthwhile investment. Gyarados is a pretty famously strong Pokemon, and while it is famous for its offensive prowess more than anything, it does show that just a bit of investment into defense can pay dividends down the road. And at number 8, we have Muck with an HP stat of 105. It has a nice attack stat of 105 as well, and the rest of its stats are quite bad. 75 defense is only okay, but 65 special is pretty below average, and 50 speed is pitiful for a fully evolved Pokemon. Muck is also a pure poison type, which is pretty awful in Gen 1. Weaknesses to both ground and psychic are very exploitable in Gen 1, and you don't even get a poison stab that's usable, as you don't have any good poison attacks and won't get the extra 50% damage. Muck's offensive spread is also pretty bad, as it doesn't get many good physical attacks outside of Body Slam to use off of its better physical attack, and instead has to rely on special moves for damage coming off a below average special stat. This wouldn't be too bad, except for the fact that Muck doesn't tank hits well enough, and doesn't have any utility moves to threaten an opponent's Pokemon with. Muck does take hits better than the average Pokemon, especially on the physical side, but a high HP stat can't patch up its defensive profile entirely. Muck's low speed and bad damage means it still loses the damage race against most foes. Normally, bulky Pokemon can use a recovery or status moves to leverage their bulk against their opponents, but Muck just doesn't get all that much in the way of utility or recovery. It only gets rest for recovery, which is too easy to exploit, and its best utility moves are Substitute and Acid Armor to try and wall up on the physical side. Of course, any special attacker won't care about this at all. The end result is that Muck just switches in and accomplishes nothing before fainting against almost any Pokemon. Even worse, in playthroughs you obtain it incredibly late, at the Pokemon Mansion, far after you've found multiple other good poison types, especially ones with useful secondary typings. In both competitive and in playthrough, Muck is consistently outclassed in its role. This really goes to show that a high HP stat won't instantly make a Pokemon as tanky as it needs to be to fulfill its role in a game. And at number 7, we have Kangaskhan, a pure normal type with exactly 105 base HP, tying with Muck but beating it in terms of base stat total. This is a pure normal type Pokemon with an overall nice stat spread. It has a good 95 base attack, average defense, and a high speed of 90. The only bad stat Kangaskhan has is its quite low special of 40. On the physical side of things, Kangaskhan is a really strong Pokemon. It can take physical hits fairly well and dish out big damage in return. There's very little in the game that's okay switching into its Body Slam or Earthquakes, and the few Pokemon that can are terrified of the right coverage move. However, it does have a lot of competition, as OU is famously ran by 3 ridiculously strong normal types in Snorlax, Tauros, and Chansey. Kangaskhan does have a different role to these 3 normal types, only really playing similarly to Tauros, but not quite as good. The redundancy of Kangaskhan goes even further, as it's a Safari Zone exclusive Pokemon, which is also where Tauros is found in Gen 1. Essentially, as good as Kangaskhan is, it's hard to ever justify using it over the literal best Pokemon in Gen 1 competitive. That's not even getting into Kangaskhan's crippling low special. Not only does this mean that it can't use a lot of its powerful coverage moves, but strong neutral special types will chunk Kangaskhan for huge damage. Pokemon like Starmie or Alakazam both outspeed and outdamage Kangaskhan thanks to just how bad this stat is, despite the fact that Kangaskhan's HP is so much higher than theirs is. Still, even with all of these flaws, it's really hard to call Kangaskhan a bad Pokemon. It solidly outperforms most of the field. The only real flaw Kangaskhan has is being yet another normal type in a generation, with tons of absurd pure normal types. And at number 6, we have Rhydon, which also has a base HP stat of 105. However, it once again has the higher base stat total between it and Kangaskhan. Its stat spread is also more specialized, with all-around crazy physical stats. It has an astronomical 130 attack and 120 defense, meaning that hitting it on the physical side is essentially a fool's errand. However, to balance this out, it has a terrible 45 special and only 40 speed, so it's not outspeeding anything that's not paralyzed. Rhydon's strengths and weaknesses are pretty obvious. It has 2 separate 4x weaknesses, both to special types as well. Any grass or water type attack is likely to one-hit KO it, however its typing also means it resists normal and is immune to Thunder Wave, letting it switch in to punish hyper beams and explosions, as well as attempts to paralyze your team. Combine this with its devastatingly powerful earthquakes and rock slides, and you have a Pokemon that excels in punishing very particular Pokemon, but is easily punished in return. All of this makes Rhydon a huge force in Generation 1 competitive. Pokemon like Zapdos and Jolteon, both great OU Pokemon in their own right, essentially have to switch out if it hits the field. And so Rhydon is able to hold on to some relevance just for being such a strong counter to these types of mons. This use case is also maintained in playthroughs. While it's obtainable late into the game, in the Savari Zone once again, it can pretty easily handle just about any Pokemon without a solid special attack stack to smack it with on your journey. If you just want a rock/ground type, you'll probably go for Golem if you're using trade evolutions, just because it's so easy to get. But Rhydon is the premium for this kind of mon. While it is a bit pigeonholed into one role, it's so good at that one thing that you have to keep it in mind. And at number 5, we have Vaporeon, a pure water type with a base HP stat of 130. It also has a pretty high special stat of 110, but the rest of its stats aren't anywhere near as impressive, as they all fall around 60. Vaporeon's high HP stat translated well into being a bulky water type, capable of easily soaking up almost any special attack. Even powerful, super effective attacks like Jolteon's Thunderbolt have a pretty low chance to 2-hit KO Vaporeon. Not to say that you should just leave it in against a strong Electric type, but this example does do a good job of showing just how good it is at taking special hits. While it doesn't take physical hits anywhere near as well, it's not like it will drop to a single strong physical attack. Its massive HP pool allows it to shrug off all of these kinds of hits and then fire back a powerful Surf or a Blizzard. In a playthrough, you can get Vaporeon as soon as you get the Gift Eevee in Celadon City, and it's quite a good water type for your team. Now, Jolteon is maybe the best all-around evolution for Gen 1, but if you're in the market for a water type, you can't go wrong with Vaporeon. Now, all of these are strong attributes, but Vaporeon does have a few weaknesses. It's slow enough that most sleep-inducing Pokemon can outspeed it and shut it down in competitive. And there are a ton of water types competing for a spot on your team in these games, both competitively and casually. Still, Vaporeon is one of the better bulky water types in the game, a very valuable thing to have on your team, though many would argue it's outpaced by the next spot on this list. And at number 4, we have Lapras, with an HP base stat of 130, but higher stats overall than Vaporeon. This water/ice type sports decent all-around stats with around 80 in attack and defense, a solid 95 special, and a low speed of 60. Lapras is a very powerful Pokemon thanks in part to all around its great bulk. Its ice typing does remove a few key resists, such as to fire, but even with that downside, Lapras still tanks a lot of hits very well. Luckily, it also has a great special attack to back up that great bulk and fire strong blizzards back at your opponent. Even if Blizzard won't do enough damage, you can always use the somewhat inconsistent Sing to put your opponent's Pokemon to sleep. While it does only have 55% accuracy, if it does connect, it's as good as a KO. This is even more powerful in a playthrough, where you can use the opportunity to heal up your whole team while the AI just sits there, not switching to a new Pokemon. Being a bulky water type that also had access to a sleep-inducing move gave Lapras a role in OU for years, only more recently falling off a bit in the tier. Now residing in the UU borderline, meaning it's too good for UU, but isn't quite an OU Pokemon. Now, Lapras does also have one more downside, at least in a playthrough setting. While you get it free as a gift in Slivco, it's only obtained at level 15, far below what your team would be at that point in the game. So you'll be forced to take a break and grind some levels on it if you want to add it to your team, which most players probably don't want to do. Still, if you do go through with the grinding, your reward is one of the best water types in the game, and before you can obtain a lot of the other contenders for the title. All of this to say that Lapras is a very strong Pokemon, but with a few notable flaws that hold it back from being considered one of the best Pokemon in the generation. And at number 3, we have Wigglytuff. This is a pure normal type with a massive 140 base HP. Unfortunately, all of its other stats are outright bad. It has an only below average attack of 70, but every other stat is dancing around 50. The combination of its astronomical HP stat and its below average defensives leaves Wigglytuff with very average bulk, which is really bad considering its massive HP is the only standout thing about it. It has no other standout qualities outside of getting access to Sing to sleep your opponent, something that a ton of other Pokemon also have access to. One of those better Pokemon being its twin, Clefable, is just better than it in every way. Not only is Clefable faster and hits harder, but it also takes hits better than Wigglytuff does. They have basically the exact same role, except Clefable just does everything better. Clefable even has access to the better move pool, as it gets access to Light Screen, giving it even more utility. The worst part? Clefable is only a UU Pokemon in Gen 1, not quite able to be a consistent player in the more popular OU tier. Wigglytuff is a poor imitation of a Pokemon that needed a few generations to really come into its own, and in Gen 1, Wigglytuff barely holds on to relevancy in the never used tier, only above the real trash Pokemon populating PU and ZU, two tiers designed around containing the absolute worst Pokemon in the game. You even get it around the same time in the game as Jigglypuff and Clefairy both become available once you get to Mount Moon after Brock's Gym. So it's not even useful before you get the Pokemon that outclasses it later in the game. Wigglytuff really shows the pitfalls of dumping a ton of stat points into HP without anything to back it up. While it does have some good coverage attacks and utility moves, it simply takes too much damage from your opponent and is too slow to really be useful. All around, Wigglytuff just has nothing to offer that other Pokemon don't do better. And at number 2, we have Snorlax, a pure normal type with a massive 160 HP. To go along with that massive HP stat is a staggering 110 attack, but it only has a slightly below average 65 defense and special. Snorlax is also a very slow Pokemon with only 30 speed, so basically everything can outspeed the guy. Snorlax is one of the 3 big normal types of OU, which have defined the meta of the generation for years, and its massively bloated HP stat is a big part of that. While it only has slightly better defensive stats than a Wigglytuff, combining them with its colossal HP stat makes it feel far tankier than the majority of Pokemon. On top of being able to take hits pretty well, Snorlax can fire back with some extremely powerful attacks. Snorlax just wins 1v1 against an absolute ton of the best Pokemon in the game, at least as long as it has the right moves. This makes Snorlax a bit of a powerhouse, exerting a ton of offensive pressure through its combination of high bulk and strong attacks. It's also a Pokemon you have to encounter in playthroughs, as it blocks your paths in routes 12 and 13, leading it to be an all-star in a lot of playthrough teams. After all, why wouldn't you catch one of the best Pokemon in the game if you're required to deal with it to progress anyway? In many ways, using Snorlax is kind of a no-brainer to use on your team in Gen 1, regardless of what you're doing. However, there is one notable Pokemon with an even more absurd HP stat. And at number 1, we have Chansey, a normal type with a crazy 250 HP stat. It also has a pretty nice 105 special. However, all of its other stats are actually kinda bad. Only 50 speed and a comical 5 in attack and defense gives Chansey an incredibly lopsided stat spread. On one hand, hitting it with special moves is an exercise in futility. Not only does it not take that much damage from them, but it also has a massive HP pool that can easily replenish with Soft Boiled, easily shrugging off basically any special hit. On the other hand, even its frankly absurd HP stat can't make physical hits not hurt. It doesn't instantly fall to a single strong physical attack thanks to just how much HP it has, but its physical bulk does end up being pretty below average overall. This kind of makes Chansey a reverse Rhydon, except way better. Another upside at Chansey in Gen 1 is that it also deals pretty good damage thanks to special only being 1 stat. Not only is Chansey essentially invincible to special teams, it also smacks things just as hard as the likes of Starmie, which is just absurd for such a tanky Pokemon. Chansey is basically an auto shutdown button for any special attacker, which is especially important in Gen 1 thanks to how broken Psychic types are. In Gen 1, the only Pokemon that resist Psychic type attacks are other Psychic type Pokemon, meaning Pokemon like Alakazam can just spam Psychic without fear of ever being meaningfully punished. Or at least they would, but because Chansey is such an insane special tank, it can pretty easily switch into these strong special attackers without fear and then force them out. Without Chansey around, Psychic types would be almost impossible to stop in competitive. Unfortunately, Chansey isn't quite as good in a playthrough. It can wall any Pokemon reliant on special attacks, sure, but that doesn't come up quite as often in playthroughs as you might think. It's also found in the constantly frustrating Safari Zone, which is so annoying to catch Pokemon in that many players choose to skip on it. Despite its small hiccup, Chansey is still obviously one of the most broken Pokemon in Gen 1, and its frankly laughable HP stat is a huge part of what makes it so good. TMs are a consumable item that allow you to teach a Pokemon a move a single time and appear throughout essentially every game in the series in some form or another. Usually, these are incredibly useful tools for giving your Pokemon access to better moves that they would normally not learn. However, this isn't always the case. There are a ton of TMs that, for whatever reason, are just kind of useless. So today, we're going to be going over the worst TMs in Red, Blue, and Yellow and explain why you probably shouldn't use them. And started off at number 10, we have Double Team. This is a normal type move that simply raises your evasiveness by 1 stage. Double Team is one of the most hated moves in the entire franchise, especially when your opponent uses it. Missing is never fun, but building a strategy around your opponent missing you for only them to repeatedly get lucky and KO your Pokemon just makes you look stupid. Evasion is a frustrating mechanic all around, and is often not the best strategy to employ. However, making your opponent miss you is strong enough that Double Team would be able to dodge a spot on this list in most circumstances. The main reason why Double Team finds itself topping off this list is the fact that Flash is an HM. This is a move that lowers your opponent's accuracy by 1 stage, which is basically the exact same thing as raising your evasion. As an HM, you can use this Flash TM any number of times, unlike the singular use Double Team TM. Essentially, Double Team is just a one-time use version of the Flash HM, which kind of sucks. Now, there are a few things that are notable about this that do make Double Team better as a TM. Double Team affects you, while Flash affects your opponent. So Double Team has a higher upside if you're able to knock your opponent out. This can let you set up on the first Pokemon in a battle and snowball to victory. But that's pretty inconsistent, which is why these kinds of moves, once again, aren't super popular. It's also possible that the Pokemon you want to teach the move to can't learn Flash, so you have to use Double Team on them instead, though this can also happen in the opposite direction as well. Double Team is also one of the TMs you can buy in the Celadon department store, so it's not as valuable to try and save up your Double Team TM. Still, even with these taken into account, the move isn't all that useful and is often replaceable, making it one of the weaker TMs in general in the game. And at number 9, we have Dragon Rage. This is a Dragon type move that deals a set 40 HP to your opponent with perfect accuracy. Now, this move is actually quite good in the early stages of the game. While later on, 40 damage isn't very much, in the early stages of the game, when most Pokemon have around 80 HP total, it's pretty respectable. However, there is a bit of an issue here, and that's the way that you obtain Dragon Rage. You can only get Dragon Rage in the Celadon City Game Corner, and while you don't get to Celadon City that late in the game, buying anything from the Game Corner is a big ask. Dragon Rage costs 3,300 Game Corner coins, and with a conversion rate of 1,000 Pokédollars for 50 coins, you end up having to pay a grand total of $66,000, which is just way too much. You could play the slots for a very long time to get it before the 4th gym, but that's not ideal. The other option is money grinding, which requires playing against a ton of enemy trainers, which will cause you to level up, making Dragon Rage less useful. Essentially, Dragon Rage is a move on a time limit, but the methods of obtaining the TM are extremely time consuming. By the time you can access Dragon Rage easily, you can probably do better by just attacking. Despite this issue, Dragon Rage can't really be put higher on this list because if you do save all your money and fight a lot of trainers, you can buy Dragon Rage when you get to Celadon and use Dragon Rage with minimal gambling involved. Spending that money on potions and Pokeballs is maybe a better purchase, but if you're doing a challenge run like a Nuzlocke or something like that, the ability to grind the casino for coins to get this move is an avenue that's always open to you if you want to take it. And Dragon Rage is a good move if you're willing to do that grinding. It's not really a truly bad TM, just a very awkward one. And at number 8, we have Dream Eater. This is a Psychic type move with the base power of 100 and perfect accuracy. It also heals you for half the damage dealt, which is incredible on a move this strong. The catch is that it can only hit Pokemon that are asleep, which makes the move kind of clunky to use. Now, Sleep and Sweep is a pretty powerful strategy, but honestly, Sleep is so strong that if you can successfully land a Hypnosis on your opponent, it's not like you need a move to combo with it. In Generation 1, sleeping opponents are unable to move for 1 to 7 turns, and waking up takes an entire turn to do. With how bad this is, if you successfully sleep an opponent, you can just use any normal attack and kill them, rather than use Dream Eater to deal slightly more damage and heal up. Now, you may argue that if your strategy is to sleep your opponent, then Dream Eater is more valuable than a lower powerful move like Psychic. But that ignores what happens if your Hypnosis just misses over and over. At some point, you're probably just better off simply attacking for whatever damage you can do. But you can't do that if your main attacking move is Dream Eater. Not to mention, if you want to use a strategy that requires putting your opponent to sleep first, why not use a setup move like Swords Dance or Amnesia to boost your stats and win the entire battle while your opponent is completely helpless. That's a lot more high value than just a bit of healing. All of this has made it so that, generally, players will opt for more consistent moves. There's another big issue with Dream Eater as a TM though, which is that there are only 3 evolutionary lines that can even learn the move. And out of the 3, there's only one you would ever use the TM on. The Gengar line learns Dream Eater by level up, so the TM is useless. Mew can learn all TMs and can't get Dream Eater by level up, but it's a mythical, so it's not like you can use it on your game at all without doing crazy glitches. The only other Pokemon you could teach Dream Eater with the TM is the Hypno line, who don't learn it by level up. So it's basically a TM for exactly one Pokemon that you're probably not using because there are far better Psychic types. And even if you do want to use Hypno for some reason, just wait until it learns Psychic by level up. Dream Eater isn't the worst move to be given a TM, but it's one of the ones that you will use the least often. And at number 7, we have Metronome. This is an infamous normal type move that allows the Pokemon to use another random move. The downsides of this move are pretty self-explanatory. Pokemon is a strategy game, so not knowing what's going to happen is a pretty huge negative to a move. Metronome could pull a lot of great moves out, like Blizzard, Psychic, Earthquake, or just about any high base power attack. However, it could also pull a move like String Shot that just lowers your opponent's speed while you already outspeed them, or use a status move like Thunder Wave while your opponent is already statused. Essentially, the move is extremely unreliable, so you might as well just use a more consistent move instead. However, there are times where Metronome can actually be really good, namely early on into a playthrough. Metronome will almost always call a move better than what you have access to at the time, as the average move in the game would have a higher base power than Tackle or whatever else you have around. It's still inconsistent, but it can high roll really hard and let you win matchups you have no right to win. While this does help Metronome as a move, it doesn't help the TM gain all that much value. You don't get access to the Metronome TM until Cinnabar Island, where you fight the 7th gym of the game. At this point, even with how bad learn sets in Gen 1 are, you'd have much more powerful moves than average to put onto your Pokemon by then, even if they also require some TMs. Essentially, Metronome is a move that's only really worth using very early on into the game, but you don't get access to it until you're basically done with the game. It's almost like a joke they give you the move right at the time where it's not useful. And at number 6, we have Egg Bomb. This is a normal type move with 100 base power and 75 accuracy and no secondary effect at all. This is an okay normal type attack, but the low accuracy makes it often worse than other options like Body Slam or Double Edge that do similar amounts of damage. Overall, this is just a fine move. It's not the best option, but it's not a bad option either. The thing that gets Egg Bomb on this list is its distribution. There are exactly 3 evolutionary lines that can learn Egg Bomb: Exeggutor, Chansey, and Mew. Now, Mew is a mythical Pokemon that you have to do glitches to get in the game, so it's not really a part of this discussion. The other 2 are what's interesting here. First off, Exeggutor and Chansey are special attackers, and Egg Bomb as a normal type move is a physical attack. Exeggutor does have an okay physical attack stat of 75, but Chansey only has an attack stat of 5, which means that it has to rely entirely on its special or non-traditional sources of damage to hurt your opponent. Chansey will essentially never be trying to use a physical attack, even the best ones it has available, and Egg Bomb isn't the best physical attack around anyway. Exeggutor could make better use of Egg Bomb, but even so, normal type coverage isn't all that valuable on most Pokemon. The thing is, even if you did want to use a normal type attack on your Exeggutor, you have a lot of other options that are arguably better. It does get access to the move Double Edge that we mentioned earlier, but it also gets Explosion if you're willing to let it go down to power through an opponent. So Egg Bomb is only there to teach an okay move to 2 Pokemon, one of which never wants to use it, and the other one has better options. There's really never a reason to actually use your Egg Bomb TM. And at number 5, we have Water Gun. This is a water type attack with a base power of 40 and 100% accuracy. This is an early game move that's mostly there to give you an option until you learn better attacks of its type later on. This type of move automatically loses a lot of use as a TM because it has no use in the mid to late game. Lots of teams won't have a Pokemon that wants water type coverage early on, and by the time they do need a water type, they'll have access to the Surf HM, which is just a far better move. Surf is also a big problem for Water Gun, as it's an HM that a ton of Pokemon learn that is far stronger than Water Gun with no additional downsides. Yes, you do get it a bit late into the game, all the way into the Safari Zone, but it's a very good move that's a staple of most playthrough teams. However, the really big issue with the Water Gun as a TM is that most of the Pokemon that learn Water Gun learn it by leveling up, making the TM far less useful. The vast majority of water types that learn the move do learn it by level up, with only a few oddballs like Kabutops and Seaking needing the TM to be able to learn the move. A lot of Pokemon can learn Water Gun that aren't water type, but this is where the placement of the Water Gun TM becomes relevant. You don't get the TM until Mount Moon, right after the Rock Gym. After Brock, there isn't a matchup where water type coverage is really important until Blaine, the 7th gym leader, at which point you'll have a Pokemon with Surf anyway. The TM shows up right after the gym where water type damage is extremely useful, and it doesn't become relevant again until the very late game. Really, you wouldn't want to use this TM unless you chose Bulbasaur as your starter and needed help with your rival's Charmander or something very specific like that. And at number 4, we have Whirlwind. This is a normal type status move that blows away your opponent, ending the battle if it's with a wild Pokemon. However, unlike in other generations, rather than forcing your opponent to switch in a trainer battle, Whirlwind will simply fail if used against a trainer. This essentially makes the move worthless here. We've already talked about this in a previous video, so we'll be a bit quick here, but the main reason why Whirlwind is so bad is that it essentially does the same thing as using the run option in a battle. Both of these options allow you to escape from a wild Pokemon encounter without having to catch or defeat that Pokemon. However, the run button is a completely free mechanic that doesn't require a move on your Pokemon. It also always allows you to run first, before the wild Pokemon gets the chance to move. So this can also be used to prevent your Pokemon from taking damage. Now, if you're faster than your opponent, Whirlwind also goes first. But if you're faster than your opponent, then running is guaranteed to work. Basically, at any point you could use Whirlwind to escape a battle, you could just press run instead. There are even other versions of this move that are more useful, namely Teleport, which not only lets you escape a battle, but it also lets you teleport back to the last Pokemon Center you visited out of battle. If you do want a second run button for whatever reason, Teleport is infinitely more useful. Not only is Whirlwind bad, but it's also completely outclassed in its role. And at number 3, we have Razor Wind. This is a normal type attack with 80 base power and 75 accuracy. This already makes it a worse version of Body Slam and other good normal type attacks. However, for some reason, Razor Wind is a charge attack. This means that on the first turn, it charges, and you only attack on the second turn. This mechanic is usually reserved for incredibly powerful moves like Solar Beam with over 100 base power. Giving it to a move that's significantly weaker than other one-turn options is a recipe for a disaster of a move. It also has low accuracy for some reason, just to make the move even less usable. This would maybe be acceptable if you got the TM very early on, but the only way to find Razor Wind is in Celadon City at either the game corner or the department store, at which point you'll be on the 4th gym in the game. Sure, the moves you'll have won't be that great, but you do have quite a few moves with the base power of 40. Any move that meets this criteria will out-damage Razor Wind, as it effectively does the same amount of damage as a 40 base power move. This isn't even accounting for things like statuses, as you're taking more damage off of poisons and burn if you're taking twice as long to attack, and have more chances for paralysis to kick in. All of this together makes it so there's never a reason to willingly teach your Pokemon Razor Wind. It does worse damage than your other moves, is inconsistent, and doesn't even give you coverage because it's normal type. It's one of the most hilariously bad moves ever put into a Pokemon game. And at number 2, we have Bide. This is a normal type move that stalls the user for 2 turns, then on the 3rd turn it hits back for twice as much damage you took during those 2 turns. This has a lot of the same issues as Razor Wind in that it takes multiple turns for the attack to actually do anything, which can lead to a lot of problems. If your opponent ever decides to use a status move instead of an attack while you're biting, you won't get to reflect any damage. Alternatively, if your opponent is dealing good damage to you on every attack, there's the risk of your Pokemon fainting before it gets to the damage turn. All of this combined makes Bide a pretty bad move overall. But what really makes it an awful TM is the move Counter is far better and easier to get a hold of. Counter is a one-turn move that deals damage back to your opponent, equal to twice the damage you took this turn, but only from physical attacks. While this will only work against certain types, it's pretty easy to look up the moveset of your opponent and find out if they'll be giving you opportunities for big counters. Even worse, Counter is a far more accessible TM overall. While you do get Bide earlier, as reward from the Pewtered City Gym, there's only one Bide TM in the entire game. Counter TMs can be freely bought once you resell it on City, allowing you to teach Counter to any number of your Pokemon, and punish your opponent for daring to attack you. Bide is one of the worst moves in the game, and one of the worst TMs in the game, but there is one more TM that's probably even less useful. And at number 1, we have Mimic. This is a normal type move that allows you to learn one of your opponent's moves for the rest of the battle, replacing Mimic with that move. Now, this is one of the weirdest moves in the game, and it may sound really nice at first. This can allow you to use the move that you otherwise never could, similar to moves like Metronome. However, unlike Metronome, it won't cause you to accidentally explode at an inopportune time, or be forced to use a bad status move. Instead, you can just copy the best attack your opponent has and use that in the future. The problem is that, while learning different moves can be good, copying a move from your opponent specifically will essentially never help you. The thing is, because Mimic takes an entire turn to use, trying to use Mimic to steal a useful move from your opponent will always leave you at a disadvantage. If you want to steal a move like Hypnosis to put your opponent to sleep, your opponent might just press Hypnosis and tuck you into bed before you ever get a chance to do anything. Trying to copy an attacking move isn't any better. Most Pokemon will have moves of their own type, and about half of the types in the game happen to resist themselves. So if you use Mimic to copy Thunder from an opponent's electric type, they'll resist that move. Mimic doesn't even have the same use as Metronome, which can let you use more powerful moves than you should have access to in the early game, as you'll just be copying moves from your opponents, and their moves will also be appropriate for that stage of the game. Mimic might as well just say waste the current turn, because at least Bide can do a decent impression of Counter if you wasted all your money and can't afford a Counter TM. Mimic is literally just wasting a turn that could be better spent using essentially any other move. One of the main joys of playing through a Pokemon game is building your team. There are so many options and potential combinations that if you get creative enough, you can have several playthroughs that feel totally different to one another. Of course, there are Pokemon who will be more or less effective on your average playthrough of a Pokemon game. No matter how creative you want to get, there are some Pokemon you may want to rely on to help you out. So today, we're going to be going over the best Pokemon to use in a playthrough of Pokemon Red, Blue, or Yellow. And starting off at number 10, we have Charmander, Bulbasaur, and Squirtle. These are, of course, the starter Pokemon of Gen 1 and are usually a shoo-in for any team thanks to their useful types, gentle experience curve, and multiple evolutions at perfect times to be balanced for the game. However, it's also a bit of a cheat to say you should use your starter for your playthrough, so they're typically excluded from these kinds of lists. And that would go for this list as well if we were just talking about Pokemon Red and Blue. But Pokemon Yellow is quite a different beast altogether. Rather than being allowed to use one of these 3 starters, you start the game with Pikachu, just like Ash in the anime. And like Ash, you can encounter the other 3 starters along your journey. Bulbasaur can be found in Cerulean City, Charmander can be found on Route 24 above the Nugget Bridge, and Squirtle in Vermilion City, each at the ripe level of 10. While not at the perfect level for the point in the game at which you find them, they're not that far behind. And getting to use any of these starters can help patch up your team extremely easily in a playthrough of Pokemon Yellow. Getting all 3 is even better, as it gives you a perfect fire/water/grass core, meaning you'll have an answer to any fire, water, or grass Pokemon that shows up, and have Pokemon for a huge percentage of the types in the game if you want to use all 3. The thing is, this only applies to Yellow versions specifically. As great as these starters are for your journey through Kanto, this section of this video can only apply to one of the 3 Gen 1 games, and it's one that a lot of people don't prefer versus the original versions of the games. While these are some of the absolute best gift Pokemon in the entire franchise, they can't be any higher than this spot because of the massive asterisk around them. Charmander, Bulbasaur, and Squirtle are amazing in Kanto and absolutely should be considered for a Pokemon Yellow playthrough. but they can only really take the number 10 spot here. And at number 9, we have Dugtrio. This is a pure ground type Pokemon known for its incredible speed and low bulk. It's also a famous Pokemon for Gen 1 playthroughs, as the designers of the game very obviously placed it into the game specifically to help out the players. The third gym in the game is Lieutenant Surge, the electric type gym. Electric types are strange in Pokemon as they only have a single weakness in ground. Additionally, ground is completely immune to electric type attacks, making it one of the most lopsided type matchups in the series, since the number of options to deal with electric types are on the low end, and there's a good chance the player has something like a Pidgeot or a Sparrow on their team at that point of the game. In order to give players more options, the designers placed Diglett Cave right next to Vermilion City, so players could pick up a handy ground type for this battle. Not only does Diglett fare well against Surge's electric types, but it's also a good Pokemon after that point. They're surprisingly fast, and once it evolves into Dugtrio, it has a decent attack stat even for the late game. This can lead to Dugtrio working as a strong sweeper. It also learns Earthquake by level up, which means you don't have to use your one-time use TM on the Pokemon. The main thing going against Dugtrio is that there is a lot of competition against it. There are other better ground types in the game, such as Rhydon in the Safari Zone, which is overall a stronger Pokemon. And while you don't get Rhydon before Lieutenant Surge, you can find Geodude, which shares Dugtrio's ground typing. Dugtrio is a good Pokemon, but it's also not unique in terms of what it does, and not the absolute best Pokemon in its category, so it's very possible to skip over. And at number 8, we have Haunter. This is a ghost poison type with a nice speed of 95 and a large 115 special. It and the rest of its evolutionary line are also the only ghost types in the game, giving them a niche that nothing else can fill. This is supposed to make them a counter to the psychic type, but unfortunately that didn't work because of Gen 1 spaghetti code. However, being a ghost type still has a couple of massive upsides. Namely its 2 immunities to normal and fighting type attacks. This really matters because Gen 1 learn sets are completely stupid. Most Pokemon learn primarily normal type attacks despite not being normal types themselves, and many Pokemon lack reliable stab moves for their type. This meant that, especially in playthroughs, there are a lot of normal type attacks being thrown around. There are several important fights where several Pokemon lack any way of dealing damage to Haunter. For example, Bruno's Hitmonlee and Machamp only have fighting type attacks, and his Hitmonchan can only hit you with Ice Punch, which won't be doing that much damage. On top of that, Haunter also learns Hypnosis by level up, which combined with its relatively high speed, can allow you to outspeed and sleep opponents that set up for easy knockouts. There is a pretty big problem though, and that's that Haunter will have some difficulty evolving. As a trait evolution, you'll need a lot of extra hardware to evolve into a Gengar, and as a Haunter, it has some pretty low stats. Its HP and defense are low, leaving it quite frail, and it's not as fast as a lot of other Pokemon. This is quite disappointing, but the power of Haunter's typing means that it's not necessarily worth avoiding. Not to mention, on most playthroughs, you're going to have to go to the Pokemon Tower and encounter some Ghastly anyway. So it's very easy to just catch one while you're there. There are some better options, but Haunter brings a lot to the table that nothing else really can. And if you can get Gengar, it's an amazing option. And at number 7, we have Tentacruel. This is a water poison type with a good overall stat spread. Average HP, below average attack and defense, but an impressive special of 120 and a speed of 100. Tentacruel is one of the easiest to find water types that's exceptionally powerful, a trait that is in high demand not only because water types are good, but because you need a Pokemon with Surf to complete the game. This means that you're definitely in the market for at least one Surf user, which is likely to be a water type on your team. Tentacruel is very easy to find and one of the better water types in the game, making it a great choice for just about any team. And all you have to do to find Tentacruel is to get the Super Rod on Route 12 and then fish at one of the many spots, including on Route 12 itself. From there, you can easily raise it up to a Tentacruel without much issue. Then, as soon as you get the Surf HM, it already has access to one of the best water type attacks in the game. Your reward for all this work is a Pokemon that's far stronger than most realize. Tentacruel's special attacks hit weirdly hard, and it's an oddly fast Pokemon for how tanky it is. While not the best physical tank, it has immense special bulk, and an average HP stat, letting it tank special hits after outspeeding a lot of threats you'll come up against. This makes Tentacruel a prime contender for your Surfer in a playthrough. The issue is that, well, you kind of have to have a water type on your team in Gen 1 playthroughs, and there are a couple of Pokemon that are just slightly better than Tentacruel. If you choose Squirtle as your starter, you're probably not going to want to double up on water types. So that's 1/3 of players who aren't that interested in Tentacruel. And there's also one other Pokemon we'll talk about soon that's slightly better as your Surfer too. Still, it's not exactly uncommon to see Tentacruel on playthrough teams despite the competition. And at number 6, we have Zapdos. This is a flying electric type with good to great stats all around, and everything being at least 85. And their best stat with 125 special and 100 speed. It's also, obviously, one of the 3 legendary birds, and is for some reason both one that's the most accessible and the most powerful. Flying/electric is, overall, a good typing, as opposed to flying/ice and flying/fire, having fewer weaknesses and no 4x weaknesses to rock. It's also found in the Power Plant as opposed to the Seafoam Islands or Victory Road, which can be found off of Route 9 as long as you have a Pokemon capable of surfing. While you can't use Surf until you get the Soul Badge from Koga and get the Surf HM from the Safari Zone, which you can technically do fairly early on. Many badges can be skipped in Gen 1, and all you're required to do before Zapdos are fight Brock, Misty, and Koga. This means you can, technically, get to Zapdos after only 3 gyms. However, this is mostly a technicality, as actually doing this is quite difficult and would require a lot of grinding. Zapdos is found at level 50, so you'll need a pretty strong team to be able to catch it, at which point you could just use those Pokemon to beat those gyms anyway. However, going in the proper order, you unlock Zapdos after Gym 5 when your Pokemon should be in their 40s anyway. So going straight to the Power Plant and trying to get Zapdos at that point isn't an awful idea. As soon as you get Zapdos, you have one of the best Pokemon in the game, and easily the best electric type. It deals tons of damage and is very fast and isn't horribly frail. It's also one of the few Pokemon to get Drill Peck in Gen 1, one of the only good flying type attacks. Now, you'll probably be using Fly on at least one Pokemon to get around, and Fly is at least okay in playthroughs, so this isn't that big of a deal. But Drill Peck is technically a bit better than Fly is. Zapdos is an insane Pokemon and very worth tracking down, but it's a bit difficult to actually catch and doesn't show up until you get a bit of a way into the game, which prevents it from being too high in this list. And at number 5, we have Kadabra. This is a pure psychic type with some pretty bad HP, attack, and defense stat, but an amazing special of 120 and speed of 105. Like Haunter before it, Kadabra is a trade evolution, so its usefulness depends a lot on if you can actually trade to evolve it. If you can, then Alakazam is a terror that can easily sweep through the game with the attack Psychic. However, unlike Haunter, Kadabra does a pretty good Alakazam impression even if it can't evolve. Its special is still stupidly high, and it's quite fast, letting it attack first and deal big damage to most Pokemon in the game. This is all made much better by the power of the Psychic type in Gen 1. While it only dealt super effective damage to fighting and poison types, it's also resisted by essentially nothing. Combine this with Kadabra's great special stat and its lack of weaknesses, and Kadabra will outdamage most threats you come up against. You can also find Abra pretty early on in the game. It's found on routes 24 and 25, which you can access through Cerulean City where Misty is. The only annoyance is that Abra has a nasty habit of teleporting away as soon as it can, so it may be a bit tiresome to catch one. But if you just throw balls at it enough, you'll catch one eventually. Then you'll have to switch train it up for a while, but that's not that big of a downside as it will evolve at only level 16, at which point it will learn an attack and start being a useful part of the team. Another small benefit of Kadabra is that the poison type is very common in Kanto, especially against Team Rocket, who love to spam Arboks and Coughings that Kadabra could take out easily. Still, Kadabra does have a major weakness, which is how physically frail it is. There are a number of Pokemon that can take it out with one attack, and it's something you'll have to keep track of if you can't evolve it into the superior Alakazam. As good as Kadabra is, it's not the best option if it can't evolve. And at number 4, we have Nidoking. This is a ground/poison type with average stats across the board, and everything hovering around 80 besides its good attack stat of 92. It has a pretty good move pool and typing that's fine, but not amazing. It seems like overall, Nidoking is just an average Pokemon, nothing really noteworthy. And that's largely true. except for one little detail. You see, Nidoking can be obtained on Route 22 before the first gym of the game if you're willing to take a quick side trip, and evolves into Nidorino at level 16. After that, it evolves with a Moonstone, which you obtain in Mount Moon after the first gym. This means you can have Nidoking before the second gym of the game, giving you a fully evolved Pokemon with far better stats than the competition extremely early on into the game. This will steamroll literally everything for an incredibly long time. And while it does fall off in the late game, it's not like you're giving up anything to get Nidoking. The only Pokemon that evolved from the Moonstone are the Nidos, Clefable, and Wigglytuff, of which Nidoking is by far the best Pokemon of the bunch. There's barely any reason not to catch a Nidoking and use it for the first few gyms. Speaking of the first few gyms, this is another ground type option that can be used to absolutely decimate Lieutenant Surge's gym. There are only a few things keeping Nidoking from being higher on this list. For one, you won't have any ground type stab, or moves benefiting from the same type attack boost, unless you use a TM thanks to Gen 1 learn sets. It also does fall off in the late game, so it's not likely to be a permanent party member. However, it's great to pick up and use, which is all it really needs to be to secure a spot on this list. And at number 3, we have Eevee. This is a pure normal type Pokemon with pretty bad stats all around, but that's not really what matters here. As you know, Eevee's claim to fame is having by far the most evolutionary lines of any Pokemon. In Gen 1, you had Flareon, Vaporeon, and Jolteon, all of which are relatively good Pokemon. You also receive the Eevee for free as a gift in Celadon City, meaning that the only work you have to do to get this Pokemon is just walking into a building and pressing the A button, after which all you have to do is go buy an evolution stone to get whatever evolution you want. The main appeal of Eevee as a party member is that it can patch up any weakness your team may have. If you don't know exactly what your team is going to need in the future, you can just pick up the Eevee and start training it up, and then evolve it when you need a Pokemon of a certain type. We should probably talk about Eevee's evolutions for a sec, considering they're the real stars of the show. The worst of the bunch is Flareon, which has a high attack stat of 130 and a solid special of 110, but slightly below average everything else. Since Fire is a special type in Gen 1, you don't quite get as much damage as you'd like, since you're not using that crazy 130 physical attack for your flamethrowers. It's still capable of dealing good damage off of its 110 special, but its below average speed and bulk will let you down sometimes. It's really only suggested you go for Flareon if you need a fire type and don't want to grab a Growlithe and train it up. Vaporeon is better, with a high 130 HP and same special of 110 with below average stats everywhere else. This makes Vaporeon a great special tank, being able to soak up special moves and fire back surfs. It's very viable to use Vaporeon as your surfer if you decide you really need a water type and don't want to grab Tentacruel or something else. The best overall is probably Jolteon, which has 110 special and a crazy high 130 speed. This means Jolteon will be outspeeding basically everything, which with its high special will allow it to two-shot a lot of Pokemon with a pair of Thunderbolts before they can KO it. While it is quite frail, it's not so frail as to drop any strong attack, and only needing to take 1 or 2 attacks, thanks to being one of the fastest Pokemon of the entire game, allows it to excel at being a Thunderbolt spammer. While none of these Pokemon are amazing, they're all good enough and can patch up holes on your team. This versatility makes this quick side trip to grab Eevee more than worth it. And at number 2, we have Gyarados. This is a monstrous water/flying type with an average speed and defense, slightly high HP, and crazy high attacking stats with 125 physical attack and 100 special. It evolves from the pitiful Magikarp, which can't even deal damage on its own. Of course, any Pokemon veterans know this is a complete non-issue. You can easily switch train Gyarados to level 20 and get a Pokemon with insane stats and surprisingly a good move pool if you use TMs. Magikarp are also very easy to get. You can buy one in Route 4's Pokemon Center for 500 Pokédollars, or you can fish them up literally everywhere with an old rod, which you get pretty early on. This is basically a discount version of Nidoking, where you can get a Pokemon with the stats of a late game Pokemon by the second gym, except it takes slightly more work and a bit more time before you get Gyarados. However, in exchange, you get a Pokemon you can use for literally the entire game. It can be your surfer to allow you to progress further into the game, and thanks to the special stats not being split yet, its water type moves actually do good damage in this generation off of a slightly high 100 special. Gyarados only has one weakness, and that's its very exploitable 4x weakness to electric type moves. However, outside of Lieutenant Surge's gym, this isn't really much of a concern. Electric-type damage is rare and can be played around if you bother to check the movements of wild Pokemon or the moves of gym leaders before you fight them. It's a famously strong Pokemon, but there's one that barely manages to snatch the crown away from Gyarados. And at number 1, we have Snorlax. This is a pure normal type with a massive 160 HP, a solid 110 attack, slightly below average defense of 65, and a bad speed of 30. Snorlax is a very powerful Pokemon, capable of taking hits well thanks to its massively inflated HP stat and dish out good damage with its strong attack. It also has a weirdly deep move pool, able to learn a ton of TMs if you're willing to use them on it. For some reason, it can learn Blizzard, Thunderbolt, Fire Blast, and the like to let it blast certain Pokemon for weaknesses. However, it gets even dumber, as Snorlax is also one of the few Pokemon in the game to get Amnesia. This is a status move that raises your special by 2 stages, effectively doubling it in 1 turn in Gen 1. This will allow Snorlax to buff up its already good special defense, but also set up massive special attacks after stacking a few Amnesias. With a few potions and some patience, there's basically no battle in the game that Snorlax can't take out. The only downside of Snorlax is that it's quite slow, so it basically always moves second. However, it has the bulk to get around this flaw, as it will take way less damage from attacks than it deals back out. The thing that makes Snorlax the number 1 spot on this list isn't how strong it is, however, though it is extremely powerful. No, the thing that makes Snorlax the number 1 spot on this list is where you find it. Famously, Snorlax blocks the ways on routes 12 and 16, requiring you to get the Pokeflute to wake it up to continue your adventure. Once you do this, it will engage you in battle. This is a requirement to beat the game, meaning unless you go out of your way to play the game in an unintended way, you will have to encounter a Snorlax on your way through Kanto. You will come face to face with one of the most powerful Pokemon in the entire game. At that point, why wouldn't you capture it and use it as part of your team? It's such a no-brainer that it's hard to justify not using Snorlax, unless you've just played through Kanto so many times with one that you purposefully avoided to make your playthroughs unique. Snorlax may be in more people's Hall of Fame team than any other Pokemon outside of the starters, and its combination of power and placement in the game is exactly why. Pokemon is one of those series where every fan has their favorites, and as well as plenty of strong opinions of each title. Each generation has their fans, often being those with nostalgia for the games of their childhood. However, nostalgia can be rose-tinted glasses sometimes, and fans often forget the bad or more annoying aspects of their favorite fandom. In this list, we'll be going over the most annoying Pokemon from Red, Blue, and Yellow for various reasons. And starting off our list at number 10 are all of the Pokemon that are version exclusive and or have a low encounter rate based on which version you are playing. The version exclusive Pokemon are simply annoying because you need to have friends with a Game Boy and trading cables to access them, or 2 Game Boys, both red and blue, and trading cables to do it yourself. While many people did have friends, or at least people they knew with a copy of Pokemon, there are enough stories of kids growing up in rural areas without the ability to trade. The Pokemon Red exclusives are Ekans, Oddish, Mankey, Growlithe lines, Scyther, and Electabuzz. While the Blue exclusives are Sandshrew, Vulpix, Meowth, Bellsprout lines, Magmar, and Pinsir. While everyone remembers the version exclusive Pokemon in Generation 1, the Pokemon who have a lower encounter rate can prove to be even more annoying. This is perhaps because you know they are there, unlike the version exclusive. So, you just have to wander in patches of grass until you find the Pokemon you actually want. In Route 22, for example, if you're playing Pokemon Red, Nidoran male is a fairly common, with a 40% chance of appearing. However, if you're looking for Nidoran female, the encounter rate drops to a measly 5%. Pokemon Red has much higher encounter rates for Nidoran male, Weedle, Slowpoke, and Coughing lines, while Pokemon Blue has higher rates for Nidoran female, Caterpie, Psyduck, and Grimer lines. While exclusivity used to be a bigger issue, the modern Pokemon games can connect to the internet, allowing you to do trades from the comfort of your bed. Even though the exclusivity can be aggravating, it's usually not so annoying that your playthrough will be heavily affected. However, the next Pokemon on this list is annoying for being a literal roadblock in game progression. And at number 9 on our list, we have Snorlax. Snorlax is a lazy jerk who needs to get a job. The Pokemon just sleeps all day and blocks the walkable paths on routes 12 and 16. Route 12, which is south of Lavender Town, is where the first Snorlax resides, blocking off a key section of Silence Bridge that connects the exits to Route 11, which heads to Vermilion City, and Route 13, which is one of the 3 more routes on the way to Fuchsia City. Additionally, the youngest of the fishing guru brothers can be found past Snorlax, which allows you to obtain the Super Rod, which in turn grants you access to a wider range of water types previously not accessible. In fact, the Squirtle and Magikarp lines are your only options for water types until you have access to either the Good Rod, the Super Rod, or Surf, all of which are blocked by Route 12 Snorlax. Route 16 leads to Cycling Road, which offers a faster, more direct path to Fuchsia City, provided you got the bicycle during your time in Cerulean City. Fuchsia City is home to the Safari Zone, which has some of the stronger, rarer Pokemon in the game, as well as having HM03 Surf, which gives you access to the rest of the game. Basically, Snorlax is the last major roadblock in the game, with the previous roadblock being the trees that can be cut down. To wake up the slumbering Snorlax, you must first obtain the Pokeflute, a key item that can be used to wake up the gluttonous one or any sleeping Pokemon in battle. To obtain the Pokeflute, you must reach the top of Pokemon Tower, which acts as a giant graveyard for deceased Pokemon. At the top floor of the tower, Mr. Fuji, who's being held hostage by Team Rocket, will give you the Pokeflute. Climbing the tower isn't a simple task, however, taking you through a gauntlet of possessed channelers as well as your 5th rival fight. Oh, I guess I should have mentioned the place is haunted as well. While the haunting is conducted exclusively by Ghastlies, Haunters, and the occasional Orphan Cubone, you won't be able to tell them apart from a spooky ghost that leaves your Pokemon too terrified to attack. While you can run away from most ghost fights, one of the ghosts is a Marowak, who was killed by Team Rocket and blocks your path to the final floor until you defeat it. In order to combat Marowak's spirit, you will first need a Sliff Scope, allowing you to identify it from its spookier form. And how do you get a Sliff Scope, you say? Well, you have to defeat Team Rocket's hideout hidden in Cerulean Game Corner. You see how this can be a lot of work just to get a water Pokemon, or access to the Safari Zone? Thankfully, there is a way to get the Pokeflute a little faster. Marowak's spirit can be tricked with the use of a Pokédoll to escape the battle, and still get the same result as defeating it properly. The Pokédoll only costs 1,000 Pokédollars and can be bought on the 4th floor of the Celadon department store. Using this method lets you skip having to do the Rocket hideout for the Slipscope, since it works regardless if you can identify Marowak or not. Once the Pokeflute is acquired, the final step is to actually confront Snorlax, who was level 30 with a limited but annoying moveset. Snorlax knows the moves Headbutt, a normal type move with 70 base HP and 33% chance to flinch, Amnesia, a psychic type move that boosts the user's special stat twice, and Rest, a psychic type move which fully heals the user and changes their status to sleep for 2 turns before waking up on the 3rd turn. So Snorlax has loads of HP, can become a special wall, and can heal all their health and any negative statuses. And since there are only 2 of them available, there is a huge incentive to catch it rather than knock it out. Despite how annoying Snorlax can be, its catch rate isn't the worst. If you can bring it down to 1/3 of its health, there is a 15% chance to catch Snorlax with a Great Ball, which is easily accessible in Lavender Town or Celadon City. Additionally, that chance jumps to 27% if you bring Snorlax's health down to 33% during its rest sleep turns. The next Pokemon on this list is easier to catch, but is somehow a lot more annoying than what we've previously discussed. And at number 8, we have Abra. Psychic-type Pokemon are among the strongest in the game for Generation 1. Due to some big oversights in game designs and bugs. Psychic typing only has 2 weaknesses, Bug and Ghost type attacks, both of which have problems that make them unavailable as answers to Psychic types. Bug has only 4 different attacks, and 3 of which do damage. Those 3 attacks are Leech Life, Twin Needle, and Pin Missile, all of which have very low damage output. Leech Life is Bug's version of Absorb, with a measly 20 base power, and is only available on the Zubat and Paris lines, the former 2 of which are both poison types and thus weak to psychic type attacks. Twin Needle has the most consistent damage output of the bug moves at 25 base power times 2 attacks, totaling 50 power, but is only available to Beedrill, who is also weak to psychic type attacks. Finally, Pin Missile has a base power of 14 times 2 to 5 attacks, meaning it can be 28, 42, 56, or 70 base power, but is only available to Beedrill and Jolteon, the latter of which doesn't have the attack stat to truly utilize the move. Ghost, on the other hand, only has 3 moves, with only 1 attack having a base power stat. Lick has a base power of 20, and a 33% chance to paralyze the defending Pokemon, and is available to the Ghastly line and Jinx. It's kind of insane how Generation 1 made Lickitung, and decided that it can't learn Lick. However, none of this matters, as Lick is useless against Psychic types due to a programming error, which made Ghost-type attacks have no effect on Psychic types. So it should be obvious why you would want a Psychic type. And the Abra line is the fastest, hardest hitting, non-legendary Psychic type available. Abra, being a huge pain, comes from how you catch it. Abra only knows Teleport, which will allow it to immediately escape the battle. Due to its speed, Abra will more than likely attack first, leading to its auto-escape. While putting Abra to sleep is a viable solution, it's one that is only recommended if you're going to be using one of the several Pokemon with the sleep move on your team permanently, considering they will have to be a higher level to have a chance to outspeed Abra. Both Jigglypuff and Clefairy lines have access to Sing, but both of them have low speed, and Sing only has a 55% accuracy. Sleep Powder has a higher accuracy at 75%, and is accessible at this point by Bellsprout and Oddish lines, but Butterfree is probably the best option with 70 base speed. The other option is to simply throw a Pokeball at Abra as soon as you encounter it, and hope it sticks. It's actually a fairly viable strategy, as a Pokeball has around a 28% catch rate on a full health Abra. The other annoying part of catching Abra is its low encounter rates. They can be found on Route 24 and 25, which is just north of Cerulean City, with an encounter rate of 15% in Pokemon Red and Blue. In Pokemon Yellow, Abra can be found on Route 5 and 6, which is just south of Cerulean City, with an encounter rate of 15% as well. This makes Pokemon Yellow the slightly more annoying version to catch Abra in, seeing as you can't reach Route 5 or 6 until you can enter the burglarized house blocked by the police officer, which only occurs after you talk to Bill. Yellow makes up for this, however, by having Kadabra as an available encounter on Route 8. Regardless, Abra's 15% encounter rate plus its 28% chance to be caught off of a Pokeball can lead to some aggravating results based on how lucky the game determines you should be that day. The funny part is, the annoyance doesn't end there, as once you catch your Abra, you'll be forced to switch train it until it reaches level 16 and evolves into Kadabra. Upon evolution, Kadabra will immediately learn Confusion, which will finally give it an attacking move. And at number 7, we have Porygon. Porygon is a mediocre Pokemon at best, but it's also one of the most annoying Pokemon to acquire. Porygon is only accessible via the Celadon Game Corner, where you can exchange coins to get them. The issue is how many coins it takes to snag a Porygon, and how hard it is to get coins in the first place. A level 26 Porygon costs 9,999 coins in both Pokemon Red and Yellow, and a level 18 Porygon can be acquired in Pokemon Blue for 6,500 coins. Coins can be purchased for 50 at a time for 1,000 Pokédollars, and slot machines can be played with these coins in an attempt to win more coins, aka gambling. With a max bet of 3 coins and a jackpot only awarding 300 coins, it's faster but costlier to simply buy all the coins needed for Porygon. You can acquire 280 coins for free in the game corner by asking people at the slot machines and checking the floor for hidden coins. With the 280 coins to start, in Pokemon Blue, it cost 125,000 Pokédollars to get enough coins. In Pokemon Red and Yellow, this number increases to 195,000, making Pokemon Blue the preferred version to snag Porygon in. It takes 7 button presses to complete the dialogue with the Game Corner employee to get the 50 coins. So get ready to press the button 875 to 1,225 times. Because this is the only way to get Porygon, if you want to complete your Pokédex, which many of us have wanted to do back in the day, you had to suffer through a lot of gambling or button pressing to get it. To make matters worse, the coins used on Porygon could easily get you a TM15 Hyper Beam, which was significantly more useful. Maybe the grind would be less painful if Porygon's base stats weren't comparable to the second form of the starters. And at number 6 on this list are all the Pokemon with the normal type moves Self-Destruct and Explosion. Self-Destruct has a base power of 130, while Explosion has a base power of 170. In reality, both explosive moves have a hidden mechanic that halves your opponent's Pokemon's defense, meaning their base powers are actually 260 and 340 respectively. For comparison, Earthquake is only 100 base power, and Blizzard is 120, so the explosive moves hit like a truck. While this doesn't occur often, when it does, you'll want to tear your hair out, as both moves have a realistic chance to faint your Pokemon. Some of the Pokemon that utilize this move are the Voltorbs in the Power Plant, Electrodes in Cerulean Cave, as well as the Geodudes and Gravelers on Victory Road. These Pokemon prove to be at their most annoying while switch training a weaker Pokemon, as the stronger Pokemon you switch into will take the brunt of the attack, possibly forcing you to use a revive or return to the Pokemon Center if you want to continue grinding. This can be somewhat mitigated by using a Rock or Ghost type Pokemon, the first of which resists the normal type and the second of which is immune to them. However, it's not uncommon to run through the game while not using either type, meaning your best bet is to switch into a defensively bulky Pokemon. Voltorb and Electrode have low attack, with 30 and 50 attack respectively, so it's fairly easy to survive their self-destruct or explosion attacks. But Geodude and Graveler have much higher attacks, at 80 and 95 attack, meaning you'll more likely faint. However, the most infamous use of self-destruct comes from the poison gym leader's Koga's Wheezing in Pokemon Red and Blue. Koga brings out his level 43 Wheezing after making you run through a gauntlet of 2 Koffings and a Muck, with all 3 of them knowing Sludge, which has a 50% chance to poison your Pokemon. This strategy allows Koga to potentially whittle you down to 1 Pokemon before sending out his Wheezing to sacrifice itself. Oh, and if it wasn't obvious, if both you and Koga end up with no Pokemon left, all ties default to the gym leader. Yellow version doesn't have this issue though, having switched his team to Venonats and Venabot to reflect the anime. And our number 5 spot goes to all the Pokemon that confuse you on your journey through the Kanto region. When a Pokemon becomes confused, it has a 50% chance to hit itself in confusion. Confusion lasts 1 to 4 turns, so that's multiple turns of potentially hitting yourself. The confusion status comes up rather often with multiple moves being able to directly confuse your Pokemon, such as Supersonic and Confuse Ray, as well as attacking moves that have a chance to inflict the status, such as Confusion and Psybeam. Zubat is the first encounter with the confusion status through the use of the move Supersonic, which guarantees confusion on hit. This may not seem like a big deal, with Supersonic only having 55% accuracy, but with the amount of Zubats you run into, it becomes an issue. Supersonic is also more widespread than some of the other confusion moves, with it being available to Zubat, Magnemite, Tentacool, Shellder, and Goldeen lines. Yep, you can go fishing and be blasted with supersonic waves. Confuse Ray is less spread out as Supersonic, but is 100% accurate, so it's far worse. On the average run, you'll be forced to deal with this when dealing with Zubats and Golbats while running through caves, as well as Ghastlies and Haunters when running through the Pokemon Tower. Getting confused by Psychic-type attacks like Confusion or Psybeam doesn't occur as often, although notably more so in Yellow version, where there are high-level Drowsies and Kadabras available in the wild. Yellow version does make up for this with the Psychic Gym leader Sabrina, however, seeing as none of her movesets have any confusion-causing move. In Pokemon Red and Blue, on the other hand, all of her Pokemon know Psybeam, which has a 10% chance to confuse your Pokemon on hit. As annoying as confusion is, there is a simple answer. Just switch your Pokemon out. This can be very inconvenient when grinding, as experience will be split, but with no item to cure confusion in this generation, it's your best bet, considering you won't last long if you hit yourself more than once. And number 4 is dedicated to one of the worst experiences in the game, which is Pokemon that bind you in place. Through the use of the moves Wrap, Bind, Fire Spin, and Clamp, the game is essentially halted in place unless you switch Pokemon. These moves prevent the Pokemon caught in them from acting for the 2 to 5 turns they last, a gameplay mechanic that would be quickly corrected in Pokemon Gold and Silver. Wrap is evenly split among version exclusives with Ekans and Bellsprout, as well as Tentacool having it when traveling the ocean. Bind is less common, with Onix and Tangela utilizing the move, while Fire Spin is mostly encountered when battling Fire Gym leaders Blaine's Ponyta and Rapidash. Clamp is a Shellder line exclusive move, with Shellder encounters occurring from fishing or the Seafoam Islands. Regardless of when you encounter any of these Pokemon, if your Pokemon is slower than them, you are in for a bad time. It doesn't matter if you are grinding or trying to complete your dex, you won't be able to command your Pokemon for a few turns unless you are willing to switch or run away. This is especially annoying against Ekans or Bellsprout using Wrap, because earlier in the game it is far harder to faint wild Pokemon in one hit. When you switch Pokemon, the wrapping Pokemon loses a turn, and so as long as you switch into a faster Pokemon, you get one attack guaranteed before potentially getting trapped again. While the binding Pokemon are annoying, it's often just tedious and time wasting. The next set of Pokemon on this list are a complete menace in the early game, literally making the start of any playthrough miserable. And at number 3 are Pokemon which inflict you with the Poison status. In Gen 1, the Poison status inflicts 1/16 of your Pokemon's maximum health as damage after every attack, except for attacks that feint an opposing Pokemon. The more annoying part of the Poison status comes from its effects outside of battle. Every 4 steps in the game causes a Poison Pokemon to lose 1 HP, and this continues until the Pokemon faints. If it's your last Pokemon, you will black out, which costs you half of your Pokédollars. The move that causes poison the most often early in the game is Poison Sting, a poison type attack that has 15 base power and a 20% chance to poison. Weedle is the prime poisoner when traveling through the Viridian Forest, with Pokemon Red having high encounter rates of the larva. However, even in Yellow version, where Weedle doesn't appear in the wild, the bug catcher trainers have plenty of them in their parties. At this point in the game, when most of your Pokemon's healths are in their 20s, getting poisoned without an antidote is equivalent to a faint, as you won't make it back to the Pokemon Center in time. Antidotes only cost 100 Pokédollars, but this early in the game, money is tight, and there are very limited sources of income in Generation 1. This in turn limits how many Pokeballs you can buy and slows down the Pokédex completion a fair bit. The easiest solution to this early on is to just use poison type Pokemon against other poison types, so your Pokemon won't be poisoned. This means picking Bulbasaur as your starter, or grabbing a Nidoran for the journey. Once the health of your Pokemon reaches higher numbers like 50 plus, the poison outside of battle effect will become less of a nuisance. Team Rocket will continue to pester you with poison type attacks, however, with it getting particularly bad once they start using Coughing with the move Smog, which only has 70% accuracy, but a 50% chance to poison on hit. The last hurdle the poison status being a pain in the butt is the Koga fight, where Toxic is used to badly poison your Pokemon. When a Pokemon is badly poisoned, the poison damage inflicted every turn is increased by an additional 1/16. In Pokemon Red and Blue, this isn't as big a deal as only Koga's Wheezing knows Toxic. However, in Yellow, all 3 of his Venonats and his Venomoth know the move. Thankfully, once Koga was cleared, it's smooth sailing, with poison being reduced to a minor inconvenience. And the number 2 spot is a tie between Zubat and Tentacool, as both Pokemon have an extremely high encounter rate and both prove to be annoying in their own special ways. Since you encounter Zubat first, we'll start with them. Zubat really does feel like the annoying bat flying around your head while barely harming you. Zubat is encountered only in the caves of Kanto, aka Mount Moon, Rock Tunnel, Seafoam Islands, and Victory Road. In Mount Moon and Rock Tunnel, Zubat encounter rate is consistently around 50% on all floors, while Seafoam Island and Victory Road have far lower rates of Zubat, but added in its evolved form Golbat to the mix. As mentioned before on the Confusion part of this list, the Zubat line does have access to Supersonic and Confuse Ray, something they will love to spam when you aren't smashing the Runaway command. Additionally, the Zubat line does learn Bite and Wing Attack, both of which can cause your Pokemon to flinch. Using Repels can help avoid Zubats, since most of them are low levels thankfully. Now onto the Zubat of the Sea, Tentacool, a water and poison type Pokemon. Tentacool is actually worse than Zubat, because once you hit the open ocean, Tentacool is all you'll see. Routes 19, 20, and 21 have a 100% encounter rate for Tentacool, from levels as low as 5 to as high as 40, meaning even Repels won't save you from this encounter. Additionally, with how large the ocean routes are in this game, you're better off saving your money. The encounter rate for level 20 or 30 Tentacool are only 10%, but these are the most annoying of the batch, having access to several moves we mentioned on this list. The level 30s will have access to Poison Sting and Wrap, while the level 20s also have Supersonic, but are thankfully easier to one-shot. It really is just better to run away than even attempting to fight these jellyfish monstrosities. Well then, what could be worse than these Pokemon, you might be asking? Well, it's really simple. The opposite of Zubat and Tentacool, of course. Pokemon you want to see, but struggle to capture. Which brings us to the final entry on our list. And the number 1 spot on our list goes to those rare and desirable Safari Zone Pokemon Chansey, Tauros, and to a lesser extent Kangaskhan. In Pokemon Red and Blue, all of these Pokemon have at most a 4% encounter rate throughout the different areas of the Safari Zone. In Yellow version, however, Tauros has a 10% encounter rate in the center area, and Kangaskhan has a 10% encounter rate in the east section of the center area. This makes Yellow version better for catching those Pokemon, but worse for catching Chansey, since in Pokemon Red and Blue, they have Chansey encounters in Cerulean Cave. So what's the big deal, you may be asking? There are low encounter rates all throughout the game. Well, in the Safari Zone, you don't battle Pokemon normally. Instead, you play a sort of mini-game of throwing bait or rocks at Pokemon and then throwing Safari Balls to catch them. Entry to the zone is 500 Pokédollars for 30 Safari Balls, and you're limited to 500 steps. Pokemon can run away from you, so you don't get to throw all of your balls at one encounter. Throwing bait causes a Pokemon to be less likely to run away, but halves the catch rate, while throwing rocks will make them more likely to run, but doubles the catch rate. And to make things more fun, this is actually bugged in Gen 1, where this chance to increase or decrease the catch rate or run away doesn't actually take effect until the next turn, instead of happening immediately like they're supposed to. Tauros and Kangaskhan are exclusive to this area in all versions of Gen 1. So you need to use this bugged mechanic to get them. While Kangaskhan isn't the best Pokemon around, Chansey and Tauros are staples of Gen 1's metagame. Tauros hits hard and fast, learning powerful offensive TM moves like Earthquake, Hyper Beam, Blizzard, Fire Blast, and Thunderbolt. Because critical hits are tied to speed in Gen 1, Tauros is also extremely likely to crit with any attack it uses. Chansey is basically the opposite of Tauros, with stats that make them bulky, slow, and strong special attackers. Chansey has access to strong special attack TMs like Psychic, Thunderbolt, Blizzard, and Fire Blast, as well as some useful utility and status TMs such as Reflect, Toxic, and Thunder Wave. Most importantly though, Chansey is one of 2 Pokemon that can learn TM41 Soft Boiled, with the other being Mew. Soft Boiled heals the user for half their maximum HP, something Chansey has more of than any other Pokemon in this generation. Both of these Pokemon can elevate your team to its full potential, but both of them are a pain to catch in the Safari Zone. While it doesn't cost a lot of money to keep playing in the Safari Zone, it will cost you a lot of time. Sometimes you'll get lucky and catch a Tauros or Chansey quickly, but sometimes it can take hours of grinding before you get one. With that kind of time commitment involved, it's no wonder they take the top spot of most annoying Pokemon. Gen 1 was famously glitchy, with tons of glitches and exploits available to players who wanted to mess with the game. In fact, there were so many different exploits and glitches that we've had to split them into different categories to cover them all. So today, we're only going to go over glitches that take place inside or involving buildings and explain exactly how to perform them and how they work. And starting off at number 10, we have the Man on the Roof glitch. This is a very simple glitch that simply involves opening a dialog box at the same time that an NPC is loaded into the game. By doing this, the NPC's code will be interfered with, and they'll spawn at a random place on the screen. There are 3 main ways to cause this glitch to happen. The first is by simply entering a new area and pausing the game as soon as possible. If you do this at the right time, it will cause any NPCs that are being loaded to glitch out, and will usually spawn at the top left corner of the screen. An easy example of where you can trigger the glitch this way is on the Nugget Bridge from Vermilion City, where if you phase at the right time, the first train on the bridge can glitch out. You can also trigger this bug by stepping on a tile that automatically triggers a text box at the same time that you bring an NPC on screen. This is most famous for happening with the Cinnabar City Gym, where if you haven't found the secret key yet and try to open the door while approaching from the right direction, you'll automatically open a text box with the same step that loads the old man NPC, which is where this glitch gets its name from. If done correctly, this can result in the old man teleporting on top of the building. However, possibly the most egregious example of this glitch is on the cycling road. On Route 16, there's a guard that stops you from entering the cycling road if you don't have a bike yet. This NPC has a specific script attached to the NPC, meaning that if they get activated, a dialog box will be generated at the same time that an NPC is, allowing this glitch to happen. That's right, this glitch can occur very easily by simply playing the game as normal, which is pretty egregious to put things mildly. However, the glitch isn't particularly disruptive, which is why it's not getting that high of a spot on this list. And at number 9, we have the vending machine bug. This is an incredibly simple bug, one so simple you wonder how it even made it into the game. In the Celadon City department store, there are several vending machines that sell a variety of items. You can buy fresh water, soda pop, and lemonade. The fresh water allows you to restore 50 HP to your Pokemon. Soda gives 60, and Lemonade gives them back a cool 80 HP. Of course, their prices also increase alongside their heal, with fresh water only costing 200 Pokédollars and the Lemonade costing 350 Pokédollars. Unfortunately, this is apparently a lie. You see, if you don't have enough money to buy a soda or lemonade, but do still have enough to buy a fresh water, you can actually still buy a soda or lemonade without issue. This is due to a programming error. Rather than check if you have enough money for one of those items, the game incorrectly checks if you have enough money for a water, and as long as you pass this check, the game will allow you to buy these more expensive items. Now, you may think this will allow you to exploit the game for more healing items than you should have, but this unfortunately won't work that way. The game still charges you the correct amount of Pokédollars, and while you can't go into the red and owe money, you will always be set to 0 Pokédollars using this trick. This also means that if you have a lot of Pokédollars on you, as most people will, this glitch won't happen at all. This is likely why this glitch was allowed to slip by. It's so specific and something that no one would have ever noticed, as to even find the glitch you have to play in a very unnatural way. While a bit of an obscure glitch, it's so easy to replicate that it's still shocking it made it into the final release. And at number 8, we have the Game Corner glitch. This is actually a couple of different glitches that have to do with the lucky slot machine, something that most players probably didn't even know existed. And we'll see why here in a second. You see, whenever you enter the Game Corner, one of the slot machines was supposed to be selected to be lucky, which would make it so that it much more consistently rolled a 7 to allow you to roll big numbers on the Game Corner more easily. However, due to a small programming error, sometimes the game would select none of the machines to be lucky. Essentially, the issue is that there was an extra option available to the game when it ran the randomization, where it could select a value that corresponded to none of the gambling machines. It could be debated how big of a problem this is, but it doesn't actually matter because the so-called lucky machine wasn't that lucky to begin with. Due to another programming error, the line of code that was supposed to make your first slot roll 7 could never be marked as true, so the machine wouldn't actually land on 7 more often. The secondary mechanic of the lucky machine was also bugged. It was supposed to make it more likely that the second wheel would land on a 7 or bar if the first wheel had already landed on it, but that also didn't work. This is probably why the Game Corner seems so unreasonable in Gen 1. There was supposed to be a way to make the Game Corner more consistent, but it never actually worked. Maybe people would have hated the Game Corner in this generation slightly less if this glitch had been fixed before launch. And at number 7, we have the invisible PC glitch. This is a pretty well-known bit of trivia. In the Celadon Hotel, in the top right corner of the room, there's an invisible PC you can interact with. This PC does everything a PC normally does. In just about every way, this is a normal PC, it just isn't visible. This is likely here due to the room being based on the Pokémon Center at some point in development. In a Pokémon Center, this tile is the exact same one that would normally have the PC. What may have happened is that they first programmed the Pokémon Centers and then used them as a base for other buildings, and simply removed the PC manually from such places like the hotel. However, during this process, they made a few mistakes. They removed the PC tile, but not the functionality on accident, leading to this glitch. Funnily enough, this also applies to several of the rest houses in the Safari Zone. Similar to the hotel, there's an invisible PC in the top right hand corner of these rest houses. You can't interact with these usually thanks to the Safari Zone only being accessible during the Safari Zone minigame. When this is going on, the game won't let you interact with the PC. So to access these PCs at all, you have to either use cheats or activate a walk through walls glitch. This mistake did eventually get noticed though, as all of these invisible PCs were removed in yellow version. Even the ones in the rest houses that couldn't be accessed were taken away, though that probably does make sense to fix, just in case. While this is a very easy glitch to miss and low impact, it reveals a ton about how the games were made, making it one of the most fascinating glitches in the game. And at number 6, we have a way to make your game completely unbeatable. This is the Safari Zone softlock exploit, which isn't quite a glitch, but is similar enough to bring up here. This softlock occurs due to a simple oversight from the developers. To explain it, you only need to know 2 simple facts. First, in order to complete the game, you have to enter the Safari Zone to get the Surf HM, which requires spending 500 Pokédollars. The second is that there is a finite amount of money you can make within the Kanto region. So, if you're very irresponsible with your money and spend everything you have on useless items, use all those items so you can't sell them for money, and fight every available trainer and pick up every item before doing so, You'll be stuck with a save file that can't afford to go into the Safari Zone and therefore can't ever get to Cinnabar Island to complete the game. Essentially, you can soft lock yourself by forming a crippling gambling addiction in Gen 1. In later gens, this isn't a problem because most of those games have a way to make you more money no matter what. In Gen 2, you had the phone call system that allowed you to rematch trainers, and from Gen 3 forward, you had the Versus Seeker to allow you to rematch trainers as well. Most Pokemon games also don't gate progression behind something that costs Pokédollars, and maybe that's because they got complaints from very irresponsible kids who ruin their save files. While it is debatable if this should be qualified for the list at all, it's hilarious enough that we decided to include it anyway. And at number 5, we have a couple of glitches that can also result in a soft lock. However, these glitches leave you trapped in a single tile. The first is on the 3rd floor of the Pokemon Mansion. On the bottom left corner of the arena, there's a trainer that walks back and forth over a table and a piece of rubble. If you walk in the gap between the two obstacles and then initiate a battle while the trainer is above you, after the battle is finished, the trainer will be stuck in place as per usual. However, thanks to how the room is set up, you will be unable to get out of the corner. At this point, if you save the game, you will be in a really bad spot. There is, luckily, a few ways to get out of this. Since the Pokemon Mansion is considered a dungeon, the escape rope and the move Dig will allow you to escape if you have one on you. Otherwise, you'll be forced to spin in circles and get random encounters until all your Pokemon faint and you get teleported to the Pokemon Center. The other example of this glitch is far more problematic, however. In Cerulean City, there's a police officer blocking the burgled house that only moves after you go see Bill, which will allow you to access the HM cut. If you transfer cut from another game and make your way around to the back of the house preemptively, you can battle the Rocket Grunt early and receive a second cut HM, which will normally also remove the police officer. However, if you don't have room for the cut HM, you won't receive it and the officer will stay put. However, you will be allowed to enter the house from behind. Then, if you go out the front of the house, you'll be placed on the same tile as the door with the officer in front of you, now completely stuck. This time, you don't have a dig or an escape rope to bail you out, and there are no wild encounters to let you knock yourself out. If you save, this is a true soft lock. While a bit of a weird glitch to have occur, this is ultimately one of the easier ways to make a completely unwinnable save file. And at number 4, we have the Fainted Party Walking glitch. This is a strange glitch that occurs as a quirk of how the game handles the player interacting with the PC. In Gen 1, using the PC didn't heal your Pokemon, and you could put any Pokemon in your PC at any time, regardless of if you had any healthy Pokemon remaining in your party. This means you could get a party full of fainted Pokemon, which obviously presents a few issues. To get around this, the developers put a clever workaround it. Every 4 steps you take, the game checks if your party is full of fainted Pokemon. And if it is, you black out and are sent back to the last Pokemon Center. This was implemented this way to account for overworld poison, by far the most common way to get a party full of fainted Pokemon in the overworld. This will heal your Pokemon and fix the issue right up. However, there's a way to get around this, and it's quite simple. You take 3 steps, pause, save the game, reload your game, and then take 3 more steps. The counter resets upon booting up the game, so you can walk wherever you want through this very slow method. This will also allow you to avoid overworld poison damage for the record, as the programming uses the same check. In later generations, they avoided this by simply not allowing you to pause a Pokemon in the PC if you don't have at least one healthy party member, which is probably a better solution than all this business with how many steps you take. And at number 3, we have the trash glitch in the Vermilion City Gym. This refers to the infamous puzzle in Lieutenant Surge's gym, which requires you to find a hidden switch in one of the multiple trash cans, and then find a second switch immediately afterwards. However, if you choose the wrong trash can after the first one, the puzzle will reset and you'll have to find the first switch all over again. The design of this puzzle has received endless criticism throughout the years, but it seems that Game Freak may have anticipated this and included a mechanic to help players solve the puzzle more consistently. The short version is that the second switch was supposed to always be placed in a trash can directly adjacent to wherever the first switch was located. However, I did say supposed to for a reason. Due to yet another programming error, this script didn't work properly. The way it actually worked was that it would sometimes place the second switch next to the first one, and about 25% of the time to 50% of the time, it would place the switch in the top left trash can depending on the location of the first switch. This makes solving the gym puzzle much more frustrating, because the rules for where the switch should appear simply don't work properly, which can easily lead to confusion. There are a lot of other weird rules as a result of the exact way this bug works. For example, if the first switch is in the top or bottom corner of the right side, the switch can only ever be directly above or below the switch or in the far left corner. There are more specific rules, but you get the idea by now. Essentially, if you're stuck on this puzzle, you just have to keep trying the left corner for the second switch, and you'll get it eventually. And at number 2, we have the cycling road glitch, one of the strangest yet most simple glitches in the game. To perform this glitch, you simply need to save the game on cycling road, then reset the game and start a new game. In this new save file, you'll be completely unable to use your bicycle or surf until you re-enter the cycling road in this new save file. We can actually pinpoint down the exact reason for this happening. There's a bit of memory in the game marked D732, which stores whether or not you were on the cycling road, which, due to forcing you onto your bike, prevents you from using either of these options. And this bit of memory doesn't get reset when restarting the game from a new save file. This bit of memory does get reset when leaving the cycling road though, so simply going to the cycling road and leaving will fix the issue. Part of the reason this glitch is so strange is that it goes against most people's intuition for how video games work. When you start a new game, most people would assume that everything gets reset when starting a new game. It's a new game after all. And from what you can observe easily while playing a game, this is usually true. However, that's not how things work in reality. Video games are far more complicated than most people would think under the hood. And glitches like this remind us that we may imagine games may be very different to how they actually work. And at number 1, we have the Safari Zone glitch, maybe the most famous glitch on this list. The method of doing this glitch is simple. First, you enter the Safari Zone. Then go back to the Safari Zone gate, and you'll be asked if you want to leave the Safari Zone. You just say no. Once you do, save the game and reset. Then go back to the gate and you'll be asked instead if you want to enter the Safari Zone. If you say no, you'll be allowed to leave the Safari Zone, but the game will still think you're in the Safari Zone, meaning that all trainer battles and wild Pokemon battles will be replaced with Safari Zone encounters. However, the glitch gets even more interesting thanks to the fact that the game is still tracking your steps. Once you reach 500 steps, the game will warp you back to the Safari Zone. But if you're in the right area, this will cause the game to glitch out completely. It depends on exactly where you are when you run out of steps, but most of the time, once you get teleported back, you'll end up in a corrupted version of whatever map you had loaded at the time. Welcome to Glitch City, one of the most infamous bugs in all of Generation 1. This glitch is so famous that it has its own presence online, alongside other extremely famous bugs like Missing No. Outside of its game, this glitch has a lot of strange properties. This is one of those glitches that can permanently mess up your save file, as if you don't have Fly to escape, you'll be stuck in Glitch City forever, as none of the exits will work on this corrupted version of the game. It's probably a bad idea to save in Glitch City, generally speaking. It's not a particularly useful glitch, but the combination of ease of access and the impact it's had on the wider culture surrounding Gen 1 makes putting Glitch City any lower this list pretty difficult. Having access to a wide variety of powerful attacks is quite the boon for a Pokemon, especially in the competitive scene. Considering the importance of move pool variety between different Pokemon, it's only natural to eventually ask the question, what are the best moves in the game? Luckily, Generation 1's unique mechanics makes this question even more interesting. Today, we're going to go over exactly what the best moves in this generation are. And starting off at number 10, we have Rock Slide. This is a rock type move with a base power of 70 and 90% accuracy, and at this point in the series, it has no secondary effects. Far from the flinch menace it is in later generations, Rock Slide started from rather humble beginnings in Generation 1. Not only is it not fully accurate, but Rock Slide has surprisingly low power. Many attacks such as Thunderbolt, Ice Beam, and even the famously mediocre Submission have a higher base power than Rock Slide. With these downsides in mind, you might think that Rock Slide is kind of a terrible move. But there are a few outstanding factors that make Rock Slide a far better move than it first appears. The first is that, in Gen 1, and throughout most of the franchise, Rock is an excellent offensive typing. It hits 4 different types for super effective: Flying, Fire, Ice, and Bug. And while Ice and Bug aren't known for being great defensive types, Flying and Fire pack several surprisingly good resistances. On top of chunking some important types for super effective damage, Rock is also resisted by very few types. The only types that resist Rock today are Fighting, Ground, and Steel didn't exist in Gen 1. On top of that, most fighting types in Generation 1 were severely underpowered. So the number of times your opponent would actually have a resist for your rock type attack was few and far in between. Of course, the most famous attribute of rock type advantage is how it combines with the ground type. These two types cover each other's weaknesses perfectly in the offensive department. Ground is resisted by grass, and Bug can't touch flying at all. while Rock can crush bugs and birds easily and can hit grass for neutral damage. The inverse is also mostly true, with none of the types that resist Rock resisting Ground. This makes Rock and Ground a very common and powerful set of attacking types to combine with each other, especially in competitive. There's really not much you can switch into against a Pokemon with both Earthquake and Rock Slide without at least taking neutral damage. On top of being a great attacking type, Rock Slide is basically your only option for Rock type coverage. The only Rock type moves in Generation 1 are Rock Slide and Rock Throw, which is even worse than Rock Slide. Essentially, Rock Slide is a move that's worse than most of the equivalents for other types. But the natural properties of rock types are so good that it's still extremely threatening. The lack of Rock Slide exactly completely ruins multiple otherwise excellent Pokemon. Don't make me trot out the fossils again. While it does have pretty low distribution and most of the Pokemon that learn it aren't that great, the few good Pokemon that can use the move are made terrifying thanks to the offense it offers them. And at number 9, we have Counter. This is a fighting type move with some weird properties. How it works in Gen 1 is that if the last move that hit you was a fighting or normal type move and it dealt damage, it would deal twice that much damage back to your opponent. This is probably surprising to hear for someone familiar with how Counter works in the modern games, as it now reflects damage from any physical move at all. However, in Gen 1, it was restricted to only 2 types of attacks. It also had a very weird quirk, where, instead of using the last move you used this turn to calculate damage, it used the last move your opponent used. So if your opponent used a move you could counter and then switched out or fainted, you could use Counter and still deal damage to their Pokemon. Regardless of this weirdness and how limited the move's use cases were, Counter has still been a very useful move throughout the history of Gen 1's competitive metagame, and can be used in playthroughs to great effect with a little bit of research. Even today, Counter and its eventual special counterpart Mirror Coat can be used to easily defeat trainers in-game. If you want to, you can look up the moveset of your opponent and predict the move that the AI is most likely to use against you and counter or mirror code appropriately. If you wanted to go into a playthrough completely blind, then the move loses a lot of uses. But in challenge playthroughs especially, this is a very valuable tool to have access to, even in Gen 1 where Counter is more limited. Of course, what makes Counter so good and competitive and in Gen 1 overall is that it actually isn't anywhere near as limited as you might think. For some reason, movesets in Gen 1 were just plainfully bad across the board. You'll often be lucky to have even one good move to make use of your stab, or same type attack boost in your entire learn set. However, almost all Pokemon learn a good number of normal type moves, and there are a lot of pretty good attacks in there. As a result, a ton of physical attackers and mixed attackers are forced to run normal type attacks for matchups where their limited stab options aren't all that great. For example, Kabutops mostly relies on Slash to make use of its great physical attack because it just doesn't have any other good physical moves, setting up for easy counters. This gives Counter a lot more room to shine, and that's without even getting to the fact that in Gen 1, several of the absolute best Pokemon in their respective competitive tiers are normal types that want to spam normal stab moves. This has led to certain Pokemon to use the move Counter as a powerful counter to these moves. If they aren't able to one-shot with a normal attack, the double damage you deal back will essentially always KO them. This is most pronounced on Chansey, whose massive HP stat and tiny defense stat mean that even relatively weak attacks can be countered for massive damage. While not the main centerpiece of most strategies, Counter is such a powerful and unique option that you need to account for it when played Generation 1. And at number 8, we have Thunder Wave. This is an electric type status move that paralyzes your opponent and is 100% accurate. Thunder Wave has remained an amazing move all the way into the modern day of Pokemon, but in the early days of Gen 1, it was even more powerful. In Generation 6, its accuracy was lower to 90%, but you don't have to worry about that 10% chance to miss in Gen 1. However, the more important aspect is that in Generation 1, paralysis itself was a more powerful status. It used to reduce the Pokemon's speed to a mere quarter of its original value, as opposed to just cutting it in half as it does in later gens. This means that a paralyzed Pokemon is basically never going to outspeed a non-paralyzed Pokemon. It's kind of hard to put into perspective how important going first can be in a battle as well. A lot of competitive games in Gen 1 come down to trying to spread paralysis across your opponent's team to set up for a sweep. A lot of Pokemon in the metagame have the ability to 1 to 2 shot every Pokemon on your opponent's team if they can go first and the team is weakened, and the player who's able to spread paralysis better is the one who will end up sweeping at the end of the game. The sweeping potential is even more potent thanks to moves like wrap and low kick that can flinch your opponent or stop them from moving, but only work if you outspeed your opponent. These moves excel in these late game scenarios where paralysis comes back to bite players. That's not even mentioning the various Pokemon who basically fall apart if they get paralyzed. The likes of Alakazam and other fast, frail attackers lose so much of their utility after paralysis that it's pretty close to just KOing them. While not the absolute best status in Red, Blue, Yellow, spreading paralysis is still incredibly strong, and Thunder Wave is really the only way to reliably spread that status. Even if you're not doing any damage, the power that the status can have on the game makes it far more backbreaking in certain scenarios than even the highest power attacks. Almost any Pokemon that can learn Thunder Wave will run it, or at the very least will consider using it for its incredible utility. And at number 7, we have Body Slam. This is a normal type attack with a base power of 85 and perfect accuracy. It has the secondary effect where 30% of the time it will leave the target paralyzed. Body Slam is one of the most commonly used moves in competitive Generation 1, and it's pretty easy to understand why. It's a move with solid base power and one of the better secondary effects in the game. Causing paralysis is especially relevant in the Generation's competitive metagame for reasons we just covered, and a 30% chance is high enough that a lot of Pokemon use Body Slam as sort of a discount Thunder Wave to fish for paralysis on important targets. This utility far outpaces any other similar normal type attack in the game. Takedown and Double Edge do more damage, but the recoil damage means that you're not trying to hit specific damage regions for specific KOs. They're far riskier to use than Slam is. Thrash does more damage, but it robbing you of control of your Pokemon and confusing you can be really punishing in certain scenarios. Though it does admittedly make the move kind of perfect for speedrunning. Body Slam easily outpaces every option, not only thanks to its more reliable damage, but again, the 30% paralysis chance is one of the best secondary effects on any attack in the game. The best example of how important Body Slam is to Generation 1 competitive specifically is the fallout that followed the discovery of a particular bug in Gen 1. In Generation 1 specifically, Body Slam will never paralyze a normal type Pokemon, which was not known for a long time. Pokemon Showdown, the main way that people play competitive Gen 1, actually had this program incorrectly for a long time, and once this bug was discovered, it had a surprisingly big effect on the metagame. Not being able to fish for paralysis on your opponent's Tauros with Body Slam completely changes how you need to approach a lot of scenarios. The fact that such a niche discovery ended up having that big of an impact really shows just how powerful and widespread the move is. And at number 6, we have Psychic. This is a Psychic type attack with a base power of 90 and perfect accuracy. It has a secondary effect where 1/3 of the time it will drop your opponent's special by 1 stage. Now, the last 2 slots on this list are actually pretty close between a lot of strong, consistent attacks of various types. Moves like Thunderbolt, Flamethrower, Ice Beam, and many other moves for different types are very similar to Psychic and Body Slam in terms of their role and effects in the game. And overall, these moves are of very similar quality. Body Slam and Psychic simply have a couple of attributes that make them stand out above the rest, namely an advantageous typing and broken secondary effect. We already talked about Slam's paralysis, but Psychic's special drop is even more powerful than it is in the modern games. Because special was one stat in Generation 1, dropping your opponent's special both lowered their defense to special moves and lowers their special attack. Combine this with the fact that most Pokemon that are going to be spamming Psychic would have naturally high special stats, and a special drop would not only let you deal massive damage to your opponent next turn, but would also mean that your opponent could no longer do meaningful damage back to you. This means that rolling a special drop often forces your opponent to switch out or just drop to your next attack, both of which are terrible options. On top of the sheer potency of the second effect, there's also the fact that Psychic is an amazing attacking type in Generation 1. While it only deals super effective damage to Poison and Fighting, 2 types that it's not that valuable to deal double damage to, it's resisted by only Psychic in Generation 1. This means that there's not really much counterplay to just clicking Psychic every turn. In competitive, this means your Psychic spammer can click the move without ever really fearing being checked by a switch. And if you roll the special drop, your opponent switching has probably screwed them. In more casual settings, basically every major battle in the game can be won by a suitably strong Psychic type spamming the move. Psychic is by far the most powerful, consistent damaging move in Gen 1. But, unfortunately for it, there are some truly messed up attacks in Gen 1 that it can't compete with. Such as, at number 5, we have Blizzard. This is an Ice type move with 120 base power and 90% accuracy. It also has a 10% chance to freeze the target, And in Gen 1, the only way to thaw out after being frozen is to be hit by a fire-type move. Blizzard also has low PP when compared to most moves, only being able to be used 8 times if you use all possible PP ups to get to use the move more. Blizzard belongs to a small category of moves with huge base power, but typically with a pretty big downside. Thunder and Fire Blast both have similar base powers and can cost statuses, but have much lower accuracy, as is the typical way of designing this kind of move all the way into the more modern games. However, for some reason, in Gen 1, Game Freak just forgot to give Blizzard any sort of downside to account for its massive 120 base power, only nerfing its accuracy to 90%, a mostly meaningless downside. This means that, in a lot of scenarios, Blizzard completely outpaces its weaker, consistent counterpart Ice Beam, which is almost never true in later Pokemon games. Basically, every Pokemon that wants to use an Ice-type move and has access to Blizzard will choose Blizzard. There's not really even that much decision to be made when going into it. Blizzard is just obviously better in almost all scenarios. The existence and power of Blizzard makes several Pokemon far scarier than they otherwise would be. Articuno's ability to fire stab blizzards off of its frankly massive special stat gives it a niche and competitive despite not being the best Pokemon overall, and it really wouldn't be an option worth considering if Blizzard weren't so powerful and consistent. We have even mentioned the freeze chance, which is essentially just a 1 in 10 chance to instantly KO your opponent for no reason. Again, you just can't thaw out in Gen 1 without getting hit by a fire type attack, which is so easy for your opponent to play around that if a mon gets frozen, it's never using any other move throughout the rest of the game. Essentially, if you can teach Pokemon Blizzard in a playthrough, you should. It is the single best standard damaging move in the entire game by quite a wide margin. And at number 4, we have Amnesia. This is a Psychic type status move that raises the user's special by 2 stages. A 2-stage boost is equivalent to doubling the affected stat, and getting all the way to a +6 will result in a stat 4 times the original value for anyone who doesn't know. As we mentioned when talking about Psychic, the special attack and defense stat were 1 stat in Gen 1. So Amnesia, rather than effectively having the damage you took from special attacks like it does in the modern games, would do that and also double your damage output in a single turn. This is not only by far the best stat buffing move in Gen 1, it's probably the best stat buffing move ever put into any Pokemon game. Even the infamous Tail Glow, which increased special attack by 3 stages, is given a run for its money by getting so much extra damage and bulk at the same time. The mere existence of this move makes every Pokemon with it an instant threat that you can't allow to stay in play for several turns unanswered. The move was given incredible limited distribution in Gen 1, but every single Pokemon that can learn it can use the move to great effect. Amnesia is only learnable by the Poliwrath line, the Slowbro line, Snorlax, and Mewtwo. All 4 of these Pokemon have sets in competitive built around abusing Amnesia to ruin your opponent's day. In playthroughs, Amnesia is even more broken. The enemy trainer AI is famously abusable, making stat boosting moves, in general, incredible in playthroughs. Amnesia, being the best stat boosting move, is therefore the strongest move to set up sweeps against the game's various bosses. You can pretty easily get through most of the game by using the first Amnesia user you get your hands on and spamming potions on it as you prepare to sweep. It's probably a good thing we never got any other boosting moves that were quite as effective, as the only reason Amnesia isn't super completely over-centralizing in the game's meta is its incredibly low distribution. And at number 3, we have Sleep Powder. This is a grass-type move with 75% accuracy that puts your opposing Pokemon to sleep. Even to this day, sleep is an incredibly powerful status effect that can easily determine games. However, in Gen 1, sleep was almost as busted as freeze, basically being an instant KO. Not only could it take up to 7 turns to wake up, but waking up took your entire turn when you finally got around to it. This means that, if your opponent guesses right, they could potentially put you back to sleep right after you wake up, without you even getting the ability to use a move. Sleep's power is slightly mitigated and competitive by the introduction of the Sleep Clause, which makes it so that only 1 Pokemon on a player's team can be put to sleep at a time. However, even with this restriction, sleep-inducing moves are widespread thanks to just how impactful they can be on the game. Their impact is even larger in playthroughs, where the AI won't switch once they've been slept. This can give you ample terms to set up a sweep with boosting moves like Amnesia, or you can just knock out whatever Pokemon you slept for free afterwards. Thanks to this immense utility, essentially any Pokemon with access to sleep-inducing moves can be used to great effect in a playthrough. A really good benchmark for how good Sleep Powder is the move Hypnosis, which also puts a target to sleep but only had 60% accuracy. Normally, moves this inaccurate would never be worth going for, especially in the competitive side of the game. But Pokemon like Gengar still commonly use the move in the overused tier of Gen 1 because the times you do hit with Hypnosis are simply too devastating. Of course, the absolute best sleep-inducing move in the game is Spore, which has perfect accuracy but can only be used by Parasect, an intentionally terrible Pokemon. It does make Parasect great for filling your decks, though, so keep that in mind if you ever want to catch the full original 151. Sleep Powder is overall the best sleep-inducing move when accounting for who gets access to it, letting it take an official spot on this list, but just about any sleep-inducing move can be a nightmare to deal with. And at number 2, we have Explosion. This is a normal type attack with perfect accuracy and a crazy 170 base power. It also halves your opponent's defenses while it calculates damage, giving it an even higher effective base power of 340. However, it also instantly knocks the user out when they use it. Of course, Explosion does have a sort of sister move in Self-Destruct, which acts identical but only has 130 base power, going up to 260 when accounting for it having their defense. Explosion and Self-Destruct are moves often looked over by the more casual player base, and that makes sense when you consider the limitations in playthroughs. While anything you explode on will likely get knocked out, when you're traversing the game in a playthrough, you're probably going to run into dozens of wild Pokemon on your way to and from each Pokemon Center. Blowing up your Pokemon will only let you deal with one of these many encounters, leaving you with a weakened team for the rest of your trek. Due to being really bad in these kinds of situations, most players skip out on Explosion when building their team. However, Explosion can get a lot of use in a playthrough setting against the major battles. Of course, Explosion's use in this context is still limited. The thing that really gets Explosion onto this list is its use in competitive, where it's an incredible tool to have access to. The sheer burst damage that Explosion provides can allow teams to come back from seemingly impossible scenarios. Pokemon that would normally take a ton of work for multiple members of the team to knock out due to their massive bulk can sometimes be taken out in a single move. Even better, there's no health threshold for when you can and can't use the move. A common scenario is for a Pokemon to have a grueling 1v1 with the Pokemon, barely surviving, and then use Explosion on whatever Pokemon is sent in next, sometimes letting you effectively take down 2 Pokemon with 1 at that point, which wasn't going to contribute anything else to the battle anyway. Of course, there are ways to counter Explosion. Gengar's Ghost typing makes it completely immune to the damage, letting it punish Explosion users heavily with a good prediction. And rock types like Rhydon can often take an Explosion for another, more valuable team member if they're healthy thanks to their normal resist. Still, the fact that these tactics exist kind of shows how powerful Explosion can be in competitive. While it does struggle in the average playthrough when compared to more standard attacks, the fact that Explosion is the singular most powerful attack in the game is too important to ignore, especially in competitive settings. And all the way at number 1, we have Hyper Beam. This is a normal type attack with a perfect accuracy of 150 base power. However, after using the move, the Pokemon has to take a turn off to recharge. At least it normally does. For whatever reason, in Gen 1, if Hyper Beam KOs your opponent, you don't have to recharge for a turn. Hyper Beam is the highest base power move in the game that can be used with any degree of regularity, and the fact that a 150 base power move with a downside that you can get around exists shapes a lot about how Red, Blue, Yellow competitive is played. Part of the reason why spreading paralysis with Thunder Wave is such a big deal is because it helps set up Hyper Beam sweeps. By wearing down the HP of your opponent's Pokemon and eliminating or paralyzing everything faster than your strongest Hyper Beam user, you can set up a checkmate scenario where you just Hyper Beam every single one of your opponent's Pokemon and win the game. This can technically work with any move, but there's no other spammable move in the game with a higher base power as a stab than Hyper Beam, meaning that these sweeps are far easier with Hyper Beam. Even without trying to create a late game sweep, Hyper Beam is still a crazy move. You can take KOs from far higher health totals than other moves, but if your opponent switches to a Pokemon that can tank the beam, then you're stuck recharging for a turn. This makes using Hyper Beam extremely complicated, with heavy predictions and mind games about if your opponent is going to switch, and what they could switch to avoid Hyper Beaming come into play. Of course, Hyper Beam isn't just one of the most important moves in the competitive scene, it also dunks on basically the entire game. Any semi-decent physical attacker on your team would love to learn Hyper Beam and clean up any wild random Pokemon encounters or trainers that you run into. The only issue with Hyper Beam in Gen 1 playthroughs is its low PP of 5 at base, which can only be upgraded to 8 at most. These downsides are mostly irrelevant though, because Hyper Beam is just one of the most consistent and powerful sources of damage in the game. Pokemon is ultimately about dealing damage to your opponent, and Hyper Beam's almost a non-existent downside makes it the most effective way to deal massive damage in Gen 1. Pokemon Red, Blue, and Green were all made by a small team of developers, which led to rather unexpected issues in the gameplay department, some of which may have led to certain Pokemon being a bit more powerful than intended. So today, we're going to go over Pokemon who got buffed purely by accident, and explain what went wrong. Starting off at number 10, we have Hitmonlee, who is a pure fighting type with an incredible 120 attack and a fairly decent 87 speed. However, the rest of its stats are just miserable, with none of them even breaking 50, and its special being especially miserable at a pitiful 35. Hitmonlee is really nothing special in Generation 1, especially with how weak the fighting type is overall. With 2 brutal weaknesses in Flying and Psychic, it makes you wonder what makes Hitmonlee so special. Well, Hitmonlee was given a signature move called High Jump Kick, which is a base 85 power fighting type move that is supposed to have a brutal drawback of dealing 40% recoil damage if the attack misses. High Jump Kick has a 90% accuracy, which doesn't sound too bad until you realize that in Pokemon, if a move is not 100% accurate, then you could believe it has a 10% accuracy instead. However, due to an issue in coding, High Jump Kick deals a whopping 1 HP of damage back to Hitmonlee if it misses, so it realistically has no drawback. Hitmonlee isn't an incredible Pokemon, but that one exploit does allow it to edge out over its counterpart Hitmonchan and even faster fighting types like Primeape, due to them lacking a fighting type move as good as High Jump Kick. However, Hitmonlee does struggle with being really hard to obtain, as you get a choice in Saffron City between Hitmonlee and Hitmonchan. But that's the only one of the two that you get the entire game, so you're just out of luck if you choose Hitmonchan instead, who's so unremarkable it doesn't even have a signature move to call its own. Hitmonlee isn't a very good Pokemon, but considering how unusable its counterpart is, and the rough spot fighting types find themselves in, Hitmonlee does the most with what it has. And at number 9, we have Venomoth, which is a bug and poison type with a rather rough stat spread of 70 HP, 65 attack, and a miserable 60 defense. However, it does have a decent 90 speed and special, which does put it above some other bug type competition like Butterfree. Venomoth is rather unremarkable as a Pokemon who at first glance seems entirely forgettable. However, it does have access to the insane Sleep Powder. This is a 75% accurate status move that simply puts the opposing Pokemon to sleep. Sleep in Generation 1 lasts for 1 to 7 turns, with 1 additional turn to wake up, and during those turns you literally cannot do anything. You effectively just lose a Pokemon unless you get incredibly lucky with your sleep turns. Venomoth actually has another trick up its sleeve besides only putting things to sleep, as it has access to the powerful Psychic to deal some actual damage. Venomoth surprisingly isn't that let down by being a poison type, as down in the never used tier it resides in, the common Mr. Mime isn't too fond of eating a sleep powder trying to deal with it. Venomoth's true Achilles heel resides in its bug typing, as that gives it a brutal weakness to fire. And considering Charizard is known as a top 3 Pokemon in the entire tier, Venomoth is far from ideal in most battles. Venomoth does have a place in playthroughs though, as you can obtain one right after the Electric Gym, and it's arguably the best bug type who isn't confined to the Safari Zone. Venomoth does have a bit of a problem in playthroughs as it's weak to the Fire Gym, and has a rough type with most of the Elite Four. However, clicking Sleep Powder and Psychic is enough to carve out a place in any team who wants to click Swords Dance and sweep without a second thought. And at number 8, we have Nidoking, which is a poison and ground type with a fairly mediocre stat spread of 75 special, 77 defense, 81 HP, 85 speed, and a decent 92 attack. Nidoking at first glance actually seems incredible, as its move pool is one of the deepest in the entire game. And you can obtain a Nidoran on the second route and evolve it right after you beat the Rock Gym. Nidoking has a ton of great traits that are only let down by its poor stats, as Poison is not a very defensive type, especially in Generation 1. Even though Venomoth was able to get around this with its decent 90 speed, 85 speed is just far too slow, especially for a Pokemon who isn't even that bulky. Nidoking is saved thanks to an exploit in the first generation due to the one-hit KO moves. There are 3 one-hit KO moves in Generation 1, Fissure, Horn Drill, and Guillotine, and all 3 do exactly as you'd expect. They KO the opponent in one shot if they connect. However, their accuracy is unimaginably terrible to compensate, with not a single one over 30%. The reason Nidoking is saved thanks to these moves is that in Generation 1, the item X accuracy was coded so that if you had taken a single X accuracy during a battle, you effectively could never miss an attack. And as we mentioned earlier, Nidoking was incredibly easy to obtain, and it naturally learned Horn Drill at level 36. So you could extremely easily sweep the entire game by buying a handful of X accuracies and going to town. One-hit KO moves do have one more restriction, as you need to be faster than your target. However, even though Nidoking has awful speed, you could simply use the item X speed to give it a small 1.5x boost to its speed to easily make up for that issue. Now, this is all good for a playthrough, but in competitive, you're not allowed to use items. So this entire strategy goes down the drain. Nidoking struggles due to being weak to Psychic, Water, and even Ground type due to its Poison typing, which means it really cannot switch in on anything. And even though it has phenomenal coverage, it's so slow that it has a rough time actually making use of its decent attacking stats. Ironically, Nidoking resides in the never used tier with its fellow poison, Venomoth, where Venomoth is the best counter to Nidoking in the entire tier. As Nidoking is so pitifully slow, it can be put to sleep in a heartbeat. However, Nidoking is loved due to its insane coverage, as it's known as one of the most diverse Pokemon in the entire tier. And its insane potential for a playthrough allows Nidoking to just barely slide into the number 8 slot. And at number 7, we have Hypno, which is a pure Psychic type with a decent 70 defense, 73 attack, and 85 HP. Hypno does have a quite bad 67 speed, but its insane 115 special more than makes up for that weakness. Hypno is a pure Psychic type, and that could honestly be where we end this segment. The Psychic type is the best type in Generation 1 due to effectively having no weaknesses. The Bug type was awful, and the only halfway viable Bug type is carried entirely by the broken sleep mechanic, and the other, quote, weakness was the Ghost type, which due to a coding error was actually not super effective against Psychic in Gen 1. And the singular Ghost type in Generation 1 was also part Poison, so it was also just plain weak to Psychic to make it even worse. Meaning, the Psychic type quite literally had no weaknesses in Gen 1, besides a type so bad, their best attack in Gen 1 was the base 25 Twin Needle. Hypno has a decent move pool with access to Hypnosis, Psychic, and Thunder Wave. While Thunder Wave was worse than Hypnosis on paper, Thunder Wave has 100% accuracy, so it was a far safer move to click if you were worried about getting demolished if you missed the sleep, and were too slow to get a second chance. Hypno is accessible right after the Water Gym, and basically always has the move Hypnosis, so it's extremely useful for a playthrough, as putting everything to sleep makes it incredibly easy to catch wild Pokemon. And the Psychic typing is amazing versus the Poison Gym and 2 of the Elite 4 members. Hypno is an interesting place competitively, as it's not very good in the overused tier, but was so good that it got banned from the underused tier, being stuck in a tier known as Borderline, which is just a holding zone for Pokemon who aren't that strong, but way too broken for a tier below. Hypno isn't the best Psychic type, as its speed and physical defense really let it down. But that should show you just how broken the Psychic type is, that a Pokemon this mediocre is banned from ever touching a lower tier again. And at number 6, we have Victreebel, which is a Poison Grass type Pokemon with a fairly mediocre 70 speed, 65 defense, but a modest 80 HP and incredibly good 100 special and 105 attack. Victreebel is one of 3 Poison and Grass types in Generation 1, and easily the best due to 2 factors. 1, for its higher attack than Venusaur, and 2, for having access to the broken move Wrap. Wrap in Generation 1 is a 15 base power normal type move that simply restricts your opponent's Pokemon for 2 to 5 turns, leaving them unable to move until the Wrap misses or until they switch out. Wrap isn't the only reason Victreebel is good, as its attack and stats in general are incredible. 100 special attack is enough that a Razor Leaf does a clean 35% to the mighty Snorlax. Razor Leaf also has a high crit chance, which in Generation 1 basically means you have a 50-50 chance of getting a crit and absolutely tearing through the entire team. Victreebel also has access to everyone's favorite status, Sleep, as it has access to Sleep Powder. And while it's not incredibly fast, if it can fire off a Sleep or Stun Powder and land the attack, it's basically impossible to ever get a hit on Victreebel unless you swap out. Victreebel is a terror in the competitive scene, and even casually as you can obtain a Bellsprout right before battling the Water-type Misty. And immediately after, you can head to Celadon City to grab a Leaf Stone so you can have a Victreebel ready for Gym 4 at the latest. And at that point, Victreebel can clean up a good chunk of the gyms and the Elite 4 on its own. Victreebel has the same weakness as the other 2 Poison types on this list, as it has the Poison type weakness to Psychic, so it struggles fairly often against the most powerful Pokemon in the game. Victreebel is a great Pokemon who's only brought down by its rough weakness to Psychic. and its very lackluster physical bulk, but it's still a powerhouse and well deserving of the number 6 spot. And at number 5, we have Jinx, which is a psychic and ice type with a bizarre 35 defense, 50 attack, and 65 HP, along with a solid 95 in special and speed. At first glance, Jinx doesn't seem like anything special. Just another frail Pokemon carried entirely by being the psychic type, which isn't entirely far off. Ice is also a really bad type defensively, as it's weak to fire and the ever common rock type, and gives you quite literally no added resistances besides to other ice types. However, in Generation 1, there were 2 factors which made being an ice type extra valuable. The first reason was that the freeze status was unimaginably broken. If the previously mentioned sleep status was a free KO, then freeze might as well just delete an entire Pokemon from your opponent's team. In Generation 1, there was no move to directly apply freeze, such as how Thunder Wave allows paralysis on your opponent's Pokemon. But to make up for that, if you ever got frozen, you could not thaw out unless hit by a fire type attack. This effectively meant, unless you were the smartest player in history and got lucky that your opponent had a Pokemon with all 4 attacks being fire type, you were never thawing out that Pokemon. The only way to apply freeze in Gen 1 was to use an ice type attack such as Blizzard or Ice Beam, which all had a 10% chance of freezing your opponent's Pokemon. And Jinx was one of the best at spamming Blizzard thanks to being decently fast and hitting hard enough that even without a freeze, a stray Blizzard could take chunks out of even the bulkiest neutral walls. Before we get too far, we should mention that there's a glitch where using the move Haze would thaw your opposing Pokemon out, but that also requires your opponent to basically be working for you for it to work. Jinx benefits due to another exploit in Generation 1 where the fire type did not resist the ice type. So even if Charizard and Moltres can destroy Jinx if they land a Fire Blast, they can never actually switch in on a Jinx as a single Blizzard puts them out of commission entirely. All of this bundled with Jinx's access to the 75 accurate Lovely Kiss to put your opponent to sleep, meant that Jinx was one of the most unique Pokemon in the entire overused tier. In playthroughs, Jinx was also amazing due to being accessible from a trade before the second gym. So gaining a Psychic and Ice type that early in the run means you were almost never in any real danger besides the Fire Gym. Jinx does have a few major issues, however. As you can see, its defenses are painfully bad. And while decently fast, Jinx doesn't really stand out in the OU tier as most Pokemon have 100 speed at least. Jinx also struggles with any Pokemon which can eat an Ice or Psychic move and attack back, as basically any attack puts Jinx out of commission. Overall, Jinx is a good Pokemon whose niche can't really be replicated by anyone, so it definitely deserves a number 5 spot on this list. And at number 4, we have Cloyster, which is a water and ice type with a rather poor HP stat of 50, with a speed stat of 70, but that's where its bad stats end. Cloyster has a solid 85 special and 95 attack, and an astronomical 180 defense stat, giving it the highest defense in the entire game. Cloyster is obviously an amazing wall, but that's not the only reason it's good. Cloyster was also blessed with its very own unique signature move named Clamp. Clamp is a 35 base power water move with the exact same effect as the previously mentioned Wrap, where it traps your opponent's Pokemon for 2 to 5 turns, leaving them powerless to do anything except switch out or hope you miss the Clamp. Cloyster abuses Clamp more than any other Pokemon abuse Wrap due to 2 reasons. One being that Cloyster is a water type, so it gains the 1.5 times stab boost to the move, making it hit even harder. And secondly, Clamp has 20 more power than Wrap, so it's just an upgrade in every way. Cloyster also benefits for a similar reason as Jinx, as it can fire off Blizzards with its respectable 85 special and pray it lands a devastating freeze. Cloyster even has the move Explosion, so at any point it can fire off an effective base 340 move to take out anything in a pinch. Cloyster is just a pile of broken attributes in one Pokemon, along with the fact that it's easy to obtain, as directly after the 3rd gym, you can get a Shelter with a Super Rod, along with evolving at the Celadon department store immediately. This means you can use it to easily tear through the Fire, Ground, and Grass gym along with 2/4 of the Elite Four. Cloyster does have a few genuine problems that locks it to the number 4 slot. Cloyster really only has water and ice coverage, so Pokemon like Starmie and Slowbro can take advantage of it. And its special defense and HP aren't nearly as good as its physical defense, so electric types like the common Zapdos can destroy it if they can safely switch in on it. However, even with these checks, Cloyster is a phenomenal wall that's always threatening whenever you see it hit the field, making it a powerhouse well deserving of the spot on this list. And at number 3, we have the previously mentioned Slowbro, which is a water and psychic type with a rough 35 speed, but a decent 75 attack, 80 special, along with a great 95 HP and 110 defense. Slowbro is known in the competitive Pokemon for a set effectively claimed as its own, Amnesia Slowbro. Amnesia is a boosty move that simply gives you a +2 in special, which in Generation 1 means both your special defense and attack are boosted by 2. And for a special attacker and a wall like Slowbro, this boost is incredible. Slowbro was the absolute best legal user of Amnesia, which quickly became its calling card, as the combination is infamous in how powerful it is, and how after one Amnesia boost, a single Slowbro can demolish almost any team. This is one of the reasons in Generation 2, Amnesia was nerfed to only raise special defense, as once the stat splits into 2, they decided to gut the move in order to keep more special threats from being as centralizing as Slowbro. Slowbro also has one of the best move pools in the entire game, having access to moves like Fire Blast, Ice Beam, and Psychic for coverage, and Thunder Wave to make up for its lackluster speed. Slowbro is fine in playthroughs, as you can obtain one after getting the Super Rod, similar to Cloyster. So it's really just a choice and preference, as Shelder learns Clamp 20 levels before Slowbro learns Amnesia. But Slowbro has a better overall move pool. Slowbro over the years has become less of a staple, as people have found more ways to exploit it, as any Pokemon that can do something like put it to sleep or just capitalize on its low speed by fishing for critical hits can make setting up difficult, along with Pokemon who aren't very threatened by its stab combination like Starmie just sitting on it. Similarly, Pokemon can just click Explosion and try to finish off a weakened Slowbro, as Slowbro lacking its own form of recovery is a major hindrance to its consistency on a game-to-game basis. Slowbro is iconic to the generation, as is the move it exploited to become a household name, but over the years they both have fallen somewhat out of favor. But there's still a powerhouse that can absolutely demolish entire teams if you accidentally give them an opening. And at number 2, we have Chansey, which is a pure normal type with a bizarre stat spread, as its speed is 50, its attack and defense are both 5, making it the lowest in the entire game. However, Chansey has a great 105 special and an astronomical 250 HP. And to this day, only one Pokemon has higher HP than Chansey, and that's its evolution introduced in the next generation. Chansey is known as one of the big 3 in Generation 1's overused tier, as it's on nearly every single competitively viable team ever created. Chansey is one of the few Pokemon in the game capable of consistently checking the terrifying Psychic types, as there's almost no way to actually damage it with special attacks. And with Psychic being a special type, this means that Chansey can just sit on tons of the strongest Pokemons in the game. Now, you may be wondering how Chansey is better than intended, because wouldn't a stat in the 200s imply they knew Chansey would be good? Well, on paper, yes, but there's no way we could talk about the mechanics that made Pokemon 2 good and not mention the pre-special split. As we've alluded to in Generation 1, Special was 1 stat instead of 2, as it is for the rest of the franchise. While usually this was fine, some Pokemon got some of the most insane stat spreads in the franchise due to how their stats were distributed. Case in point, Chansey. In Generation 2, once the special stat split, Chansey kept its 105 special defense, but was left with a miserable special attack of 35, meaning it was basically useless offensively. The opposite example is the Pokemon Alakazam, who had a massive 135 special, but once the special split happened, it ended up with a far lower 85 special defense, making it far more frail in comparison. In general, the pre-special split led to tons of Pokemon being far bulkier or stronger offensively than intended, with Chansey being the prime example of this issue. In Generation 1, Chansey is not only a phenomenal wall, but a phenomenal special attacker due to its deep move pool containing Fire Blast, Thunderbolt, Psychic, and Blizzard, and the reliable Soft Boil to heal 50% of its gargantuan HP whenever you feel like making the battle even more impossible for your opponent. Chansey is pretty much unusable in a playthrough, however, as it is famous for being nearly impossible to find in the Safari Zone, and its only other spawn location is a cave you unlock after you beat the Elite Four in Champion. Even if Chansey is a competitive staple, there are some ways to effectively deal with it. Sleep is Chansey's worst nightmare, as it's so slow, nearly every mon with Sleep Powder or Hypnosis can force it to switch, or risk being chipped into lethal range by a physical attacker like Snorlax. Rhydon is also an excellent choice to deal with Chansey, as besides Ice Beam, there really isn't a way for Chansey to deal with a Rhydon, as Rhydon can reliably 2-hit KO Chansey with Earthquake. Chansey is an icon to Generation 1 thanks to being an incredible wall, but also inadvertently an incredible special attacker as well. And there's only one Pokemon fit to overshadow a member of the big 3. And at number 1, we have the icon of Generation 1, Tauros, which is another pure normal type with 70 special, 75 HP, along with an insane 95 defense, 100 attack, and 110 speed. Tauros is to Generation 1 as Pikachu is to the anime. The entire competitive game revolves around Tauros from its absolute bonkers stat spread. to its great move pool with all of the moves you'd come to expect in Blizzard, Fire Blast, Thunderbolt, and the main topic of this section, Hyper Beam. Hyper Beam is a base 150 normal type move that makes the user unable to move after you click it. Well, it would if it didn't have an exploit in Generation 1, where if you kill the Pokemon you hit with Hyper Beam, then you don't have to recharge and can instead keep doing whatever you want. Tauros is the icon because of how much it benefits from just blasting hyper beams left and right, as thanks to its insane coverage, it's incredibly hard to switch on a Tauros safely. You want to protect your Jinx from a Fire Blast, so you switch to Rhydon? Well, Tauros players predicted that and fired off a Blizzard, and now you've lost your Rhydon. Tauros is so unimaginably strong that its main contenders are opposing Tauros, and the simple fact that you only have 4 move slots in battle. Entire battles can be played waiting to see what the 4th move on your opponent's Tauros is, where you're waiting to see if you can beat it with your Cloyster, or if it has Thunderbolt and you need an Executor to deal with it. Tauros is rather weak to statuses like Paralysis or Sleep, removing its insane speed from the equation, but actually keeping a Pokemon alive to tank a hit and paralyze Tauros is far easier said than done. Tauros does have the same issues in a playthrough as Chansey, as it's in the Safari Zone. But if you manage to find one, you basically beat the game right there. Tauros is the face of Generation 1 overused, and even if you always know Body Slam followed by Hyper Beam is coming, barely anything can actually stand up to its overwhelming power. Pokemon is, at the end of the day, a numbers game, and the stats of Pokemon end up being one of the most important things about how they perform in a game. This is even more true in early generations before the inclusions of abilities and other mechanics that made stats less immediately important. Today we're going to go over Pokemon with the absolute highest base stats in Generation 1, and talk about why those stats made them great, or occasionally weren't enough to save them. And starting us off at number 10, we have Arcanine, with a base stat total of 455. Arcanine is a pure fire type with a pretty average bulk, having a slightly above average HP stat of 90, and a perfectly acceptable 80 in bulk defense. Arcanine's attack and speed stats, however, are exceptional, with a great 95 speed and an amazing 110 physical attack. All of this together makes Arcanine seem like a very solid Pokemon with good damage output, speed, and ability to withstand non-super effective hits pretty well. Unfortunately, Arcanine has a few things going against it that make its stats far less useful than they might seem. Arcanine is a physically attacking fire type, and before Generation 4 and the introduction of the physical special split, all fire type attacks are special attacks. So they use its much worse special attack rather than its amazing physical. Now, you could just not use fire type attacks, but not only are you giving up good coverage if you make that decision, you also give up stab, or same type attack boost to increase your damage. The result is that in Generation 1, you have to run Arcanine as a mixed attacker, whose damage is far less than you'd like on either end. Even worse is the fact that Arcanine's move pool in Generation 1 isn't all that impressive. While you do get a lot of the best moves in Fire Blast, Flamethrower, Body Slam, and Hyper Beam, your coverage attacks are severely lacking. No Earthquake, Rock Slide, or Thunderbolt means that you have nothing that could help you cover your water or rock weaknesses. Arcanine's move pools get steadily better as the generations chug on, but like most Gen 1 Pokemon, you're pretty low on options. All of this makes Arcanine very weak to the likes of Rhydon and Golem in higher tiers of play, as they can threaten big damage on Arcanine without it having access to even a neutral attack to fire back with. This weakness pushes Arcanine all the way down into the PU tier on Smog, the second lowest tier of competitive play, which is pretty abysmal for a Pokemon with the 10th highest base stat total in the game. For what it's worth, Arcanine is the best Pokemon in PU, and essentially every team needing to account for exactly it and having to plan for it, and it's of course more than usable in a playthrough, and extremely easy to obtain as you can buy a Firestone at Route 1, where Growlithe is also obtained. However, this really does go to show stats aren't quite everything when it comes to being a strong Pokemon. And at number 9, we have Executor, with a base stat total of 455. This means it's technically tied with Arcanine, but thankfully we have an easy way of breaking these ties. Thanks to Gen 1 weirdness, the special attack and special defense stats were just one stat. So even though they both have the same base stat totals, Executor has a higher effective base stat total, thanks to have an amazing special stat of 125. And this is how we'll be breaking all ties in the future, for the record. Anyway, Executor has way above average HP and okay defense of 95 and 85 respectively, which combined with their great special makes them fairly bulky. A solid attack of 95 means that any physical coverage move it's going for will hit decently hard. The only downside of Executor's stats are its low speed of 55, which allows mostly anything to outspeed it. Combining this with a powerful move Psychic, access to Explosion, and Sleep Powder to induce the second most broken status in the game, Exeggutor is a menace in the overused tier. Now, Exeggutor was famously one of the best Pokemon in the tier, but over time it's fallen slightly out of favor in lieu of better options. Still, it's more than viable in the tier, showing off the power of its stat spread and move pool. It is, unfortunately, a bit difficult to use in playthroughs thanks to only being available in the Savari Zone, which is both quite a bit into the game and just generally a pain to catch anything in Generation 1. Of course, its power more than makes it worth it, being able to sleep and sweep a huge amount of the game as long as it can survive the opposing Pokemon's hit for a turn or two. Now, Exeggutor does have a 4 times weakness, however, it is to the Bug type, which is so unusable in Generation 1 that the strongest bug type move is Pin Missile from the electric type Jolteon, which doesn't one-hit KO. Don't let the tree's recent fall from grace fool you. Exeggutor is still a very powerful Pokemon in Generation 1, and that's not changing anytime soon. And at number 8, we have Cloyster. This is a Water/Ice type with a base stat total of 480. Hilariously, almost all of that is spent on its massive 180 defensive stat, and while it has 50 HP, it still takes physical hits really well. Its special is decent at 85, giving it below average special bulk, while letting it deal okay damage, and it has a high attack stat of 95. Its slightly poor speed of 70 rounds out a very uneven and strange stat spread. While it can be awkward to use, there are a lot of situations where Cloyster can shine. Any Pokemon without a super effective physical move and low special is easily overcome with a few blizzards off of its respectable special stat. The main thing Cloyster has going for it is its move Clamp, a partial trapping move. In Gen 1, partial trapping moves worked very differently, not only stopping your opponent from switching out, but also stopping them from attacking altogether. However, rather than just being used once and staying active in the background, you instead get stuck into using this move for 2 to 5 turns. This will allow you to get a lot of damage off as long as you don't miss, and at any point you can use this ability to get a free switch on your immobile opponent. While not really worth it in playthroughs, this is extremely powerful and competitive, and Cloyster is the only Pokemon in the game that has access to Clamp specifically, giving it the only water-type partial trapping move. This allows Cloyster to easily bully any slower or paralyzed Pokemon and deal a ton of damage to set up for an easy KO. Having this utility on a Pokemon with, overall, good stats and typing is a huge help. The main thing going against Cloyster is that, at least in playthroughs, it can be hard to come by. It does require having the Super Rod or Surf in order to obtain the Pokemon, so it is quite a late game encounter. Still, once you do get a hold of your Cloyster, it can do a lot of work. And at number 7, we have Gyarados, with a base stat total of 480, tied with Cloyster. Of course, it has the higher special stat of 100, beating out Cloyster's special stat of 85 by a bit. Gyarados' Water/Flying type is a double-edged sword, giving it a ground immunity and canceling out one of Water's only 2 weaknesses, Grass, along with a flying resistance to top it all off. All of these upsides are balanced out by Gyarados' tragic 4 times weakness to Electric. And while it does have an okay defense spread at 95 HP, 79 defense, and 100 special, taking quadruple damage from an attack is hard to get around. Of course, its defenses aren't the main attraction here. Gyarados has an offensive spread, with a respectable 81 speed combined with a massive 125 and 100 attack and special stats, allowing it to hit for massive damage with a wide variety of moves. Now, while Gyarados' move pool wasn't quite as good as you may have liked, as it lacks any flying moves at all, to make use of that stat bonus, it does have great coverage, with Body Slam, Hyper Beam, Blizzard, Fire Blast, and Thunderbolt, letting it hit a ton of Pokemon for super effective off of its great attacking stats. Even better is the fact that Gyarados can be obtained extremely early on in playthroughs. All you have to do is buy a Magikarp from a certain crafty salesman, or get the old rod in Vermilion City, and you can start grinding it up to level 20, where it will then evolve into one of the best Pokemon in the entire game. Yes, Magikarp can't attack, so you will have to switch train it, but that's a small price to pay for a strong Pokemon. In competitive, Gyarados falls into the underused tier, right below the OU main tier. Its weaknesses are really bad in OU, as random electric moves and odd rock slides can really punish Gyarados' switch-ins, and shows the weakness of its considerably decent bulk. Still, its unique typing and huge offensive stats means that Gyarados is never really out of contention in the format. And at number 6, we have Articuno, with a base stat total of 485. Articuno is, of course, a flying ice-type Pokemon with a well-rounded stat spread of 90 HP, 100 defense, and 125 special, which gives it good bulk, And its 85 speed, that means it's not exactly a sitting duck. While its attack isn't great, you still mostly will be relying on your special for damage, so that's not a big deal. What is a big deal is Articuno's terrible typing. It's weak to both fire and electric and has a terrible 4 times weakness to rock, meaning that its bulk is deceptively easy to exploit. Now, while it may not be great at taking hits, if Articuno can outspeed and nuke your opponent with a blizzard, that's not that big a deal. Rock type damage is also pretty rare in Gen 1. And most Pokemon have it are also ground type and slow enough that Articuno can actually outspeed and one-hit KO a lot of rock types that theoretically could threaten it. Articuno is actually a bit of a glass cannon, doing huge damage but often taking chunks in return. In fact, Articuno's Blizzard is one of the strongest attacks in the game outside of Explosion. It does take quite a while to actually get it in a playthrough, but for that kind of power, it's pretty reasonable. Still, being a bit slow does hold the Pokemon back in competitive. Currently, Articuno is on the underused ban list. It wasn't good enough for overuse, but had to get banned from underused tier because it was way too strong there. Articuno also can't do anything against Pokemon that resist ice, as it doesn't have any coverage at all. As a result, in OU, Articuno is often passed up in favor of other ice types, like Cloyster, who has access to slightly better move pools in a few key areas. While not having quite the presence in OU that its legendary status would imply, Articuno's raw power means that it can't be completely forgotten in competitive. And at number 5, we have Zapdos, with a base stat total of 490. This is a flying electric type with a huge 100 speed and 125 special, allowing it to zap off fast and powerful electric type attacks. Its decent bulk is rounded out by a 90 base HP, 85 defense, topped off with an above average 90 base attack. Its typing is also amazing, giving it great ground immunity and only 2 weaknesses to rock and ice, both of which are more than manageable. Zapdos's twin stab with Thunderbolt and Drill Peck can clean up a huge percentage of the game, and a lot of Pokemon in the OU format. Again, it does take a while to be obtainable, but technically Zapdos's home in the power plant is the easiest to access of the legendary birds, which is convenient because it's easily the best of the bunch. The combination of its actually good typing with its high special and speed are just far better than what the other two can offer. Zapdos is easily the best electric type in the game, and while it doesn't have too many great matchups by the time you get it, it can be great against a huge amount of Pokemon in the Pokemon League. This power also translates to OU, where Zapdos is the electric type of the format. In the competitive scene, Zapdos is mostly used as a late game sweeper, as it trades blows with the various Pokemon and spreads paralysis via Thunder Wave until you eliminate every threat to your Zapdos' health. At that point, you come in and set up agility, then it's open season for Zapdos to clean up the game. All around, Zapdos is one of the most powerful Pokemon in Gen 1. An amazing typing and stat spread combined to make Zapdos an efficient threat that's more than worth the work to get a hold of it. And at number 4, we have Moltres, with a base stat total of 495. While the Fire Flying type has the highest stat total of all the legendary birds, it's the worst of the 3 by far. It has the same HP and special as the other 2 birds at 90 and 125 respectively, though its speed stat sits between the other 2 at 90. It has a medium defense at 90 and a solid attack of 100, giving Moltres a distinct high damage roll in comparison to the other 2 birds. However, this doesn't really matter all that much. Moltres' only good physical attack moves are Double Edge and Hyper Beam, both of which have their own downsides. You lack Drill Peck, the best and only usable flying stab in the game. And since your fire type attacks all use your special stat, you don't really have all that much over the other 2 birds in terms of damage. In fact, Zapdos usually outperforms Moltres in terms of damage, thanks to having better moves and higher speed. This is all without even getting to Moltres' awful typing. Its typing leaves it weak to electric and water, along with giving it a 4 times weakness to rock. And because fire didn't resist ice in Gen 1, an ice weakness to top it off. Moltres' middling bulk will be taxed a lot with its 5 weaknesses, making it take double damage in a lot of matchups. All of this lands Moltres in the NU tier of Smog, which stands for Never Used, right below the Underused tier. Even in this lower tier, Moltres is still outshined by Charizard, as Charizard is a huge meta threat thanks to its far better move pool. Though if you do want to use a Fire Flying type in a higher tier, Moltres has the most powerful Fire Blast in the game, so it still maintains a niche role in some formats despite its flaws. Even in playthroughs, the better move pool and the fact that it's a starter means that Charizard is often the better choice over Moltres if you happen to start off with a little lizard. Otherwise, you could use Moltres if you want a Fire Flying type, But honestly, you're probably not going to because it still has to compete with the other legendary birds for the flying spot on the team. All of this together makes Moltres a bit of a disappointment compared to its two lower statted cousins. And at number 3, we have Dragonite, with a base stat total of 500. This dragon flying type has a massive 134 attack and 100 special, combined with a medium 80 speed. Its bulk is only okay in comparison with its other defensive stats, hanging around 90, which with Dragonite's decent typing mostly makes it quite bulky. However, the double weakness to ice once again leaves Dragonite with a very exploitable weakness. Thankfully, its only other weaknesses are Rock and Dragon. In Generation 1, the only Dragon move was Dragon Rage, which did a set damage of 40, so you're only looking out for 2 weaknesses in total. On top of this, Dragonite has access to a great move pool if you're willing to feed it some TMs in a playthrough. This means that, with just a bit of work, you can build your Dragonite to beat just about any Pokemon you want, including other Dragonites with a combination of Agility and Ice Beam. Now, Dragonite actually has a very interesting history on the competitive side of things. Dragonite was a very powerful Pokemon in the Gen 1 UU tier thanks to the combination of Agility and Wrap, another partial trapping move. Any partial trapping move can be scary, but there's usually some inherent counterplays, as if you can outspeed your opponent, you can avoid getting trapped. While Paralysis can stop you from outspeeding, electric types like Zapdos are immune to Paralysis, allowing them to pretty consistently punish Dragonite for trying to go for a Wrap sweep. Agility can completely solve this issue by doubling your speed in a single turn, essentially stopping any Pokemon from natively outspeeding you. Even the mighty Electrode with its insane 140 speed stat. Agility plus partial trapping was so good, in fact, that the community somewhat recently banned this combo from the format, which kinda sucks for Dragonite because that was the most terrifying thing it could do in a match, even if it wasn't exactly a healthy playstyle. Though, if you really want, you can still harass the in-game AI with the combo if you'd like. Now, while this does hurt Dragonite, its great stats and move pool mean that it still has something to do in the tier, as it's one of the most effective jack-of-all-trades in the game. Dragonite learns just about every good TM, and it's extremely effective at filling any role on your team. And at number 2, we have Mew, which ties Dragonite's stat line with a base stat total of 500. This is the only time there's a straight-up tie on this list, as they have the exact same special, but Mew gets the nod here for just being the better Pokemon in Gen 1. Anyway, Mew is a pure Psychic type with 100 in every single stat, which is alright, but not quite as good as you might think. There are tons of Pokemon with more specialized stat spreads that can deal more damage, take hits better, or just outspeed Mew with ease. While this stat spread means that Mew isn't bad at anything, it's not necessarily the best at anything either due to these stats. What makes Mew a very powerful Pokemon is the fact that it learns basically every single move in the game thanks to being able to learn all TMs. Yes, there are a lot of Mews can't learn, but most of the best moves in the game are found through TMs. All of the best attacks like Earthquake and Blizzard and powerful setup moves like Swords Dance are all TMs, allowing Mew to do almost anything you want. Now, being so reliant on TMs would normally be a weakness in playthroughs, but that's not really an issue here because Mew isn't exactly being used on a normal playthrough. You can't obtain Mew in a game without doing one of Gen 1's numerous glitches, which most people wouldn't be using on a normal playthrough. So there's really not that much to talk about in terms of in-game usage. In competitive, Mew is confirmed to be Uber's tier, the highest tier in Smog outside of weird corner cases. In Ubers, Mew is a very powerful Pokemon that's mainly used to set up with Swords Dance and then sweep your opponent's team. It's one of the few Pokemon with reliable recovery in the game thanks to Soft Boiled as well, allowed it to set up and heal any damage it takes to continue the sweep. All of this makes Mew an incredibly dangerous threat in the tier, and something that basically every team needs to have. Of course, you can't talk about Mew without also talking about the most absolutely broken Pokemon in Generation 1. And all the way at number 1, we have Mewtwo, with a base stat total of 590. A base stat total that would be considered high even without accounting for the fact that there were only 5 stats in Generation 1. This pure Psychic type has no bad stats, with its lowest being an above average 90 defense. Combine this with 106 base HP, a titanic 154 base special, and you have a Pokemon that's incredibly bulky. It's also fast with 130 speed, and even its physical attack is good with a solid 110. The absolute jump in power from Mewtwo to any other Pokemon in the game is frankly absurd. As a Psychic type, Mewtwo has effectively no weakness, as Dark didn't exist yet. Bug was completely useless, and Ghost was glitched and also terrible. This just makes Mewtwo one of the most terrifying Pokemon in any game. but it gets even worse thanks to Mewtwo's great move pool. It learns most of the best special attacks in the game and has reliable recovery and recover to help out its already great bulk. This isn't where its absurd power ends, however, as Mewtwo has access to both Amnesia and Barrier to buff its defenses and special stats. Remember, in Gen 1, Special was one stat, so Amnesia was effectively 2 Calm Minds in a single turn, which was absurd on Pokemon like Slowbro who weren't anywhere near as strong out the gate as Mewtwo is. This makes trying to break through Mewtwo's defenses difficult on its own, but Barrier and Recover allow it to patch up its lower defense stat and heal up even through some lucky crits. All of this together makes Mewtwo maybe the most absurd Pokemon ever put into a game in the context in which it was released. It was so much more powerful than anything else that you can't really simply build a team in Ubers without Mewtwo on it. There's not a single Pokemon that can even reliably check a Mewtwo in Gen 1. Remember, a check is a Pokemon that, unlike a counter, can't be switched into a Pokemon and beat it, but has to be on the Pokemon without a switch turn to beat it. Not only is there no Pokemon you can switch into to force Mewtwo out, but even if you can get a Pokemon in for free, Mewtwo still probably beats anything you bring in to try and stop it with a specific move from its massive arsenal. Mewtwo's power in Generation 1 is almost comical. There's a reason they locked this thing to the post-game, because otherwise you would just catch it and use it to beat literally every single battle without needing to click a second attack. In Pokemon, there are multiple different stats you need to keep in mind during battle. And during the first generation, there's arguably one stat more important than the rest. The special stat determined how strong your Pokemon was when using a special move, along with their defense against opposing special moves. This was later changed to be 2 different stats in special attack and defense respectively. But in the first generation, all of this was determined by one stat, which made it incredibly vital to most Pokemon's success. Starting us off at number 10, we have Amistar. This is a water and rock type Pokemon with a mediocre 55 speed, 70 HP, and 60 attack, but a massive 115 special and an even stronger 125 defense. Amistar is a fairly strong Pokemon, which is mainly brought down by its lackluster typing. Water and rock leave Amistar with 3 weaknesses in ground, fighting, and electric, along with a brutal 4 times weakness to grass. This, along with Amistar's poor HP of 70, means that even with its insane bulk, it can be cleanly one-hit KO by almost any grass-type attack from the likes of Venusaur and Victory Bell. Amistar may reside down at the underused tiered Smogon, but it has a specific niche due to being a water type who isn't neutral to the powerful normal types such as Kangaskhan and Persian, which gives it a slight edge over the common Vaporeon. Amistar also deals with the move Wrap incredibly well as it resists the move, and can easily force out your opposing Dragonite with an Ice Beam. Amistar unfortunately has no place in any playthrough, as it's a fossil Pokemon, which means you obtain it at the end of the game. Amistar does have an extremely niche use as it counters the legendary birds Articuno and Moltres extremely well. And even if they aren't exactly as common as before due to the rise in water types like the previously mentioned Vaporeon and Tentacruel, it was enough to give Amistar its first claim to fame in the UU tier back in the day. Amistar really suffers from its typing and speed, as it's incredibly easy to revenge kill an Amistar with a Pokemon like Vaporeon, Electabuzz, or even the very Ductrio Amistar was supposed to dispatch due to its ground type weakness. Amistar is a fine Pokemon, and even has multiple great qualities, but its lack of coverage beyond Ice Beam and Surf leave it underwhelmed by a large number of common Pokemon. And at number 9, we have Hypno. This is a pure psychic type with 70 defense, 73 attack, and a rough 67 speed, but a decent 85 HP, and, similar to Amistar, 115 special. Hypno is tied with Amistar at 115 special, but what pushes Hypno slightly over Amistar boils down to 2 factors. The first is Hypno's pure psychic typing. Water and rock aren't terrible types on their own, but the psychic type is arguably the single best type in the entire game, as it only has one weakness to the awful bug type. The other reason Hypno edges out Amistar is due to its move pool and accessibility, as Hypno fittingly contains the powerful Hypnosis, which is a 60% accurate status move to put your opposing Pokemon to sleep. Sleep in Generation 1 is incredible, as it not only stops your opponent from doing anything for up to 6 turns, it also requires them to spend 1 entire turn waking up, so if you can put a Pokemon to sleep, it's effectively game over. As mentioned, Hypno is also incredibly easy to obtain, as you can get one right after the second gym in Route 11, meaning you can have a powerful psychic type effectively from the beginning of the game. Hypno does have a few flaws keeping it from seeing genuine play competitively, which are mainly due to its lack of coverage and secondary typing. Hypno may have higher special attack than a Pokemon like Exeggutor and Jinx, but their secondary typings give them far more valuable niches than a Pokemon who really only has psychic attacks to use. Hypno does have a niche in the overused tier, as it's the only Pokemon with the combination of Hypnosis and Thunder Wave to paralyze its targets, which is an incredibly useful way of slowing down threats who outspeed and threaten Hypno, without needing to risk missing Hypnosis. Hypno is a decent Pokemon who at least has a niche in the overused tier, which allows it to barely scrape by into the number 9 slot. And at number 8, we have Magneton. Magneton is an electric and, well, just electric type, as the steel type does not exist in Generation 1. Magneton is quite an anomaly in Generation 1, as it has absolutely awful stats at 50 HP, 60 attack, 70 speed, and its only redeeming qualities are its solid 95 defense and its astronomical 120 special. Magneton is one of the most hit or miss in the game, as even though it has incredible special stat, it effectively only has a single attack to utilize it with, that being Thunderbolt. Magneton is the definition of a one-trick pony, but it does that one trick so well it ends up as a genuine threat when utilized well. Even bulky Pokemon such as Vaporeon and Kangaskhan drop to 2 Thunderbolts. Using Magneton requires you to have counters for ground and grass types at all times, as it's basically useless against them. Its only real coverage is Hyper Beam, which barely does 25% damage to a Venusaur due to its terrible attack stat, so it can't deal any real damage to them. Magneton is fairly awful in a playthrough, as to obtain one, you need to go all the way to Fuchsia City to obtain, surf, then go all the way to the power plant and find one. And if you're unaware, there's also a certain big bird at the power plant that's so much better than Magneton, it's not even a competition. Legendary Pokemon aside, even Pokemon like Electabuzz and Jolteon are better electric types than Magneton, as they boast a great speed that can actually threaten Pokemon such as Dodrio and Tentacruel, without giving them time to attack first. Magneton isn't a terrible Pokemon, as it just lacks any defining trait beyond its high special stat. However, that just is not enough to make a Pokemon viable, especially when there are multiple other electric types who have a more pronounced niche, or just better stats overall. And at number 7, we have Tentacruel. Tentacruel is a water and poison type with actually incredible stats, as even though its attack is only 70, it has an 65 for defense, it has a wonderful 100 speed, 80 HP, and 120 special. Tentacruel is a major threat both in playthroughs and competitively, as even though it has a devastating weakness to the psychic type, it has enough great attributes to make up for it. Tentacruel has access to the devastating Wrap, which in combination with its wonderful speed means that Tentacruel can trap many powerful Pokemon. In Generation 1, Wrap traps your opponent for 2 to 5 turns, leaving them helpless to do anything besides take constant damage or switch out. This, along with Tentacruel's excellent special, means that almost nothing really loves having to switch in on a Tentacruel, as even the normal immune Haunter isn't a massive fan of switching in to blink a Wrap, as it always is a risk of dying to a Surf immediately. Tentacruel is also solid through playthroughs, as you can obtain one as soon as you get the Super Rod after the Electric Gym. Tentacruel does have a lot of competition from other water types, such as Starmie and Slowbro, but as they're in the overused tier, Tentacruel is free to rule the underused tier below. Tentacruel is so good in the UU tier that it's known as one of, if not the absolute best Pokemon in the tier. However, there is one massive flaw with Tentacruel that really holds back its potential. Tentacruel is a poison type, which is so bad in Generation 1 that it's usually a death sentence for 99% of poison types. The poison type isn't only terrible due to its weakness to Psychic, but also because it's weak to the common ground types such as Dugtrio, meaning Tentacruel is a water type who can't even reliably check a ground type. Tentacruel is still strong with the poison typing, but even down in UU, that is the most common way teams exploit Tentacruel to win the game. Tentacruel is a great Pokemon, and even with an unfortunate typing, it's still one of the most versatile, and can tear through entire teams if you aren't prepared. And at number 6, we have the legendary Moltres. This is a fire and flying type with genuinely incredible stats at 125 special, 100 attack, and 90s in every other stat. Moltres, as mentioned, is one of the legendary birds, and unfortunately the worst of the bunch, due to being slower than the best NU Pokemon, Charizard. The differences may boil down to the fact that Moltres only has Fire Spin, Agility, and Fire Blast, while Charizard's move pool is incredibly diverse, with moves like Earthquake and Swords Dance. Moltres also struggles immensely against any bulky water type such as Tentacruel or Vaporeon, as unless you already did a large chunk of damage to them prior to Moltres being on the field, it's practically helpless. One of the few benefits to using Moltres is, of course, its unmatched special stat, as its Fire Blast is the single strongest attack in the entire NU tier. Moltres also has access to the incredible Fire Spin, which, if you remember the Tentacruel segment, is incredibly similar to the move Wrap with its own unique benefits. Fire Spin is a base 15 fire move which traps your opponent for 2 to 5 turns. However, thanks to Fire Spin being, well, fire type, it allows Moltres to gain the stab boost on the move, gaining an extra 1.5 times boost to its damage, along with Moltres having agility to boost its speed to ensure nothing can outspeed it and get out the Fire Spin damage. However, this is all great until you realize Charizard also gets Fire Spin and is natively faster with the better boosting move Sword Stance, so Moltres is still outclassed. Moltres even has its own unique counters in the fossil Pokemon Amistar, which leaves it useless a large amount of the time, as even though Amistar doesn't enjoy risking getting burned by Fire Blasts, it still takes little to no damage from any attack in Moltres' move pool. Moltres generally thrives on teams built to chip down your opponent, paralyze the faster threats, and dealing enough damage that Moltres can switch in and click Fire Blast 6 times to finish the rest, with Fire Spin to help in case something too strong manages to get on the field. Unfortunately, Moltres is pretty much unusable on a playthrough due to immediate obtained in Victory Road, the final area in the game, and by then you should have a flying type to fast travel. Moltres is an incredibly strong Pokemon, however it's just outclassed by Charizard in essentially every other way. And at number 5, we have our second legendary bird, Articuno. This is a flying and ice type with a great stat spread of 85 attack and speed, 90 HP, and a great 100 defense, and a similar to Moltres 125 special stat. Articuno is one of the 3 legendary birds and is an incredibly strong wall breaker despite its lackluster typing. Ice and flying are possibly the worst types in the game due to their just awful defensive profiles, as they're weak to rock, fire, and electric. Articuno also somewhat struggles with the fact that it effectively only has a single attack to utilize in the powerful Blizzard. Articuno's coverage is so poor it often relies on the incredibly unreliable Mimic to try and copy a usable move from its opponent. This may sound fine against the in-game AI, as you can see the moveset to choose a move to copy, but for whatever reason, when you battle another human, it's entirely random what move you get. So the best chance for Articuno to perform competitively is to roll a dice and hope you get a usable move. All of this may lead to Articuno seeming bad. However, Articuno's Blizzard is one of the strongest attacks in the game, which led to it being far too strong for any tier below OU, as almost nothing could survive more than one Blizzard. Articuno ended up being banned from underuse due to how incredible it was at spamming Blizzards, and even though it never found a solid place in the OU tier, it still has the accomplishment of being banned from every tier below it. Articuno has had a smaller niche in the OU tier in the past, as its incredibly high special stat means it can take down nearly anything with a Blizzard boosted by the same type attack boost. And during the late game, if you can get an agility to raise its speed, Articuno may be a genuine monster ripping through entire weakened teams. Articuno does have a devastating weakness to special walls, such as the previously mentioned Amistar and the fellow ice-type Cloyster, as its Blizzard effectively does no damage to them. And it's then left hoping to Arceus that Mimic stole a good move previously in the match. Articuno is effectively unobtainable in a normal playthrough until you get to the 7th gym on Cinnabar Island. But at that point in the game, you could have obtained ice types like Cloyster, or the final legendary bird who we'll get to later. Articuno is a fine Pokemon, and is even a very strong choice versus the final Elite Four member Lance. But beyond that, it's just too unreliable, leaving it to be a risky Pokemon to use in Gen 1 competitive. And at number 4, we have the final of the legendary trio, Zapdos. Zapdos is an electric and flying type with the same special and HP as before, but with the highest speed so far at 100. And while its defense is the lowest at 85, its attack is perfectly fine at a solid 90. Zapdos is a monster in all regards. Not only is its typing the best of the 3, as electric is incredibly good at stopping the overflow of incredible water types, it also has the first real moveset of the trio. Zapdos has access to Thunderbolt as its main stab, but for once can actually utilize its flying typing thanks to the move Drill Peck, to stop any grass or fighting types that might get in its way. Zapdos also has the incredible Thunder Wave to dish out paralysis throughout the game, and it even has the niche Light Screen to double its defense against special moves as long as Zapdos remains on the field. Zapdos is undoubtedly the strongest electric type in the entire overused tier, and even the best electric type for a playthrough, as you can obtain one as soon as you get the Surf HM at Fuchsia City. Meaning from the 4th gym, you can utilize this absolute powerhouse. Zapdos is threatened by Rhydon and Golem similar to Moltres, and unfortunately Zapdos is even weaker to the duo thanks to their full immunity to the electric type, so playing around those two are absolutely vital to the success of Zapdos. However, beyond that, it's fairly difficult to check Zapdos successfully, as most Pokemon don't like getting paralyzed, or risking a critical hit from Drill Peck thanks to Zapdos' high speed stat. Zapdos is a genuine all-star and overused, along with being phenomenal in playthroughs thanks to how easily obtained it is. And at number 3, we have Exeggutor. This is a grass and psychic type with the same special stats as the bird at a powerful 125, along with 95 HP in attack and a decent 85 defense, but with a really awful 55 speed. Exeggutor was known as one of the strongest Pokemon in all of Generation 1 Overuse, as it got an excellent typing and a move pool which puts nearly every other grass and psychic type to shame. Exeggutor's incredible move pool contains obvious moves like Psychic, Mega Drain, and Hyper Beam, and the incredible Explosion to clean up any Pokemon you need to kill in one attack, along with Sleep Powder, which has a 75% chance of putting the target to sleep, basically guaranteeing that you get a KO. Exeggutor's typing is one of the best in the game, as it resists 6 different types and is immune to the Ghost type, along with allowing it to hit the common rock and water types for an insane amount of damage with a stab of Mega Drain. Exeggutor does take a massive hit to viability in playthroughs as it's restricted to the Safari Zone, which means it's basically unusable unless you get incredibly lucky or you're equally stubborn. Exeggutor has fallen off in the OU tier slightly in recent times due to the rise of Pokemon like Jinx, Alakazam, and even Zapdos, as besides Explosion, Exeggutor really can't harm these Pokemon at all. Despite this, Exeggutor is still an incredible wall, and a sleeping machine who can switch in on so many incredibly powerful Pokemon, such as the previously mentioned Rhydon, and threaten them out instantly due to its unique typing and wonderful move pool. And at number 2, we have Gengar. This is a poison and ghost type with a miserable 60 HP in defense and a pitiful 65 attack. However, that's where the bad stats end, as Gengar has an incredible 110 speed and an astronomical 130 special stat. Gengar is the only fully evolved ghost type in Generation 1, and Gengar has an incredible move pool from Psychic and Thunderbolt to the consistent damage of Seismic Toss and the incredible Explosion. Gengar can deal massive amounts of damage throughout a game, along with its true calling of Hypnosis. Gengar is the fastest Pokemon with access to a sleep-inducing move in the game, and it makes a name for itself as an incredible lead who is able to threaten out nearly anything for free. Gengar does struggle from its typing, as Poison and Ghost are rather terrible types due to giving Gengar a weakness to Ground and Psychic. However, the Ghost type can be useful as it gives Gengar an immunity to the incredibly common Normal type. Gengar struggles immensely due to its poison typing, as quite literally every single psychic type in the overused, underused, and never used tiers can 2-hit KO it with a stab psychic. Gengar also really struggles from its weakness to ground, as Pokemon such as Snorlax, Golem, and Rhydon all threaten it with Earthquake, while Gengar can do little but nothing in return besides hope to put them to sleep before it dies in one hit. Gengar is decent in playthroughs, as you can obtain one immediately after the 3rd gym in the Pokemon Tower if you trade your easily obtained Haunter. However, its typing is rather awful for multiple gyms, along with being a decent choice versus the Elite Four, as long as you teach it Thunderbolt to handle most of Laurel, Lance, and Blue's teams. Gengar is an excellent Pokemon who's only really hurt by its awful typing, unlike our number 1 slot. And to finish us off at number 1, we have Alakazam. This is a pure Psychic type with mostly terrible stats from its astonishing bad defense at 45, its just plain awful 50 attack and 55 HP. And you'd wonder where all of its stat points went until you look down and see its insane 120 speed and 135 special. Alakazam is the textbook definition of a glass cannon, and it takes the incredible speed to become one of the strongest Pokemon in the entire game, both competitively and casually. In the context of a playthrough, Alakazam is incredible as you can obtain an Abra right before the 2nd gym. And while it technically has no moves besides Teleport, if you can get the Abra to level up to 16, you immediately get to Kadabra, who is an incredible Psychic type which learns Confusion immediately on level up. And if you have a friend or own a 2nd Game Boy and another Pokemon game, you can trade the Kadabra to yourself and back to get the incredible Alakazam after a single gym battle. Alakazam has a surprisingly shallow move pool which usually holds back powerful Pokemon, but when your special stat is this high, it really doesn't matter that you can only attack with psychic moves. Alakazam has access to Thunder Wave to spread paralysis, recover 50% of its HP, and Seismic Toss to hit consistent damage against special walls like Exeggutor. Alakazam does struggle a lot versus other psychic types, especially the slower ones such as the aforementioned Exeggutor and Slowbro, who don't care if they eat a paralysis and can set up an Alakazam's face, along with Chansey, who has incredible bulk to take basically every single attack in Alakazam's arsenal and paralyze it. This leads to the other problem with Alakazam, and that's the fact that if Alakazam is paralyzed, it's effectively useless, as nearly every physical attack in the game can kill it in one hit. It's always risky whenever you send out an Alakazam, as if your opponent expects it, you can be in an awful position instantly. This doesn't make Alakazam useless, as it's still a powerful lead in the overused tier, due to checking common Pokemon such as Gengar and Lapras, due to taking little damage from their Thunderbolts, and outspeeding Gengar to KO it before it can spread its sleep. Alakazam is a wonderful Pokemon with a great typing and excellent stats who demolishes entire teams as long as 1 to 2 Pokemon have been hit by status moves previously in the game. Now, we must mention the fact that technically this list is missing 3 Pokemon in Haunter, Kadabra, and Mewtwo. We decided to keep things interesting and we'd only include 1 Pokemon per evolution line, as talking about Kadabra and Haunter on the same list as Gengar and Alakazam just isn't very interesting. We also left Mewtwo off the list due to the fact that Mewtwo is going to be on a huge number of our top 10 lists, so we wanted to give the spotlight to Pokemon who are actually accessible during a playthrough and in the normal tiers of competitive play. One of the most important things in Pokemon that often gets overlooked are moves. Pokemon with great stats, abilities, and typings are often made much worse by not having access to specific moves, and the exact opposite also happens. So today, we're talking about moves that might as well just say, waste your turn. These are the absolute worst moves in the game, and today we're going to talk about why they're so useless. And starting off at number 10, we have Psy-Wave. This is a move that deals a random set amount of damage. On the high end, it can deal damage equal to the user's level times 1.5 minus 1. However, it can also deal a single measly point of damage if it low rolls, which is pretty terrible. In later gens, the move gets buffed so that it deals damage equal to your level times a random number between 1/2 and 1.5, effectively making it a side grade to Seismic Toss, which always deals damage equal to your exact level. However, the way Psy-Wave behaves in Gen 1 makes it effectively just a worse version of Seismic Toss on any Pokemon that gets access to both moves. Sure, maybe you'll get very lucky and deal 1.5 times your level several times in a row, which would be good damage. However, you're just as likely to literally deal 1 damage multiple times in a row. It's also worth pointing out that Seismic Toss, the good version of this attack, also isn't amazing. It's very good on specific Pokemon, such as Chansey, which has great bulk but poor attacking stats besides its special in Gen 1. Toss gives any Pokemon with the move access to consistent attacks no matter what Pokemon they're up against. However, most Pokemon will have a move in their toolkit that does more damage against most targets than Seismic Toss set damage. It's really only Pokemon that don't have good offenses that want to rely on Seismic Toss. Psy-Wave does a poor job of replicating Toss even after the buffs it gets in later gens, because it's still not consistent. Sure, you can sometimes do lots of damage, but consistency is almost everything when it comes to competitive Pokemon. In playthrough settings, you still don't need to rely on Psy-Wave when you can do something like use your wall to status or debuff your opponent and then switch into a more offensive Pokemon that is no longer scared of the Pokemon you were walling. There's a reason the move was eventually removed in Generation 8 and onwards, whereas Seismic Toss is still around to this day. There just wasn't really a niche filled by an attack that worked this way. So not only is Psy-Wave normally not that great of a move, but in Gen 1, its damage was so inconsistent that even using weaker attacks off of a lower attacking stat was almost always going to outpace its damage. Overall, Psy-Wave is a poor idea for a move that was executed terribly in the earliest days of the franchise. And at number 9, we have Lick, which is a Ghost-type move with the base power of 20 and a 33% chance to paralyze the target. Now, this is obviously quite a weak move, and there are lots of moves with very low base power and bad effects to go alongside them. Confusion, Bubble, Thundershock, the list goes on and on. However, a lot of these moves won't be appearing on this list because as bad as they are, they at least get the job done in the very early stages of a playthrough. So when we choose attacks for this list, we'll be considering how good the moves are for the level at which Pokemon generally learn them. This distinction prevents most of these weaker early game Pokemon moves from appearing on this list. But Lick is an exception. Even for low-level Pokemon, Lick isn't worth using. This is because of a few critical flaws that most other types don't suffer from. First off, Ghost type is just really not that useful in Generation 1. Ghost is only super effective against 2 types, Ghost and Psychic. On the Ghost end, there are exactly 3 Ghost types in Gen 1, Ghastly Haunter, and Gengar, all of which are part of the exact same evolutionary line. You really aren't getting much value off of being able to hit them for super effective damage, not when there are other types they're also weak to, namely Ground and Psychic. Speaking of Psychic types, while Ghost is today super effective against Psychic types, and was supposed to be good against them in Generation 1, due to a bug, this didn't actually work. So if you use Gengar and then clicked Lick against an Executor, you would only deal your base damage. The final nail in Ghost's coffin is that there are only 4 Pokemon in Gen 1 that can even learn Lick: the Gengar line and Jinx. Ironically, the Pokemon named Lickitung, whose entire gimmick is licking, doesn't get the move Lick. No, I don't know why they did this. Anyways, Psychic type attacks are super effective against Poison type Pokemon, and all Pokemon who learn Lick can also learn the move Psychic instead. So Lick is effectively pointless because the Gengar line, the only Ghost types in Kanto, are Ghost Poison types. Gengar is also a special attacker with a low physical attack, so its Licks aren't doing much damage compared to anything else in its kit anyway. Basically, every single Pokemon that is able to use Lick has a much better move for the only times it's ever useful. And the times it's useful is also basically never. In Generation 1, there's just no reason to ever click Lick unless you ran out of PP for your other 3 attacks. And at number 8, we have Poison Gas. This is a Poison type status move with a miserable 55% accuracy, and the effect to simply poison the target. There are 2 things that make this move unusable. First is the fact that Poison is the weakest status in the game. Burn, Paralysis, Freeze, and Sleep are all much more impactful than Poison is. Burn and Poison deal both 1/16 of the Pokemon's health and damage each turn, but Burn also cuts their attack in half, making it a stronger defensive option as well. Paralysis not only occasionally stops your opponent from moving, but in Gen 1 it cuts their speed down to only a quarter of its original value, essentially guaranteeing that you'll outspeed them. Sleep and Freeze might as well just be one-hit KO moves, as they stop your opposing Pokemon from moving for so long that you can easily knock them out in that time. Basically, Poison is a fairly weak status, so using a move like Poison Gas to spread it when moves like Thunder Wave exist and are generally more useful is, well, not a great plan. Of course, there being a better strategy doesn't make a move useless. What really makes Poison Gas terrible is its pitiful accuracy of 55%. It's almost hard to put into words how terrible this is. For reference, the attack Sludge, which has a base power of 65, making it the most powerful Poison type attack in Generation 1, has a passive 50% chance of poisoning the target. So not only do you get basically the same chance of poisoning your opponent, you're also dealing damage at the same time. Even the infamously unreliable Hypnosis has a higher chance of connecting the 60% in Generation 1. Yes, the move that puts your opponent to sleep, the second best status in the game, is more accurate than the move that induces the absolute worst status in the game. It genuinely boggles the mind why they thought this was okay. Genuinely, you're better off just pressing any other attack, because risking missing a Poison Gas is just not worth it. This is made even worse by the move's terrible distribution, as it can only be learned by the Hypno and Muck lines in Generation 1, both of which have far better moves they could be using even at this level. The fact that they nearly doubled the move's accuracy all the way up to 90% in later gens really shows just how underpowered it was in Generation 1. And at number 7, we have Rage. This is a normal type attack with the base power of 20. However, it behaves very strangely. Once you select Rage as an attack, you won't be able to do anything else until that Pokemon faints or the battle ends. While you're using Rage, every time you take damage from an attack, your attack will be boosted by 1 stage. Now, being locked into the move makes it instantly terrible in competitive Pokemon. Your opponent can easily switch out into a Pokemon with a better matchup that takes minimal damage from Rage and knocks you out as soon as you click the move. And since it's not doing a ton of damage right away, they'll easily be able to punish you for clicking Rage. This isn't always the case in competitive, as moves like Outrage have been very strong in the past and also lock you into using the move for 2 to 3 turns. However, Outrage immediately hits with a base power of 120 starting in Generation 4, making it incredibly powerful. Rage doesn't have any of these upsides. It's closer to a move like Rollout or Fury Attack in later generations, which are quite bad in of themselves, but they at least always get stronger. Rage is incredibly inconsistent as it relies on your opponent cooperating for you to get the attack boost in the first place. Sure, you're only using it against your CPU opponents, but those computers will sometimes be frustratingly uncooperative. There's no telling when they might go for a random status move that could outdamage Rage or start setting up for a one-hit KO. The ultimate issue with Rage, though, is that it simply won't be dealing enough damage. Let's assume your opponent uses attack against you every single turn. The first turn, Rage has a base power of 20. The second turn, after 1 damage boost, your attack will be boosted by 50%, meaning it will have an effective base power of 30. Every turn, all the way to a +6 boost, you only gain 50% of your base damage with each attack boost, going from 30 to 40 up by 10 power turn after turn, all the way up to a grand total of 80 base power. This is, well, just worse than most moves in the game. Body Slam has a base power of 85, more than a maxed ramped up Rage, and can also paralyze the target. Now, the damage boost off of Rage does affect your other moves, but that doesn't matter because you can't use any of those other moves after selecting Rage, which is just one of the biggest anti-synergies any singular move has ever had. Rage is exploitable, slow, and does pitifully low damage. There's just no reason to ever use Rage. Even on low-level Pokemon, as the first move you get on your starter Pokemon, Tackle does more damage than a boosted Rage. And at number 6, we have Razor Wind. This is a normal type attack with a base power of 80 and 75 accuracy. However, unlike most moves, Razor Wind is a charge move. This means that on the first turn you use it, your Pokemon won't do anything. However, the turn after, it will unleash the attack. This mechanic is usually reserved for powerful attacks like Solar Beam and Sky Attack, which are actually a great place to start a discussion of this move. Solar Beam is the most powerful Grass-type move in the game, with a base power of 120 in Gen 1 and perfect accuracy. Now, this is before Weather was introduced in Gen 3, so Solar Beam's powerful property of charging immediately when there's heavy sun wasn't around yet. Sky Attack was pretty similar, but it had 140 base power and was a Flying-type move with 90% accuracy. And for the most part, these moves are both a bit on the weak side for the most part of the series. You see, in competitive settings, these moves are unusable if you can't find a way around their downsides. It's the same issue that Rage had, but in a less severe way. Anytime someone uses the move Solar Beam without a later generation mechanic like Harsh Sun or Power Herb to turn off the charging turn, your opponent can just switch into a Pokemon that can resist it and take minimal damage. These moves have sometimes seen play in these settings, but the downside is severe enough that you have to work around them to consider using the move. Even in a casual playthrough where your opponent won't be switching optimally, this often isn't worth it, because you're still using 2 turns to attack only once anyway. In a way, these are just weird moves that have 60 or 70 base power that give your opponent an opportunity to take advantage of a free turn. Razor Wind, through this lens, is a 40 base power normal type move that's very easy to exploit, and has low accuracy to boot. There's not really a good time to use the move basically ever, because even in the earliest stages of the playthrough, you should have access to better, more consistent moves. The relatively low accuracy of Razor Wind is probably the worst part. Waiting 2 turns to attack and then missing is bad enough that most players would never consider using the move. Also, the move is normal type instead of flying type, which it clearly should be. This doesn't matter for our purposes, but it's just really weird. Before we move on, we should also mention Skull Bash, which acts the same way as Razor Wind, but it has 100 base power and has perfect accuracy. It's also quite bad, but at least the base power isn't completely terrible. Razor Wind is the worst in category of a move that's often more of a gimmick than anything else. Honestly, it's mostly surprising that there are still worse moves than Razor Wind in the game. And at number 5, we have Disable. This is a normal type status move with the effect to prevent your opponent from using one random move for 0 to 7 turns. And it has a 55% accuracy. In later games, Disable is perfectly accurate and disables the last move the target used for 5 turns, which is sometimes useful where there is one very powerful move you need to stop your opponent from using again. For example, if you're playing against someone spamming counter, you can disable the counter to be able to attack it freely without worrying of it reflecting your damage back at you. Another application is turning off Pokemon locked into one attack via a choice item and rendering them entirely useless, at least in later generations. However, the original version of Disable couldn't be relied on to stop particular attacks. While you could stop the attack your opponent wanted to use against you, you can also hit something that they didn't want to use anyway, meaning you don't accomplish anything. So there's a 25% chance to hit a move you don't actually care about disabling. But then you also have to hit the 55% chance of even disabling any move at all due to the poor accuracy. Once you do finally get through all of these chances, The number of turns that disable is active for is also completely random. The end result is that clicking disable is very unlikely to have the effect you want it to. You'll have to use disable about 10 times before finding yourself in a situation where it prevents your opponent from using an important move. And this, of course, would only really work in a playthrough setting, because against a human, they could just swap out and make your work worthless. Well, more worthless than it already is. Really, you're way better off just pressing an attack or using a status move that actually impedes your opponent. And coming in at number 4, we have Bide. This is a normal type status move that stops your Pokemon from attacking for 2 turns. Then, on the next turn, whatever damage you took while stuck in the Bide, you deal twice as much back. Essentially, it's a version of counter that works against any type of move, but lasts for 2 entire turns. The issue is that this is really inconsistent. Whereas counter is a decent option even competitively, Bide is yet again an easily exploitable move that your opponent can abuse to switch into great matchups, or just spamming setup moves as they wait for your 2 turns to end. Of course, being competitively bad doesn't necessarily get a move onto our list. However, Bide is also quite bad in a playthrough. For Bide to be useful, you need to meet a couple of requirements. You need to be against an opponent who won't be using status moves, and will be dealing good damage. Enough that using Bide will deal more damage than simply attacking. However, they can't be dealing too much damage, because if you die before Bide finishes, you won't get to do any damage at all. All of these requirements added together make using Bide very difficult. You'll often find yourself either not dealing enough damage with your Bide, or risking getting KO'd if you go for Bide in a battle. Even when Bide does work, a lot of Pokemon have better options. Other status moves, such as the aforementioned stat boosting moves, do a better job of letting you deal a lot of damage in a more timely manner. That's not even mentioning that if your Pokemon has access to counter, it's a far better option in most situations. The added ability to reflect damage from special moves just isn't worth it, considering just how clunky Bide is to use overall. Overall, Bide just doesn't do very much. It's a very gimmicky move that's bad in most situations, and even when it isn't outright awful, you still have better moves you could be using instead. And at number 3, we have Whirlwind. This is a normal type status move with 85% accuracy, with the effect to blow away an enemy Pokemon, instantly ending the battle if it's a wild Pokemon. However, unlike in future generations where it can be used to force your opponent to switch out, in Generation 1, there isn't any effect against enemy trainers, which pretty much instantly makes the move useless. Enemy trainers are the most difficult part of the game in terms of progression, so not having a use against them means that the move loses a ton of value in playthroughs, not to mention having literally no use at all in competitive. However, the move also isn't really worth it in casual playthroughs either. The only use of Whirlwind is not having to battle an opponent's Pokemon, but this function can also be easily fulfilled by the run button. Now, running isn't always guaranteed when you find a wild Pokemon. It's determined by your speed stat, and if you're faster than your opponent, you'll be able to escape without trouble. The thing is, most of the Pokemon that can learn Whirlwind are quite fast, so running will almost always work. Maybe you could justify using Whirlwind on a slow Pokemon like Snorlax so you're not stuck in battles that you can't run from. But no slow Pokemon like this gets access to the move. It's also notable that there are no abilities in Gen 1, so abilities that prevent running in future generations like Shadow Tag and Arena Tag don't exist yet, meaning that you don't need Whirlwind to help you escape. Basically, by running Whirlwind, you're using an entire move to do something the game already allows you to do for free. There's also the issue that running from battle with wild Pokemon isn't necessarily a good thing. It's mostly done for convenience, as wild Pokemon aren't often a threat to the player's victory. Often, you'd just be better off battling every wild encounter for the experience instead of running or using a move like Whirlwind to escape. Whirlwind not only isn't helpful, but even when you are using it, it's mostly just a crutch that's been used to save time and not to help you win. And at number 2, we have Conversion. This is a normal type attack that changes the user into the same type as their opponent. This is the signature move of Porygon, which is not the best Pokemon around. However, its low distribution isn't the only thing that gets Conversion on this list. The thing that makes Conversion bad is that it just isn't all that useful. Being a different type really only impacts a few things, especially all the way back in Generation 1. First, it changes what moves you'll get for Stab or same type attack boost on. Normally, you get to deal extra damage with moves of your type, so in this case normal, but after changing into a different type, you'll get the boost on any moves you happen to have of their type. The second thing it impacts is your defensive matchups, namely your resistance and weaknesses. Normally, normal types are weak to fighting and immune to ghost type attacks, which don't really matter because the only ghost type attacks were Lick, which is terrible, and Nightshade, which didn't care about immunities in Gen 1. Fighting types were also quite weak in Gen 1, so the main use of conversion would be trying to change into an opponent's type to gain resistances. However, this wouldn't work all that often. Pokemon have a lot of varied move pools, but most of the time, Pokemon will carry some stab moves, so the best conversion will usually do is make you resist those moves. The issue is that not that many types actually resist themselves. A grand total of 7 of the 15 original types resist themselves, so about half the time conversion will let you gain a resistance. This is really bad considering you could just use a move like Reflect to have all damage, not only to yourself, but to all of your teammates for the next several turns, which will come up far more often. Okay, so using it as a defensive tool isn't great, but what about offensive? Well, that's even less consistent. In order for conversion to help offensively, you need to have a move of the type of your opponent, which won't come up much. However, even worse is the fact that half of the types still resist themselves. If you want to use conversion to grab a stab on Porygon's Blizzard, Psychic, or Thunderbolt, you'll have to be copying a move that's Ice, Psychic, or Electric type, which will resist those moves. The only time conversion will be useful is when you use it to copy an opponent's type, which likely won't do all that much. But then knock out that Pokemon and use the typing in a better matchup against the trainer's next Pokemon. For example, maybe copying Agatha's Gengar to double resist any future poison type attacks. But that's super niche, and honestly you can just get your own poison type at that point. And before we get to number 1, I want to mention an infamous move that quite literally does not work in Generation 1. The move Focus Energy is a status move that's supposed to raise your critical hit chance, making you get critical hits more often. However, due to one of those infamous Gen 1 bugs, it doesn't work properly. Instead of raising your critical hit ratio, it actually lowers it, making it so that your crit ratio is 25% of what it was originally. This is the only move in the game that actually just hurts you to use, making it the absolutely undisputed most useless move in the game. Normally, this would earn it the number 1 spot on this list, but because it's a glitch, it doesn't really count. Anyways, with that said, let's move on to what formerly received the number 1 spot on this list. And at number 1, we have Mist. This is an Ice-type status move with the effect where the Pokemon's stats can't be lowered by your opponent's moves until they switch out. Now, the issue with Mist as a move is very simple. There are only a handful of ways to lower your opponent's stats in Gen 1. In fact, there are so few of them that we can list all of them here. Flash, Growl, Leer, Sand Attack, Screech, Smokescreen, Tail Whip, and String Shot. That's all of them. Flash, Sand Attack, and Smokescreen all lower the target's accuracy. Growl lowers their attack, Leer and Tail Whip will lower their defense, and String Shot lowers speed. All of which are okay in the early game, but are largely not that good. Screech lowers the target's defense by 2 stages, making it the most powerful stat lowering move in the game. But that's not enough to make Mist useful. All of these individual moves are largely absent from competitive, which isn't exactly a surprise, mainly because it's completely countered by one singular powerful option: switching. When you switch out, any stat debuffs or buffs simply disappear. So even if your stats are all -6 in all 4 categories, you always have counterplay. Of course, it doesn't make the moves completely useless. However, using an entire move to lower an opponent's stats usually has proved to be quite weak and competitive. They have been used, but usually by moves that do more than just drop 1 stat and do nothing else at all. One of the reasons why dropping your opponent's stats in playthroughs is so strong is simply because the computers don't like switching out. Mist, therefore, is a counter to a strategy that's very rare and competitive, and you always have other forms of counterplay available. This also remains true in playthrough settings, where even if you look up the movesets of enemy trainers and know which ones might use stat dropping moves, you're often better off just switching out whenever they use those moves, or just ignoring them. Again, these moves are often pretty weak. Using the turn your opponent takes, dropping your stats to attack, often puts you in a winning position in a battle. Basically, Mist only works against a handful of moves that themselves are very weak, and even when it is useful, it's not necessarily even better than using universal game mechanics. Mist is basically entirely useless, and should never take up a slot on your team in Generation 1. The normal type is, well, pretty normal. It has few interactions with other types, being completely unable to deal super effective damage to any of the other types. However, despite these weaknesses, some of the strongest Pokemon in the game and in the competitive scene are normal types. Today, we're not talking about any of those Pokemon. Instead, we're talking about the absolute worst normal types in the game, and talking about why they fail as opposed to the much more powerful normal types in the generation. And starting things off at number 10, we have Kangaskhan. This is a pure normal type with overall above average stats. Over 105 base HP and 80 base defense gives Kangaskhan good physical bulk, which combined with a solid 95 attack and 90 speed makes Kangaskhan a well-rounded physical Pokemon. However, Kangaskhan's special of 40 means not only that they can't deal physical damage, but they're quite frail against special attackers. Now, Kangaskhan is not a bad Pokemon, but in a lot of ways, it's kind of just a discount Tauros. While Tauros has less base HP, every other stat it has is higher, letting it deal more damage and often be bulkier than Kangaskhan thanks to its much better special stat. Being a budget Tauros goes beyond just having somewhat similar stat spreads. Kangaskhan and Tauros can both only be found in the Safari Zone in Generation 1, and both at pretty low encounter rates. This means that, at least in the context of a playthrough, at any point you could be using Kangaskhan, you could instead be using the much more powerful Tauros. Now, one small note should be made that, since catching in Generation 1 was very primitive, and often just kind of bad, catching Pokemon in the Safari Zone can be a chore. Most Pokemon in the Safari Zone are much harder to catch than intended, and the best strategy is simply throwing balls at them as soon as you can and hoping that you get lucky. Considering how rare both of these Pokemon are, you'll really only use Kangaskhan or Tauros if you're very dedicated. So Kangaskhan is more difficult to get than it has any right to be, and is outshone by Tauros in the exact same area anyway, which leads most players to simply skip out on using Kangaskhan. Now, Kangaskhan is okay in competitive Gen 1, in the underused tier on Smog, the main way people play competitive singles. This is the tier just below the main tier, overused, and is quite good in that format. So Kangaskhan is too strong of a Pokemon to really be that high up on this list. The main reason it caps off our list at number 10 is just how difficult and not worth it obtaining Kangaskhan in-game is. While not a bad Pokemon, Kangaskhan does have a few flaws that other Pokemon like the easier to obtain Persian just don't have, and allows them to stay off this list. And at number 9, we have Dodrio. This is a flying normal type with an insane 110 attack and 100 speed. Of course, Dodrio is a bit of a glass cannon, with far below average defensive stats at around 60 each. Still, for such great speed and attack, it's worth putting up with the low defenses, especially on a playthrough. Dodrio is the fastest and strongest of the normal flying birds, making it the best one to use in your Kanto playthrough if you're willing to wait a bit. However, there is a bit of an issue there, namely that you get Dodrio at a bit of a weird time in Kanto. Doduo can be found on Route 16, 17, and 18, all of which are locked behind doing the 4th gym, Erica. Unfortunately, this is the only gym leader that Dodrio does super effective damage against. You are immune to Giovanni's ground type moves, and since none of these Pokemon have rock type attacks, it can dodge their stab moves completely, which is nice. Of course, it's not the best counter for Giovanni, especially since you essentially have to have a water type in order to complete the game thanks to the Surf HM. Essentially, it's the best Pokemon in its category, but it comes at an awkward time. This is made even more awkward by the fact that in the very late game, you get access to the legendary birds, who are much stronger flying type Pokemon. If you're fine waiting a while for your Fly HM user, they're better Pokemon overall than Dodrio. So to sum it up, Dodrio is a strong Pokemon obtained just at an awkward time. In competitive, Dodrio is also the best normal flying type in the game. It's okay in Gen 1 OU, and is currently in the UU tier thanks to its ability to hit with its powerful Drill Peck and Body Slams, giving it a strong stab that can hit almost any Pokemon in the game. Of course, its biggest weakness is, and always has been, rock types. Both in playthroughs and in competitive, Dodrio just doesn't have any moves that can hit with them as they resist both flying and normal moves, and it doesn't get any attack moves that aren't of those types. So if you want a strong, fast Pokemon to click flying and normal type attacks, Dodrio is the absolute best Pokemon in the game for that role. However, the role has some clear weaknesses, and Dodrio's placement in this game is just a bit awkward, so it doesn't have a ton of great matchups. And at number 8, we have Fearow. This is yet another normal flying type, and a very similar stat spread to Dodrio. In fact, they're almost identical. The main differences are that Fearow has less attack at 90, 5 more base HP at 65, and 5 less base defense at 65. Essentially, Fearow is a less physically bulky, slightly more specially bulky, and does less damage. So as we said, a worse version of Dodrio. The main upside of Fearow is that it's the first flying type you get access to that you can use as your Fly HM user that doesn't suck. You can access to it on Route 3 at the earliest, right after the Rock Gym it's no good against, and more than enough time for the Grass Gym. So Fearow shows up at just about the perfect time for a flying type Pokemon, and can deal some okay damage pretty early in the game. However, it does fall off the longer the game goes on. Flying type coverage becomes less and less useful as the game goes on, and there are a lot of different normal types that outperform Fearow in the mid and late game in Kanto. So Fearow is a good Pokemon for the early game, but it's really outperformed by Pokemon you get later on. In competitive, Fearow does very little. It doesn't hit quite hard enough to really justify ever being used over Dodrio and UU, and especially not over a Pokemon like Zapdos and OU. It also lacks access to the best non-Hyper Beam normal attack, Body Slam, and instead uses the much worse Double Edge. While Double Edge does have 15 more base power, that pales in comparison to Body Slam's paralysis chance, and the recoil damage makes Fearow even more frail than it already is. All of this combined lands Fearow all the way down in the PU tier, which unlike OU and UU tiers, that stand for overuse and underuse, the name is a joke about how bad the Pokemon are. It's the second lowest tier in competitive, essentially meaning that it's reserved for really bad Pokemon. Really, the only thing keeping Fearow from being lower on this list is that it's a flying type that you get really early, which is very useful early on in the game. However, in the grand scheme of the region, Fearow can't really do all that much. And at number 7, we have Raticate. This is a pure normal type with pretty below average stats. You have an average attack of 81 and a high speed of 97. Besides those, all its other stats are quite low, with 60 or less in HP and its defenses. Raticate is pretty well known for being a bad Pokemon, being a Pokemon available very early on into the game and falling off hard as the game goes on. However, both in-game and in competitive, Raticate is surprisingly useful, even if not an all-star. Raticate has a few qualities that help it far more than it appears at first glance. One of the biggest being access to the Fang moves. The attacks Super Fang and Hyper Fang both have their own use cases which are surprisingly effective. Hyper Fang is an 80 base power normal type attack with a 10% flinch chance, which on its own just seems like a worse Body Slam. And while that is kinda true, in a playthrough setting, Hyper Fang is far better than it first seems. You see, Rattata learns Hyper Fang at only level 14, giving you access to an 80 base power move super early in the game, letting you sweep through most non-rock type Pokemon pretty easily. Super Fang, on the other hand, is an attack that always deals damage equal to half of your opponent's remaining HP, which isn't always all that good. However, that gives Raticate an attack that always deals substantial damage to literally any enemy, including ghost types. So, unlike a lot of other normal types, you can't necessarily safely switch in a Golem or a Rhydon into Raticate for fear of your health being literally cut in half. Now, while these upsides do help Raticate out a lot, they can't get around the fundamental issue that Raticate's stats are kinda bad. Raticate currently sits in the never used or in U tier in Smog, below OU and UU, but above the bottom of the barrel tiers like PU and ZU. Raticate simply can't compete with the best Pokemon in the game, and that's also true for a playthrough. Once you're getting to the late game, all Raticate is really good for is clicking Super Fang for set damage, which isn't good enough to justify using a full team slot on Raticate when the game practically hands you a Snorlax. Overall, Raticate has far more going for it than you might think, but we can't get around the fact that it's just too frail and weak to use past the 4th gym. And at number 6, we have Wigglytuff. This is yet another pure normal type with a very weird stat spread. While it does have a huge 140 base HP, it's combined with a poor 45 base defense and 50 special, which means that Wigglytuff takes far more damage from attacks than you'd like even with a huge HP pool. A terrible 45 speed and below average 70 attack rounds out a stat spread that struggles to accomplish all that much. We talked about Wigglytuff in a previous video where we went really in depth into its issues, but the TLDR is that Wigglytuff is basically just a bad version of Clefable. It takes more damage from basically all attacks, is slower, and has access to basically all the same moves. You also get access to both of them at almost the exact same time in a playthrough, and they both require a Moonstone to evolve, meaning you really have to choose between them on a playthrough. All of this together means that you should basically just never use Wigglytuff in Kanto. Honestly, that about sums up all the issues with Wigglytuff. It's a worse version of Pokemon that's not even that crazy. and there's not really a time in game where it makes sense to use it over Clefable. Really, the only thing left to talk about is why Wigglytuff isn't higher on this list. While it isn't the best Pokemon to ever be using, Wigglytuff does at least have an acceptable level of bulk and utility. You have access to Thunder Wave and Sing to induce paralysis and sleep, which is enough to at least get by with the Pokemon in a playthrough. And really, sleep is just that powerful a status that any Pokemon that can induce it can at least be useful. However, all the Pokemon lower in this list don't even have this much utility. As bad as Wigglytuff is, it can still claim to be better than the 5 whole other Pokemon and be absolutely correct. And at number 5, we have Pidgeot. This is another normal flying type with very average stats. Just about every stat is 80 or lower, with only Pidgeot's speed being high at 91. This allows Pidgeot to work as an okay, fast, but frail attacker, but not a good one. Pidgeot is just completely outclassed by multiple Pokemon we've talked about on this list. Both of the other normal flying types are just much stronger. While Dodrio and Fearow aren't the best Pokemon, they do everything Pidgeot can do, but just much better. They're both faster and both have better attack stats, and while they are more frail, that doesn't really matter. In many matchups, their powerful flying and normal stab will allow them to outdamage their opponent, while Pidgeot will just lag behind. Pidgeot also has a terrible level up learn set in Generation 1, not learning a flying type damaging move until Wing Attack at level 31. This would mean it's over-leveled for Erica, who, as we've discussed, is the last time in a while you'll really be needing a flying type damaging attack anyway. Even outside of lacking a good flying type attack, their moveset is generally very poor. Their only coverage move is using Mimic to steal an opponent's attack and hoping it's a good one, which on top of lacking Drill Peck as the best flying stab in the game, leaves Pidgeot in a very rough spot. Essentially, Pidgeot is the worst of both worlds between Dodrio and Fearow. You don't get any good moves until far later in the game, like Dodrio, but you also don't get the best Pokemon, sort of like how Fearow ends up being outclassed later on, except with the Pidgeline, you're outclassed immediately. Even if you just want a Pokemon to attack for a normal stab, Raticate's early access to Hyper Fang makes it a far superior choice. All of this carries over to competitive, where Pidgeot is in ZU, the absolute lowest tier in Smog. And at number 4, we have Porygon. This is a pure normal type with below average stats all around. Its highest stat is its base 75 special, and everything else falling off from there. This alone leaves Porygon in a terrible spot. Simply put, you never really win any damage races, as you neither have good offenses or defenses. Now, Porygon does have one sort of saving grace, that being that it has an alright move pool. You get access to Agility to raise your speed, Blizzard and Psychic, which are some of the best special moves in the game, and even Recover to get more health. This can allow Porygon to set up Agility against weak opponents to achieve a high speed stat. Though with only 40 base speed, you actually need to set up several Agilities to outspeed many threats. And then you can hit many Pokemon for super effective damage off of your powerful coverage options. However, if you run into a Pokemon you're not doing super effective damage against, they can often just win the battle by hitting their damaging moves if you don't get lucky with Psychic Special Drops or a Blizzard Freeze. All of this makes Porygon quite bad and competitive. In the PU tier and Smog singles, the second lowest tier. Now, this does mean we're ranking Porygon below some Pokemon in lower tiers, but there's a reason for that. Porygon is very, very bad in a normal playthrough. To get Porygon, you have to spend either 6,500 coins in blue or 9,999 coins in red at the game corner, and every 50 coins cost a total of 1,000 Pokédollars. This makes Porygon very expensive, and getting a Pokemon that's weak after that much money grinding to afford it kind of feels like a slap in the face. Even worse, in order for your Porygon to be all that useful, you have to feed it a ton of TMs, which will drain you of valuable resources that is probably better spent on a Pokemon with more than 75 base special. Porygon may not be the absolute worst Pokemon competitively, but it's so resource intensive to use in game that it's just not worth it outside of finishing your Pokedex. And at number 3, we have Farfetch. This is the absolute worst normal flying type in Kanto, and also the strangest by quite a bit. Farfetch's highest stat is its attack at 65, which is pretty far below par. Its other stats are even lower, making it even more frail than Porygon, while also not hitting anywhere near as hard. Farfetch also has a terrible move pool. While you do have access to a few good moves like Swords Dance to boost your attack by 2 stages, effectively doubling it in a single turn, as well as Agility, but you don't have many good attacks to use those boosts on. Your only flying type move is Peck and Fly is banned in competitive thanks to a glitch, so you don't have anything all that great to use for your flying stab. While you do have Body Slam and Slash, which are okay normal type attacks, they each have their issues. Body Slam is solid but requires a TM on a playthrough. Slash is only slightly weaker and has a higher crit rate, but that high crit rate can be more of a curse than a blessing. Thanks to Gen 1 being, well, Gen 1 and being super buggy, when you get a crit, you ignore all stat changes, including those that would be beneficial to you. So if you boost your attack a ton with Sword Stance and hit a crit, you won't get any of the benefits of having a higher attack stat. So you have a terrible move pool and terrible stats. But at least it's found at a good point in the game, right? Well, if you know a lot about Gen 1, you'll know that that's not the case. Farfetch can only be obtained in a trade in Vermilion City, where you have to trade a Spearow for a single Farfetch. Somehow this won't be the only instance of Pokemon that you have to get by trading a better Pokemon for it in this video. Requiring a trade for the absolute worst Pokemon of this typing in the entire region is by itself enough to make Farfetch one of the worst normal types in the game. The only thing stopping it from being higher on this list is that you can get it before Erica, so it can at least help in that gym. Sure, the Spearow you had before that would have done a better job, but Farfetch does get the job done. And at number 2, we have Lickitung. This is just a normal type Pokemon with a pretty weird stat spread. They have an above average HP stat of 90, with everything else being quite poor. 75 defense and 60 special gives them a bad defensive spread overall. Finally, their attack and speed are really bad as well. This weird stat spread means that Lickitung really doesn't have much of anything to do. It's bad at taking hits and doesn't deal much damage, and it doesn't even have any good utility moves to try and spread status. The Pokemon really does have basically nothing to do in battle. While it does have some good coverage, its offensive stats are even worse than Porygon's, so you're not doing much damage even with super effective hits. Its level up moveset is really bad as well, only getting Ramp and Stomp as attacking moves and a few random, not all that great status moves by level up. Teaching it any other actually good moves would require using TMs, which is a lot of work to put into, well, the second worst normal type Pokemon in the game. Even worse is how you obtain it. Like Farfetch, Lickitung can only be obtained before the Pokemon League via a trade, and the Pokemon you trade for Lickitung is Slowbro. Slowbro, if you don't know, is quite a solid Pokemon. While slow, it's very bulky and has a solid special stat that gives its attack some oomph, giving it a use not only in playthrough teams, but even in the OU tier of competitive. So, giving up this meta threat for a pure normal type that doesn't really do much of anything is a pretty bad idea. This trade also comes up pretty late into the game, all the way in Route 18. At that point, you've probably done over half the gyms in the game, and since Lickitung is a pure normal type, you can't even use it as a counter to a specific gym that's weak to its attacks. And all the way at number 1, we have the absolute worst normal type in Gen 1, Ditto. Now, Ditto is a very unique Pokemon, and one that later generations will get a lot of uses out of, that makes it really nice to have even if it's not the best at battling. However, in Generation 1 especially, there's really not much the little guy can do besides be kind of interesting. Anyone who knows Pokemon knows that Ditto's entire thing is transforming into a copy of your opponent. Ditto will get all of the moves and stats of whatever it copies. So it should be fair, right? Well, this is actually quite terrible for a number of reasons. First off, Ditto will always keep the same amount of HP it started with, and since its base HP is only 48, this means it will almost always have less HP than your opponent. It also only gets worse, however, because you also use an entire turn to transform into an inferior copy of your opponent's Pokemon. In later gens, Ditto receives a number of buffs that make it much more useful in battle. In Generation 5, it gains the Imposter ability, which automatically transforms Ditto into your opponent when it enters battle, so you don't have to waste an entire turn transforming anymore. Ditto also benefits a lot from special items, as it can hold items like Choice Scarf to boost its speed while locking to a particular move so you always outspeed your opponent. However, even with these buffs, Ditto isn't a particularly consistent Pokemon. It only counters pretty specific Pokemon, and you do need to find a way to cleanly switch into it. Of course, in Gen 1, Ditto didn't have any of this. Even if you found a clean switch in, you'd still have to tank an attack as you transform, and thanks to your terrible speed, you'd probably have to take that hit as Ditto with your worst defense. This means you'll not only start the battle with less max HP, but also start damaged as well. At which point, how are you ever planning on taking even a single KO? All of this combined makes Ditto useless in basically every situation. In fact, Ditto might be the absolute worst Pokemon in the entire game, thanks to essentially always being worse than whatever it copies. While a beloved Pokemon for breeding and gimmick strategies nowadays, Ditto had a really tough first generation. The water type is one of the most common types of all of Pokemon, and especially in Generation 1. Overall, the water type is known for its overall quality. However, today, we're not looking at who's the best of the best. We're asking who's the worst, both competitively and casually for playthroughs. And at number 10, we have Gyarados, which is a water flying type with actually amazing stats all around, with both of its attacking stats reaching over 100, along with its speed and HP also being fairly good, and an even better move pool, learning Thunderbolt, Hydro Pump, Blizzard, and Fire Blast via TM to hit just about everything super effectively. So if Gyarados is so good, why is it on this list? Well, the short answer is in Generation 1, water types are well known for being a little broken. So Gyarados just barely doesn't reach their level. However, it's still a powerful threat and extremely easy to get in the first generation thanks to everyone's favorite con artist on Route 4. This means if you train up a Magikarp to level 20, you can have a Gyarados ready to go around Misty, at which point it will be far more powerful than almost anything else available in the game. Especially due to the move Dragon Rage, which is extremely strong in the early game due to always dealing 40 damage exactly, enough to kill just about anything in 2 hits. This is helped by the fact that you can get the TM for Ice Beam right before the Grass-type gym leader Erica in Celadon City, and Lieutenant Surge gives you the TM for Thunderbolt. However, this also leads into why Gyarados is even on this list. Gyarados has a rough 4 times weakness to Electric type, which is scarily common in Kanto, especially in the competitive scene where Zapdos is known as one of the scariest mons in the game. And while Gyarados can threaten out the bird with a Blizzard, the myriad of other electric types make it far too hostile for it to be a reliable Pokemon in Smogon's overused tiers, the main place people play Pokemon competitively, especially with how many other Pokemon can slide Thunderbolt into their moveset and demolish Gyarados. Even some ground types Gyarados is meant to be able to check, such as Nidoking. While Gyarados may be incredibly powerful casually, its main flaw comes down to how it can be punished extremely hard on the Switch. However, once it's safely on the field, it can absolutely demolish most teams as long as certain checks have been removed already. And at number 9, we have the Lord Helix himself, Amistar. This is a water rock type with a staggering 125 defense and 115 special stat. However, the rest of its stats leave a lot to be desired. 70 HP is a bit below average, and 60 attack and 55 speed are just plain bad. Amistar struggles with its crippling 4 times weakness to grass. However, Amistar isn't all terrible. As its defenses are so high, it's nearly impossible to kill in one hit, even by opposing grass-type Pokemon. Amistar is a strong Pokemon, but what drags it down is where you obtain it in-game, as you can only revive the Helix fossil near the end of the game right before the 7th gym. At that point, the Omanyte is already 10 to 20 levels lower than Blaine's entire team. This, along with the fact that in the first generation, all attacking types are split into 2 categories, physical moves and special moves, which really held Amistar back. Water was a special type, which was greatly benefited by Amistar's high special stat. However, Rock was a physical type. This meant that the slight boost Amistar gained from using moves of its same type went to waste thanks to its pitiful attacking stat, which basically led to the question of, is the extremely high defense worth the 4 times weakness? Especially compared to other water types that were far easier to obtain. Amistar does have a place in competitive, however, thanks to its hard countering of the popular Moltres and Dragonite, due to resisting fire and flying as well as resisting Dragonite's Wrap. In Generation 1, Wrap was a move that locked the opposing Pokemon in place for 2 to 5 turns, meaning they couldn't attack until you missed Wrap. And even if they switched out, you would just wrap the Pokemon they switched into to lock the new target in place. Amistar, however, takes almost nothing to even 5 wraps in a row, and it takes barely 10% damage from all of Dragonite's other common moves. Unfortunately, as the meta progressed, people realized other water types could do the same job but better, such as Tentacruel, who lacked the 4 times weakness, and had far better speed to get the jump on those same threats. That also leads into another one of Amistar's flaws. It lacked a water resistance that most water types had, which means that there was a limit to how much of a beating Amistar could take. Amistar is a fine Pokemon, but really only excels at countering flying and fire-type Pokemon, which really restricted its place in the meta, along with never really having a place in playthroughs due to being obtained so late. And at number 8, we have Dewgong. This is a water and ice type who at first glance isn't that bad. It has a fairly respectable stat spread with 95 special and 90 HP, along with a fairly decent 70 speed and 80 defense. However, there's also nothing quite unique about Dewgong. Dewgong is one of the 3 water and ice types in Generation 1. However, unlike its competition, it lacks a defining trait. Lapras and Cloyster both boast high bulk and a varied move pool, while Dugong really only has water and ice stab and not much else going for it. This is compacted with the fact that you can't even catch one until nearly the end of the game at the Seafoam Islands, and at that point you could have gotten the other two water ice types long before it. Dugong does help for the Elite Four quite a bit, but so does nearly every other water type, especially the ones who lack a fighting type weakness such as the previously mentioned Gyarados. However, it's not all bad for Dugong, as 95 special with 90 HP is quite respectable as it shrugs off a multitude of powerful attacks such as Thunderbolt from Zapdos and a Razor Leaf from Victory Bell, and fires back with an incredibly strong Blizzard. Really, what holds Dugong back is its immense mediocrity, as it's just far weaker than the other two ice water types, and desperately needs better coverage, especially moves that Cloyster and Lapras don't also have, as there is only a single move in Growl, one of the worst moves in the game, that Dugong has over the other two. This is even more dire as ice and water coverage is something that around 20 other Pokemon in the game have access to, and they don't require you to travel to the end of the game to acquire. Dugong really lacks just an identity, and feels more like an afterthought tossed into the Seafoam Isles to help the Pokédex reach 151. And at number 7, we have Blastoise, which is a pure water type with decent stats, especially with its 100 base defense, along with every other stat being around 80. Blastoise is one of the original starter Pokemon, which may shock you seeing that it's this low on this list, as you're given one for free at the start of your game. However, Blastoise really suffers from being a pure water type in a generation flooded with better options. Blastoise's main competition is the Pokemon Vaporeon, who is incredibly similar but with 130 HP and 110 in both defense and special, so it's far bulkier and even hits substantially harder. Blastoise does have slightly better speed and better coverage as it gets Earthquake and Submission, which does mean it's not entirely walled by an electric type, or another water/ice type like Dugong. However, that doesn't help much, as it's so slow that most electric and grass types can just outspeed it and kill it before they're ever in any danger. Blastoise really suffers from its speed and not having a defining trait to place itself over Vaporeon, similar to Dugong and Lapras previously. Blastoise does have one attribute over other water types, and that's due to being a starter who learns 2 of the necessary HMs needed to beat the game, so it's a fantastic option for Generation 1 speedruns, along with being good against multiple gyms and being able to take down the entire league easily due to its good coverage. Blastoise is also incredible in the never used tier in Smogon, which is 2 tiers below OU and 1 tier below UU, where Vaporeon resides, due to being one of the 3 best Pokemon in the tier with its partners Mr. Mime and Clefable. However, even there, its speed can let it down occasionally. Blastoise isn't a terrible Pokemon. It's not even a bad Pokemon, as it's incredible for a playthrough. It's just fairly outclassed by being a pure water type and too slow to make a splash in the competitive scene. And at number 6, we have Golduck, which is a pure water type with fairly low stats, as no stats reach even 90, which even for Generation 1 is quite rare for a fully evolved Pokemon. Golduck, at first glance, doesn't seem all that unique. However, Golduck is one of the few Pokemon of the first generation with the move Amnesia, which is one of the strongest boosting moves ever created. All Amnesia does is boost the user's special stat by 2, which doesn't sound too good at first, until you realize in the first generation, special attack and defense were 1 stat. So this basically made Golduck from being a relatively weak Pokemon to an incredible sweeper thanks to a single Amnesia, literally doubling its special stat. Golduck is also incredibly easy to obtain, as you can catch one as soon as the 4th gym thanks to obtaining the TM for Surf. While niche, Golduck also has access to the move Submission, which is a fighting type move which helps a lot with the more powerful normal types in the game such as Chansey, who take little to no damage from any special attack. Golduck's move pool is substantially better than most Gen 1 Pokemon, especially a certain Water-Ice type, as it has access to the Psychic type Confusion and the Ground type move Dig. Confusion, Surf, and Ice Beam alone allows Golduck to beat nearly the entire Elite Four and a champion on its own. However, all of this doesn't really fix the fact that for Golduck to begin actually impacting the game, it basically requires a turn to click Amnesia, along with the fact that Amnesia doesn't fix Golduck's rather middling speed and defense. So physical attackers can easily take advantage of it, and some faster special attackers can even hit it before Amnesia raises its special defense at all, such as the previously mentioned Zapdos. As Zapdos can nearly kill Golduck in 1 hit before it ever gets the chance to raise its special, meaning the entire previous turn was effectively wasted. Golduck isn't a terrible Pokemon, but it's far too weak without exactly Amnesia, leaving it without much of a niche competitively. Although for a playthrough it's perfectly fine, although outclassed by some other Pokemon who are much easier to obtain. And at number 5, we have the other generation fossil, Kabutops. This is a rock water type similar to Amistar, and actually has a really solid stat spread with 115 attack and 105 defense, and a solid 80 speed. Kabutops also contains the incredible move Swords Dance to boost its attack by 2 stages, along with the move Slash, which in Generation 1 effectively hits a critical hit every single time, dealing around double damage and ignoring any defensive boost the Pokemon might have. However, those 2 moves do counteract each other as Slash ignores the user's boost as well, so it needs to be used carefully. Kabutops struggles from a similar issue as we brought up with Amistar, as its water and rock moves use its special and physical stat respectively. However, as Amistar had an incredible special stat, so it didn't mind only using water and ice moves, Kabutops has a miserable special stat of 70, and doesn't even learn a single rock type move, so it's stuck without a usable stab attack. Kabutops is one of the few rock types of Gen 1 absolutely ruined by not getting a single rock move, and so the only use Kabutops has for its incredible attacking stats are the moves Body Slam and Submission, which as we've mentioned before aren't very unique moves for a Pokemon to have. Kabutops is helped immensely by doing the same thing Amistar did, but for lower tiers. Mainly checking the Fire-type flying types in Moltres and Charizard, as even without a rough 70 special stat, Kabutops takes basically no damage from any of their flying or fire moves. Kabutops is a good Pokemon, just heavily brought down by not having any of the traits it desperately needed, such as a good move pool or a water-type attack to fire off its immense attack stat. And at number 4, we have Kingler. This is a pure water type with an astronomically high attack stat of 130 and an incredible 115 defense stat, which means Kingler is tied for the second highest base attack in the game. Kingler also gets Swords Dance, meaning after a single Swords Dance at level 100, its attacking stat is over 700. And with 2, it literally hits the cap of 999 attack. While that may sound incredible, Kingler has one small issue. It barely has any attacks. Kingler, similar to Kabutops, lacks any physical stab, and even lacks submission. So it's basically required to use Body Slam and Hyper Beam as its only way to capitalize on its high stats. Kingler also suffers from its pitiful special stat of 50, as even water-weak Pokemon like Moltres take barely over half health from its signature move Crabhammer. Another flaw with Kingler is that its speed and bulk are fairly mediocre. It has great defense, but it's incredibly easy to exploit its low special stat due to its grass and electric hitting it super effectively from the special side. Kingler does have an incredible niche in Gen 1 in U, as besides Kabutops, barely anything in the entire tier can survive a single Swords Dance boosted Hyper Beam, and the few others which can survive the attack like Golem desperately do not want to eat a water move. Kingler is obtainable at the same time you can obtain other Pokemon like Golduck and Tentacruel, which means you already have other Pokemon that are arguably better due to their decent coverage, which helps a lot more for a playthrough than a Pokemon who can basically only attack with normal type moves. Kingler is similar to Kabutops in that its flaws aren't exactly its own fault, as it really just needs something to make use of its amazing stats, but until then it belongs at number 4 on this list. And at number 3, we have Poliwrath. This is a water fighting type Pokemon with a rather unassuming stat spread, especially its pitiful speed combined with its average bulk. However, what really makes Poliwrath stand out is its access to the incredible Hypnosis. Hypnosis in Generation 1 was effectively a guaranteed kill, as your opponent was effectively stuck doing nothing for 1 to 7 turns, and even waking up took an entire turn, so Poliwrath had all the time in the world to capitalize on the status. Unfortunately, that's about where Poliwrath's good qualities end. Poliwrath is one of the biggest victims to physical and special moves being type dependent, similar to Kingler and Kabutops from before, due to how miserable Poliwrath's special stat was, and how most of its unique moves like Psychic and its Water Stab Hydro Pump were locked into its special stat. Poliwrath even got access to the previously mentioned Amnesia, which just led it to be a worse Golduck due to its lower speed and myriad of weaknesses. Speaking of weaknesses, it also struggles due to being a fighting type, one of the worst types in Generation 1 due to Psychic being unimaginably broken, thanks to the type effectively lacking any weaknesses in Gen 1, along with the fact the best fighting type move Submission has fairly mediocre damage and poor accuracy. Poliwrath struggles in playthroughs as well due to being obtained once you unlock the Fishing Rod after the 3rd gym, where you next have the Grass and Psychic type gyms, which once again leads to the problem of Poliwrath's poor typing. Poliwrath has 4 weaknesses: Psychic, Grass, Electric, and Flying, and nearly every good Pokemon in the game has one move to take advantage of one of those weaknesses. Poliwrath does have a small niche thanks to having the powerful Hypnosis, but its lackluster stats and typing lead it to being a jack of no trades more often than not. And at number 2, we have Seadra. This is a pure water type with fairly decent stats, all things considered, as it has 95 defense and special with a solid 85 speed. Seadra really lacks much to make itself stand out from the crowd, as its only unique trait is being one of only 2 water types in the game with access to the speed boosting agility. However, requiring an entire turn of setup only to raise your speed just isn't good enough for the high tiers of competitive play, especially for a Pokemon who can only really attack with water and ice type moves, which is incredibly easy to wall and make the setup turn a wasted turn. Seadra is also difficult to use in playthroughs due to being obtained so late, as you don't even have access to one until before the 7th gym battle, which normally requires a water type to access anyway due to the HM Surf. Seadra is a decent late game sweeper and in-you due to having a decent matchup versus most teams, thanks to being a check to the common Nidoking and Golem that, unlike Kabutops, doesn't take a large amount of damage from a stray Earthquake. However, Seadra struggles immensely against other bulky water types, especially Blastoise, who it basically has no game against as its best attack in Hydro Pump barely does 20% to Blastoise. Kingler can also use Seadra as an easy target to collect sword dances against before sweeping the entire team. Seadra isn't terrible, however, its entire strategy kind of hinges on you removing your opponent's bulky water at all cost, and softening the team for your own agility sweep. This is incredibly risky, especially because you're basically playing 5v6 until the last minute. Seadra is a fine Pokemon, however it's obtained far too late in the game to be useful and is far too easily countered competitively by common Pokemon. And at number 1, it's only fitting to be the king itself, Seaking. This is another pure water type Pokemon with entirely middling stats, as its attack stat is its best stat, however every other stat barely reaches 80. Seaking is the perfect culmination of every issue mentioned previously on this list. It's a water type with attack being its best stat, pitiful stats all around, and an incredibly shallow move pool. Seaking is another Pokemon you can obtain after the 3rd gym battle, meaning it's competing with Pokemon like Golduck and Kingler, due to them all sharing the exact same typing. Seaking really only has one useful trait, and it's the exact same trait we just mentioned for Seadra, and it's due to Seaking being the only other water type with agility in the game, and is by far the worst of the two. Seadra at least gets the incredible base power 120 Hydro Pump, while Seaking is stuck with the base 95 Surf. Seaking is another mon who suffers from no physical water type attacks like Kingler, but at least Kingler has Swords Dance to become genuinely threatening with Body Slam, a move Seaking wishes it had. The only niche Seaking has is being a budget Seadra in the PU tier, the lowest tier in the game, which is called PU as a joke about the Pokemon smelling bad, and comprised of mostly not fully evolved Pokemon such as Graveler and Ghastly. Seaking is just a stock standard water type with its singular entirely unique trait being its access to the unusable flying type attack Peck, which makes it the singular water type in Generation 1 to learn a flying type move, as even the flying type Gyarados ironically doesn't get flying coverage. Seaking is just a run-of-the-mill water type who blends into the crowd so well you almost forget it's even in the game. And at number 8 we have Abra. Psychic type Pokemon are among the strongest in the game for Generation 1. Due to some big oversights in game designs and bugs. Psychic typing only has 2 weaknesses, Bug and Ghost type attacks, both of which have problems that make them unavailable as answers to Psychic types. Bug has only 4 different attacks, and 3 of which do damage. Those 3 attacks are Leech Life, Twin Needle, and Pin Missile, all of which have very low damage output. Leech Life is Bug's version of Absorb, with a measly 20 base power, and is only available on the Zubat and Paris lines, the former 2 of which are both poison types and thus weak to Psychic type attacks. Twin Needle has the most consistent damage output of the bug moves at 25 base power times 2 attacks, totaling 50 power, but is only available to Beedrill, who is also weak to Psychic type attacks. Finally, Pin Missile has a base power of 14 times 2 to 5 attacks, meaning it can be 28, 42, 56, or 70 base power, but is only available to Beedrill and Jolteon, the latter of which doesn't have the attack stat to truly utilize the move. Ghost, on the other hand, only has 3 moves, with only 1 attack having a base power stat. Lick has a base power of 20, and a 33% chance to paralyze the defending Pokemon, and is available to the Ghastly line and Jinx. It's kind of insane how Generation 1 made Lickitung, and decided that it can't learn Lick. However, none of this matters as Lick is useless against Psychic types due to a programming error, which made Ghost-type attacks have no effect on Psychic types. So it should be obvious why you would want a Psychic type. And the Abra line is the fastest, hardest hitting, non-legendary Psychic type available. Abra, being a huge pain, comes from how you catch it. Abra only knows Teleport, which will allow it to immediately escape the battle. Due to its speed, Abra will more than likely attack first, leading to its auto-escape. While putting Abra to sleep is a viable solution, it's one that is only recommended if you're going to be using one of the several Pokemon with the sleep move on your team permanently, considering they will have to be a higher level to have a chance to outspeed Abra. Both Jigglypuff and Clefairy lines have access to Sing, but both of them have low speed, and Sing only has a 55% accuracy. Sleep Powder has a higher accuracy at 75% and is accessible at this point by Bellsprout and Oddish lines, but Butterfree is probably the best option with 70 base speed. The other option is to simply throw a Pokeball at Abra as soon as you encounter it and hope it sticks. It's actually a fairly viable strategy, as a Pokeball has around a 28% catch rate on a full health Abra. The other annoying part of catching Abra is its low encounter rates. They can be found on Route 24 and 25, which is just north of Cerulean City, with an encounter rate of 15% in Pokemon Red and Blue. In Pokemon Yellow, Abra can be found on Route 5 and 6, which is just south of Cerulean City, with an encounter rate of 15% as well. This makes Pokemon Yellow the slightly more annoying version to catch Abra in, seeing as you can't reach Route 5 or 6 until you can enter the burglarized house blocked by the police officer, which only occurs after you talk to Bill. Yellow makes up for this, however, by having Kadabra as an available encounter on Route 8. Regardless, Abra's 15% encounter rate plus its 28% chance to be caught off of a Pokeball can lead to some aggravating results based on how lucky the game determines you should be that day. The funny part is, the annoyance doesn't end there, as once you catch your Abra, you'll be forced to switch train it until it reaches level 16 and evolves into Kadabra. Upon evolution, Kadabra will immediately learn Confusion, which will finally give it an attacking move. And at number 7, we have Kinesis not being included in Kadabra's learn set. Now, there's a good chance you don't know what this move is, mainly because it's terrible, but Kinesis is Alakazam's line's signature move. It's a Psychic-type move with 80% accuracy, which lowers your opponent's accuracy by 1 stage. This means that it's literally just a worse sand attack, which has the same effect but can't miss in Gen 1 outside of the 1 in 256 glitch. Just as an aside, every move besides Swift has a 1 in 256 chance to miss thanks to a coding error. Anyway, the point is that Kinesis is a terrible move that only Kadabra and Alakazam can learn. Or at least, it's a terrible move that they were supposed to learn. You see, for some reason in Red and Blue, Kadabra didn't learn Kinesis by level up. However, the move was still in the game. The move Metronome, which simply calls another random move in the game, can still call Kinesis and use the move, despite the fact that you can't actually learn it on any Pokemon. This was fixed in Yellow version, but in a bit of a roundabout way. Kadabra was programmed to learn the move at level 0, which means that a wild Kadabra would have the move as long as they weren't high enough level to have learned 4 other moves. However, they won't learn the move upon evolving. So, to get a Kadabra or Alakazam with the move, the only way to do so is to find a Kadabra on Route 8 that already knows the move and catch it, only available in Yellow version. You can then transfer it into Red and Blue and it will keep the move, not that it's going to help you much. Overall, this is one of the strangest blunders in Gen 1. It's a pretty simple mistake, but the fact that a Pokemon's signature move was just unobtainable and required a ton of extra work to get it, and it's one of the worst signature moves ever put into the game, is just hilarious. And at number 1, we have the Weedle line. Beedrill is a bug poison type with some really bad stats. It has 65 HP, 80 attack, 40 defense, 45 special, and 75 speed. Essentially, you're only okay doing damage, and you're probably dropping to strong neutral hits. Anything super effective is basically one-hit KOing you no matter what. Now, we do have to acknowledge something about Beedrill here. It reaches its final evolution at level 10, and it's available pretty much immediately. Sure, it can only really compete with not fully evolved Pokemon, but for the most part, in a playthrough, it is competing with not fully evolved Pokemon. At the time you get Beedrill before the gym battle with Brock, its stats are honestly pretty good. Normally this would be enough to keep Beedrill from the number 1 spot on this list. Unfortunately, Beedrill's uses in Generation 1 are extremely limited. It has to rely on terrible attacks like Poison, Sting, and Fury attack at low level, which are unfortunately resisted by all of Brock's ground rock-type Pokemon. Against Misty, it does have some uses as it learns Twin Needle at level 20 right in time for the gym, giving it super effective damage against her Starmie. While its special is really bad and takes a good chunk from Bubble Beam, Twin Needle gives it a good chance to take down Starmie with it in that gym battle. However, after Misty, Beedrill's uses drop off a cliff. It doesn't really do much against Lieutenant Surge or Koga, and while it does do good damage against Erika's Poison Grass types, it's weak to Poison itself, and can take big damage in that gym. It's at an active disadvantage against Sabrina, Blaine, and Giovanni as well. Beedrill is really only good for maybe 2 fights in the entire game, and those are fights that other Pokemon do a much better job with. Golbat, for as terrible as it is, also does a good job against Erika, and has immunity to ground that's helpful for Giovanni. Overall, Beedrill has a very bad move pool and bad stats that make it drop off a cliff almost immediately, and honestly, it's not even that good for the fights where it is useful. However, with all that said, Beedrill has one big advantage over Golbat in Gen 1. It has access to the moves Agility and Swords Dance by TM. These boost the speed and attack of a Pokemon by 2 stages, allowing Beedrill to set up against a very weak Pokemon and sweep if it has enough turns. This was almost enough to make me consider if Golbat was worse than Beedrill in Generation 1, even with its far better stats. However, after looking into it, Golbat's use cases are still superior to Beedrill's. Beedrill's terrible defense means that it will never get the chance to set up on anything. After running a few calculations, Golbat still does better against fights like Bruno in the Elite Four that you would consider using either of them for, and its flying type gives it a ground immunity that makes it a lot better into bosses like Giovanni. Overall, Beedrill's uses are so limited and it needs to be replaced on your team so quickly that it's not really worth catching outside of a Dex entry. And at number 7, we have Haunter. Not Gengar to be clear, just Haunter. The Gengar line is a trait evolution, meaning that unlike most Pokemon that evolve by hitting a certain level or using a certain item, you have to trade Haunter to another player and back to evolve it. This poses an issue for many players, as you need a trading partner to do so. Many players won't be able to evolve their Haunter for one reason or another, especially if this is on original hardware where you need to have a link cable to even be able to trade. Considering the special circumstances, the Haunter is being considered for this list despite the existence of Gengar, as many players will be stuck with the middle stage Ghost. Haunter is a Ghost Poison type with abysmal HP, attack, and defense, but a superb special and speed. A speed of 95 makes it one of the faster Pokemons in the generation, and 115 special lets it hit things for big damage. Unfortunately for Haunter, that's about where its good traits end. Its level up moveset is abysmal, learning Lick, Confuse Ray, Nightshade, and Dream Eater, all of which are mostly useless. Nightshade deals set damage, which is awful for a frail Pokemon like Haunter. Dream Eater only works on sleeping Pokemon, which makes it difficult to use. Lick is a weak physical attack, which uses Haunter's paltry 50 attack, and Confuse Ray is just too random to rely on. The only good move it learns by level up is Hypnosis, which has a 60% chance to sleep your opponent. Now, a lot of Pokemon mentioned so far have sleep-inducing moves, so having a fast Pokemon with sleep just isn't good enough. For Haunter to be usable in a playthrough, you'll have to feed it TMs to teach it usable moves. It can learn Psychic and Thunderbolt if you give it those TMs, which will deal decent damage, but any Pokemon that requires TMs to be at all usable in a playthrough is automatically at a big disadvantage. In Generation 1, you can only get these TMs once, so using them on Haunter is a huge cost. Even with these moves, Haunter is going to have a hard time in a lot of fights. Combine its terrible physical bulk with its weakness to ground, and any ground type move has a good chance to one-shot it. So in a playthrough, you have a Pokemon that does good damage, but not amazing damage, is terribly frail, and requires valuable resources to accomplish anything. While not a terrible Pokemon, the cost of using Haunter in your team in Gen 1 isn't worth it if you can't evolve them. Now, Haunter isn't awful and competitive. It's in the underused tier in Smog in Gen 1, which is just below the main tier OU, or overuse. This is thanks to its, for that tier, great damage output, and its always defensively useful Ghost type, among many other things that make a long story short. This is the best showing of any Pokemon so far, but that notable role in competitive doesn't quite overshadow how difficult it is to use in a playthrough. Overall, you really should skip over getting a Ghost type in Kanto unless you can trade for a Gengar.